Chapter 50, New Place. Chapter text. When Harry regained some measure of consciousness, the first thing he noticed was the thick fog in his brain, slowing down his ability to think, making his thoughts sluggish. The next was the pain he felt in several parts of his body. When he tried to move, feebly at best, he couldn't. Maybe some form of restraint. Harry wasn't sure what exactly had happened, and his slow mind was of no help at all. Next, he noticed two people talking, standing close to his bed. A woman and a man, most likely. At first, he couldn't understand what they were talking about, but they sounded like they didn't like each other. There was a frosty undertone to their conversation. Floating between waking and sleeping, Harry listened, content not to struggle to come to full consciousness. He didn't want to face whatever was waiting for him. From the reason he felt like a train had hit him to whatever might have caused it, there was no wish to see it right now. Resting sounded like a really good idea. What were your actions until now? The male voice asked with a distant politeness. He has a concussion, so I didn't dare risk a sleeping or pain relief potion. Skill grow is necessary with this extensive number of fractures, but as he takes potions regularly to supplement his intake of nutrients and to heal long-lasting damage, I only immobilized the injured parts and waited for you, healer Greengrass, answered the female voice, obviously annoyed that she had to speak with the other. The man hummed, parchment rustled. The potions Air Slytherin Potter has to take have no adverse reactions to being combined with skill grow. There is no need to keep delaying the healing of that many broken bones. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, for the excellent care you show our patient. He sounded not as distant as the woman, but reserved. Will you tell me why Mr. Slytherin has to take those potions? I know what they are typically used for, but I feel the need to know for sure. She had a quiet intensity in her voice. It was really important to her to get the answer to that question. There was a sigh. I will need the permission of my patient and his guardian, and you vow not to tell anyone. But when my patient's guardian doesn't agree, I will not be able to tell you anything. The man was almost whispering now, while Harry still was floating on a nice cloud of carelessness. There was some rustling of clothes, the clinking of glass against glass, and then the murmured words of some spell. A few heartbeats later, Harry felt himself moving away from the waking world, closer to dreams and sleep. Maybe he had been given some potions, but all in all he didn't really care. Whatever had happened had brought him to the hospital wing. Both his healer and the Hogwarts Mediwitch were here. He was safe and cared for. He could sleep and let them deal with the problems. His last thought before sleep claimed him was that Madame Pomfrey was really good at chasing people away who would bother her patients. She would keep them all away. Uwo on the other side of the room, well away from the beds and the space the healers would need to do their work, there stood a small group of people. The headmaster looked grave, as was proper for such a situation, Professor McGonagall as Henry's head of house, and Professor Severus Snape, as Marvolo had insisted the man stay. At the moment, Marvolo was seconds away from starting to pace in agitation. The headmaster was infuriating as usual, or maybe even more so. I want Auras to come here and check the cause for my son's fall down the stairs, the dark-haired wizard almost growled. Why the headmaster was this stubborn about it was almost inconceivable. Why the man insisted on being so contrary made no sense to Marvolo. All he achieved by his actions was pushing away his allies, or at least it looked that way when he considered the face Minerva McGonagall made. I don't think it is necessary to involve the ministry in this, Tom. Everyone stumbles from time to time. Just last week, I almost tripped over my own robes on the way down from my rooms to the office. Luckily, the old man didn't smile when he told this anecdote, so Marvolo managed to keep the fury and anger caused by his worry, however hard it might be to admit this even in his own head, and just clenched his fists at his sides. Don't be so stubborn, Albus, the head of Gryffindor scoffed at the headmaster before she turned to face Marvolo. I made certain no students would come near the likely place the fall down the stairs started. If it was an accident, the Auras could prove it without a doubt. And if it wasn't, we would know as well. If we don't call them, there are grounds for doubt, considering all that has happened so far this year. A debate started between the headmaster and his deputy, arguing back and forth, going in circles. Dark blue eyes, Marvolo had remembered to glamour his eyes just in time on their way up to the castle, met dark ones, and from one moment to the other there was a familiar presence at the front of his mind. Marvolo saw pages being flipped over in something like a fast-forward replay. Then the flipping stopped, and Marvolo got a good look at what was a page in the handbook on the currently valid and most used Hogwarts bylaws. The page detailed the rights a parent had, asking for neutral investigation of an accident that had happened on school grounds was one of them. Sending an image of an approving nod back into his potions master's mind, Marvolo prepared to interrupt the heated but useless discussion. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed that Malcolm and the school's Mediwitch were still standing next to Henry's bed. To distract himself from what was happening there, he turned to the still ongoing discussion. Could wait for hours for a lull in that particular conversation. The headmaster maintained the point that it had been an accident, and to bring auras into the school again would stir up unrest, harming the students. The deputy headmistress insisted that not calling someone to prove beyond doubt would cause worry and rumors to run rampant. It is a moot point, what you are discussing, headmaster, professor. I insist that a neutral party come here and make sure my son has not been attacked for a third time. I will not budge in this. I propose that we ask Madame Bones to select a team and head the investigation. He really wanted this investigation to start. It seemed like his point had been made, as the headmaster nodded in the direction of the only witch in their group, sending her off to inform the requested party of what was happening at Hogwarts. Paying neither man still standing just inside the infirmary any attention, Marvolo moved over to the bed his son was lying in. He was a horrifying sight. His arms and legs were in braces, and a sort of collar held his neck immobile. Bruises were starting to form. If the boy had any less luck, Henry could have died in this fall. A third time, having another human mortal being needed for his plans was hard to bear. A chair floated over and he sat down, both the witch and the wizard turning to him. Giving the wizard seniority, the Mediwitch was older, but the healer was of greater medical authority. Madame Pomfrey stepped back as the younger healer started to talk. A concussion, broken wrists as well as ulnar and radius in both arms, several bruised and cracked ribs, bruises in several places on his body, sprained ankle, and a broken fibula. He will recover, but it will take time. At the moment your son is sleeping, Lord Slytherin. It will be some time before he regains consciousness. Thank you, both of you. I will be staying here. It didn't take long for Marvolo to be alone with his son, contemplating what he might say to get the boy to ask for a resorting. He was absolutely sure that this wasn't the result of an accident. John trailed behind Madame Bones on the path up to the castle from the gates. Shacklebolt was walking at his side. They both had donned their warmer crimson robes, as it looked like it would start to snow soon so far up north. Their boss, or rather, the boss of their boss in the ministry, had been furious when the message from Hogwarts had reached her. It seemed this year was one for serious cases, very different from their usual fare of thefts, drunken brawls, fighting between family members, tattling on someone who might have some forbidden dark artifacts or books in his or her possession usually was the most serious their cases got. Dementors set on children, torture of children, and 2 murder attempts were a real deviation from the norm. What do you think, Shacklebolt? Accident or murder attempt? A cold burst of wind tore at their robes, and John saw his partner cast a new warming charm on his robes. I think we shouldn't make any premature assumptions about what happened, but we might speculate about the reason we've been placed on the same case. Again, was the dry response of the dark-skinned man walking beside him. With a nod, John conceded the point. It would predispose them to interpret what they saw in a certain way. So he turned to the other question. Why were they placed together again? Maybe because we're good working together. I guess we would have to ask Scrimgeour to know for sure. Probably. They walked the rest of the way in silence, both deep in thought. John thought about the problem of their prolonged partnership for the both of them. He was fairly sure that no one knew he was a Death Eater. He had never been named, because he had been a pretty new recruit at the end of the last war, and he was equally sure that their superiors didn't know of the likely association of Shacklebolt with the Order of the Phoenix. But their different political leanings were known, and their obvious success in the last, difficult investigation they had conducted together could have sparked an idea. Maybe they were working so well together because they complemented each other. If someone wanted to use that, It was likely they would be placed on many cases as a team. Uo, Fred, and George were sitting on the bottom step of the stairway up to the boys' dorms. They were making sure that not one of the other Gryffindors would walk up to the place where Harry had faltered in his stride and fallen down the stairs. The normally easygoing and cheery red-headed teenagers now looked rather foreboding and grim. Harry was like another younger brother to them, had given them the money they had needed to pursue their chosen profession. Without his help, they wouldn't have been able to start on the serious development of their products. The first pranks had been funny, if a little too focused on just one person, but funny. The laxative had been poorly executed. Either it had been a careless prank or a sloppy attempt at murder. Everything after that had been horrible. They felt the need to make sure to remove those that had caused all this from Gryffindor. Those actions were against everything the proud House of Lions stood for. The room was filled with students. The girls had fetched homework and textbooks from their rooms. They had even managed to get dressed. The boys were still in whatever they had been wearing to bed. It was a sight to behold. If the atmosphere had been less tense, it might have been a lovely Sunday morning. The portrait opened, and Professor McGonagall climbed through the hole, followed by a woman with short grey hair and a pair of auras. Attention! After the auras have inspected the scene, you all will be able to return to your dorms. I'm happy to inform you that Mr. Slytherin will be back in classes soon. Messrs. Weasley, Madame Bones wants to speak with you. As you are of age, you may speak with her alone, but if you want me to be present, I will, of course, stay. Fred looked over to his brother and saw that his twin had come to the same conclusion. There was no need to ask for the professor to stay. Thank you, Professor, but we can speak with Madame Bones without your presence. The two auras went up the stairs, while the twin pranksters spoke to the head of magical law enforcement. They recounted the few facts they knew, talking about the party of the evening before and when it had ended. It wasn't long until they had finished their account, and the two auras came back down. The one man, his dark skin contrasting nicely with his robes, turned to the twins. Can you tell me who can get past the wards at the top of the stairs and what's behind them? Sure, Aura. Those are the wards protecting the room Harry sleeps in. He set the wards to only let friends get past them. I think the staff and prefects can get through, too. A few others, Ron and Hermione, Neville, Colin and Ginny, were hovering nearby, clearly eavesdropping on the conversation. The whole room was silent, not something that happened often. But it was the reason that not only those nearest were able to hear the short report the auras gave to the head of the DMLE. We think that we found the fraying remains of a simple tripping jinx that was set near the last step that can be reached without crossing the wards. But it was a simple one. Once tripped, it is prone to vanish in a short time. No way to tell who cast it. The shorter of the two auras, the one with brown hair and light skin, said with a helpless shrug. So we will need to interrogate all the Gryffindors. Madame Bones rubbed her hand over her eyes. It was an enormous task. Uo, from the sidelines of the circular common room up in Gryffindor Tower, a girl looked on, conflicted. It seemed quite possible that she could get away with almost killing that slimy snake of a traitor. Because if she didn't tell, not even a priori incantatum would reveal that she had been the one to set up that simple tripping jinx, with its helpful warning not to use it where people could fall down a ledge or something, because she had used a Lumos to get back to her bed right after setting it. But if no one found out, then she wouldn't get the credit for her clever plan. Cormac wouldn't get to know. Her darling would be oblivious of the lengths she'd gone through to avenge him. Getting away with it would be fantastic, but she wanted Cormac to know what she was willing to do for him. So she watched the auras and Madame Bones talking, probably planning what to do next, the students sitting around aimlessly, watching. Are you okay, Julie? One of her friends asked, sitting down in a sagging crimson chair next to her. You look like you didn't sleep too well. Without a glance at the other girl, all too often vanishing in the background, just like herself and the others in their year, Julie got up from her chair, shoving a few first years out of the way, walking on the most straight line towards the ministry employees. Julie! The call of her friend was full of worry and concern, but Julie didn't listen. She was sure of what she would do. She wanted to let Cormac know what had happened, wanted them all to know how that traitorous snake had ruined her life. With each step, her determination grew, her face flushed in her anger, her steps got more forceful. I had hoped that the traitor would die, that we would be rid of him. she screeched, her face contorted into an ugly grimace. But no, he ruins Cormac's life, ruins mine, but he will live a happy life, with money, fame, prestige. She started to punch the nearest aura, wand forgotten in the pocket of the robe she preferred on Sundays. He ruins everything. Why can't he just vanish? Racked with hysterical sobs, her hands fisted into the heavy robes of the aura, Julie Parks sank down to her knees, spent. With short, concerned looks between the ministry personnel, the young girl was hoisted up between the two men, while Professor McGonagall escorted Madame Bones up to the girls' dorm to search for further evidence. After a small meal at the bedside of his son, Marvolo listened to the report John Dawlish was giving him, while Severus was standing to the side, representing the school in all of this. The headmaster had tried to place Minerva there as the boys' head of house, but she had insisted on staying at the side of the girl, confessing to setting the tripping Jinx with the intention of killing Henry. Phileas Flitwick and Pomona Sprout were tasked with watching over the rest of the student population, so only the head of Slytherin was available to watch over the injured student, and the Auror investigating the incident on a parent's insistence. We aren't yet sure she actually did cause the fall of your son, Lord Slytherin, but it is quite possible that her confession is true. Madame Bones found letters from Cormac McLaggen that contained a lot of accusations aimed at your son. Only with great concentration had the wizard managed to not kneel or stand at attention in Marvolo's presence, causing a bubble of amusement that quickly died again. While his son lay unconscious in a hospital bed, there wasn't much that could hold his interest for long or amuse him. Marvolo stood and started to pace. Sitting this long on a chair was taking its toll on his back. So she set a trap for my son in an attempt to kill him, encouraged by her boyfriend. Maybe a desire to make Henry pay for perceived wrongs. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. So the boy gets away with his attack because he claims the death of Cedric Diggory, his supposed friend, has shaken him so badly that he blames Henry for it, reacting with pranks that got out of hand. The others claim that they were influenced by McLaggen. Thank you, John. Please keep me informed. It had been so much easier when he could send a death squad after those that had infuriated him. With a small bow from the neck, the Auror and Death Eater retreated from the infirmary, leaving behind the Dark Lord and the head of Slytherin House. Silence fell over the room until Marvolo started to speak about a thought that was on his mind, since he had heard that a girl, the girlfriend of the original attacker, had caused the latest incident. It is remarkable what love for another can make humans do. Stopping before one of the windows, looking out over the grounds getting darker by the minute, Marvolo spoke in a contemplative tone. You changed your alliance during a war. It caused Henry's mother to step between a murderer and her son. And now a girl throws away her entire future to gain the approval of another teenager who probably will forget her soon. I can't claim to understand, really understand, why love has these consequences. Be prepared for the eventual resorting of my son. As soon as he regains consciousness, I will urge him to ask for it. As always, the potions master picked up on the dismissal without problems. Intelligent followers were preferable to pure muscle. They didn't need as much guidance, but they did need a little more supervision as they were prone to having their own goals. Now alone again, Marvolo walked a few more steps before he settled into his chair again, preparing to wait some more. Maybe he should ask Xerxes to take over communication with the media, especially that vicious Miss Skeeter, as he was aware he was letting his duties slide by staying with his son. Or maybe he should say, letting his other duties slide, because staying with his injured son after another attempt at murder was one of his duties too. You think I should ask to be resorted? Harry asked from his bed, opening his eyes tiredly. He watched as Marvolo settled more comfortably into the chair by his bedside before turning blue eyes to the teen. It was a little unsettling to see those blue eyes in the familiar face. Whenever they talked over the mirror in the evening, Marvolo let his eyes stay as they were, red as rubies, and to see them glamoured now was not something he was used to. Marvolo nodded. I think you should, but my opinion is not the deciding one. The look the man sent the teen sitting up in bed was a pointed one. What do you think you should do? Harry huffed and frowned down at his hands, still in splints so he wouldn't move the complicated fractures until they were healed. I'm not sure. I felt safe again with the new room. The constant pranks had to stop, and they did. But now, he trailed off. Now it was all too clear that there might still be people in his house who would attack him. The past hadn't painted the best picture of their loyalty to a house member, or their tolerance towards a Slytherin, regardless if it was one by family name or sorting. So it was a real possibility that the atmosphere would remain tense for the rest of this year and the next too. But would resorting into another house change that? Or would he be placed in Gryffindor again? Probably not. He had asked to not be sorted into Slytherin the first time, and the Hat had listened. To assume that the Hat would listen again wasn't that much of a stretch. Harry sighed, propped up on his pillow. He felt vulnerable. He felt as if the decision had already been made. But would it be better anywhere else? I think that you would be safer. Slytherin would respect you, if maybe only for your name and connection to me. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are much less inclined to oppose someone simply because their family is associated with Slytherin. The headmaster has concentrated his efforts to gain allies against Voldemort on Gryffindor House. Consequently, families sorting regularly into the House of Lions suffered greatly during the war. The older wizard spoke in soft tones, his hands resting folded in his lap, one leg thrown over the other, a picture of calm and poise. So you think I should ask for a resort? And what would you say if I was sorted into Hufflepuff? Sometime into the regular mirror calls, Harry had started to use Sir less and less often. And ignoring the rule established during their very first meeting, Marvolo hadn't insisted on the use of the address. Now the man shrugged, smiling slightly. Hufflepuff lays emphasis on hard work and loyalty. Both are characteristics that someone can be proud of. Both of them knew of the negative prejudice most people held for Hufflepuff. The house of those fitting nowhere else, of the dregs of society. It was probably a parent thing to say kind things to nervous kids, however old they might be. And your real thoughts on this? Harry was skeptical that Marvolo had told the truth. That is my real opinion on Hufflepuff. I had a few followers who had been in Hufflepuff. I only ever had real problems recruiting Gryffindors, so there are children of my people in all the houses but Gryffindor. They could influence the situation in your favor. The rest of the time Marvolo could stay he spent telling Harry of his travels just after school, while he had been working in a shop situated on Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's, a place selling and buying old and questionable objects, more often than not things the ministry would call dark, visiting places to acquire such objects, investigating their value. It was an interesting way to pass the time until Madame Pomfrey brought a small bowl of broth for Harry's dinner. With the promise to be back the next morning, Marvolo reluctantly left. Harry endured being spoon-fed, happy that his guardian was not there to watch, and then settled down, waiting for his friends to show up. Hermione looked around the infirmary as she and Ron walked through the door. They wanted to talk to their friend, and had been told he was awake, so they had made their way up straight after dinner. Once the two of them walked around the screen surrounding the bed, seeing a chair near the bed, they spotted Harry and more or less successfully suppressed gasps. Harry looked horrible. With the purple bruising on his face, the casts on his arms, and the white sheets, he looked so small in his bed. Green eyes opened, and the injured teenager flashed them a tired smile. "Hello, Hermione, Ron. Come sit and tell me everything. I haven't had many visitors. Not even Lord Slytherin." Ron faltered before he could decide what name to use for Harry's guardian. He blushed because it was obvious both of his friends had noticed his indecision. Hermione went to get a second chair to sit on and only got to listen to Harry's response to that question. He was here, for quite some time too, but besides him and Madame Pomfrey, I haven't seen anyone. And they couldn't tell me what I want to know anyway. Hermione levitated the chair she had found, seizing the opportunity to practice. "So, what's the talk in the common room?" In logical order, Hermione started to recount the rumors and happenings from the common room, generously embellished by Ron. Harry nodded along, trying to distract himself from the growing pain in his broken bones by listening to the tale. It filled in some of the holes, but Harry had to concede that, barring the rumors, he had already known the facts. "So the speculations over a possible resort are overflowing again," Hermione concluded her report. "Is the option on the table?" Harry nodded cautiously, making a grimace at the twinge in his chest. "Yeah, my guardian said he wishes for me to ask for a resort. Explain that he thinks the other houses would be safer for me." Wiggling his nose, as it was itching and he couldn't scratch it, Harry searched for the words that would explain to his oldest friends his stance on the whole resorting thing. He could see that Ron was fighting with himself, probably to not blurt out the first things that came to mind. You've seen what the others think of a Slytherin in Gryffindor. Even if it is only by adoption, the atmosphere just isn't right anymore. Harry turned his eyes to the red-faced wizard standing next to their bushy-haired friend. The rest of this year, 2 years more, with new first-years coming in, I feel like I won't have a safe place in the tower for the rest of the time we'll be in school here. He sighed. It was clear that Ron wasn't happy with the idea of Harry's being placed in a different house, but he couldn't say anything to dispute the problems Harry had laid out, however much he wanted to. It simply was the truth. If you can't feel safe any longer, Harry, I think it is best to let the hat put you somewhere else. But you are aware that there will be a lot of fuss about something like this. Hermione was once again the voice of reason. Yes, Hermione, I know, but I'm sure that it can only get better because the rivalry isn't as bad between the other two houses and Slytherin, so I can count on you staying my friends, because that is the only point keeping me back. I don't want to lose you. With reassuring words and nods, Ron's not as convincing as Hermione's, his two friends said goodbye as Madame Pomfrey decided it was time for them to leave. Once the matron was alone with her patient, she came over to Harry's bed, a phial filled with potion in her hand. You will take this pain relief potion, and then you will sleep. I should be able to let you go back to your lessons sometime tomorrow. At the latest, you should be able to leave before dinner. Bottoms up. She held the phial up to Harry's mouth, as he was unable to hold it himself, so the teenager could drink down the potion. After that, she helped her patient to settle somewhat comfortably under the covers before she left to let him sleep. Tomorrow would be an interesting day, and that was one of the few certain things remaining. Ooh, dust covered every horizontal surface, and quite a few of the walls in the entryway of the old house Severus was contemplating, not for the first time, selling. But as the neighborhood only got worse with time, the prices for land and houses were steadily declining. Not a good time to sell. But today he wasn't here to contemplate the meager belongings his father had managed to gain and leave for his son. No, he was here to have a look at the things his mother had stored in the cellar one afternoon while her husband had been out drinking with his friends. He was reasonably sure that the trunk and boxes held the information he needed. Information on the requirements to claim the prince seat on the Wisengamot. As far as Severus knew, there still was an old manor somewhere, and some valuables in a vault, and the prince family had been small for the last several generations. He probably was the most eligible descendant of the family for the lordship, at least concerning the most direct and shortest line descending from an actual member of the core family. Severus' mother had been a prince, even when all contact between her and the family had stopped once she had married Tobias Snape. Severus walked down the stairs into the darkness of the shallow cellar, reeking of mildew, damp earth, and stale air. He cast a lumos and started to pick his way through the room between old cardboard boxes and furniture. After some time, and much suppressed cussing, Severus found the trunk he was searching for under a moth-eaten, faded blanket. For a moment the young wizard pondered the best way to proceed from here. There wasn't much room to move down here. Bent almost in two to avoid bumping his head, Severus cast a spell on one of the broken chairs standing about, causing it to glow. With his wand, now no longer occupied with illumos, he could use it to levitate the clutter standing all around to make a way from the place where the trunk sat to the door. Before he would sit here in the cellar to go through the documents, hell would freeze over. Levitating the trunk out of the cellar was no easy task, and once the old and battered trunk touched down on the faded, threadbare carpet, Severus made himself a cup of coffee, washing the stale taste from his mouth. After a good stretch, bending in two was not good for his back. He sat down on the floor and opened the trunk. It was filled to the brim with books, letters, unbound parchment, wizarding photographs, as well as different knickknacks. Sighing, Severus braced himself for long hours of searching through years of repressed memories and attempts at communication. Some hours later, in the early hours of Monday, the living room was covered with several stacks of books, letters, and parchment. But the really important bits of information Severus had taken into the kitchen, placing them on the rickety table by the window. It was still dark outside, and the flickering street lamp wasn't able to cast a steady light on the overgrown front garden. Taking sips from his honey-sweetened hot drink, Severus organized the information he had found. One was a letter from his grandparents, whom he had never met, writing to his mother after Severus had started at Hogwarts, telling her that they had made him the heir. Sadly, his mother had made no comments on this and obviously hadn't accepted the offer for money. If she had done, he certainly wouldn't have had to get everything second-hand. There were several letters from later dates, commenting on accomplishments Severus had made in school, making the potions master wonder why they never wrote to him directly. Had his mother placed an owl redirection ward on him? It was unlikely, as she only very seldom used magic once her husband had lost his composure, starting with the violence. Any of the letters had still been sealed, so his mother probably had simply ignored them. Severus had long since assumed that he had inherited his pride and stubbornness from his mother. Now he was certain that he was right. Among the letters was a small book, detailing what Lord Prince had to do, family values, and an accounting of old family assets and alliances. But the most interesting at the moment was a text detailing all conditions an heir needed to match before he was able to claim the title. Now he sat there in the old kitchen of his childhood, a list of requirements on parchment on the table in front of him. It was a little disconcerting how well he matched the description he had gathered from the pages of the book. In age, over 30. He had worked for over a decade in a respectable position that was not estate management. He was healthy and able to father a child. All in all, it seemed like a really short list. What did he know about the customs? About the family traditions? About really anything that mattered? But the Dark Lord had been quite clear, and the prospect of having influence, direct influence, on decisions of the Wisengamot, it was something to consider. In the past, he would have struggled with this alone. He had never had anyone close in the Order, mostly because as a spy he had been hidden for too long to be trusted. And among Death Eaters, there mostly was a kill or be killed mentality. That might change in the future, but at the moment he had a person to speak to who would be equally affected by any choice he made in this. Gathering the pertinent information into a small improvised satchel, Severus cleaned up the living room with a swish of his wand, simply dumping all the other things back into the trunk before he made his way out of the house. Uo Sanya just was taking the money from an elderly witch, who was constantly complaining about the rise in the costs for dried dragon dung, when Severus came into the apothecary, looking around as if he were searching for someone or something. As their eyes met, he smiled and walked over to the counter, aptly sidestepping the few early morning patrons. She nodded in the direction of the entrance to the offices at the back, signaling him that she wanted to meet him there. His nod was confirmation enough, and a quiet word to one of the helpers made sure that the counter and shop wouldn't be empty while she was gone. "Severus," she greeted him with a smile and a small frown. "You look like you haven't had an hour's sleep tonight." They exchanged a kiss, and her wizard smiled a little tiredly. "That is because I haven't slept all night, nor much at all this weekend. I know that's hardly ideal. I will take an energizer before I start teaching today, and I will go to bed early." It felt silly to reassure her in this manner, but at the same time it felt wonderful to have someone worrying about his sleep, or lack thereof. "I wanted you to read this." He handed her the small bundle from inside his warm robes. "And tell me what you think about it. I'll be back after dinner." With an exasperated sigh, Sonia accepted the bundle, and then gave him another quick peck on the lips. "I'll have a look and we'll see you tonight. But you need a good night's sleep, Severus." Thinking back to what had been in the prophet this morning, she was aware that it was unlikely for him to find true rest for some time, so she simply gave him another kiss and a little shove. "You shouldn't be late, love. It feels like you'll have much to do with all that is happening." He sighed and enveloped her in a strong hug before he stepped back. "Too true, Sonia. I will try to come by in the evening. Or send an owl if I can't manage to visit. I would prefer you get a whole night of sleep rather than you stressing out to come visit on a Monday evening." He accepted her prioritizing with a nod before they parted with another kiss. As promised the day before, Madame Pomfrey released Harry from the hospital wing on Monday morning, in time for breakfast and all lessons of the day. On his way down to the Great Hall, it was fantastic how magic was able to heal injuries. He walked slowly as Marvolo came up the stairs. Henry, I'm glad to see you out of bed. Harry nodded. I'm glad to be out of bed, too. Why are you here, sir? I said I would be here, didn't I? Marvolo asked, turning with swinging robes so he was walking in the same direction as Harry. That you did, so will you stay for breakfast? Why not? It has been years since I last ate at one of the tables, and I don't recall ever eating at the Gryffindor table. His eyes were crinkled in amusement, and Harry was unsure if he wanted to laugh or to cry. The man once known as Lord Voldemort would eat breakfast between students at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. It seemed like his life was doing everything to avoid getting boring. The moment they set foot into the hall, Harry realized that the rumors would grow to new heights because Marvolo had come here to eat. It was a nice breakfast. The other students kept their distance, while Marvolo and Harry talked about their plans for the upcoming holidays. There were a number of balls and festivities to attend. The school Xerxes Lestring had founded this year was having a festival with songs, a play, snacks, and a small arts and crafts market. Harry was glad they would visit the school that sounded like fun, but wished he could get around attending so many other parties. When it was time to go to the first class, Marvolo said goodbye and vanished from the great hall and the school grounds without speaking with any of the staff. Before potions, Theo walked over to Harry where he stood by his friends Granger and Weasley, clearly separated from the rest of the Gryffindors. Harry, there are thousands of rumors running wild. What happened? Sadly, the matron had barred entrance for all students from the infirmary on Sunday, so only his two closest friends and his guardian had been allowed to visit. I fell, was the deadpan answer, forcing Theo to contain a laugh. That the heir of Slytherin was a true Gryffindor was just too good to be true. Remind me to tell you a few of my favorite variants. He gave his summer guest a friendly pat on the shoulder. I'm just glad that nothing too serious happened. Draco and the others had badgered him to ask if the rumor that he would ask to be resorted was true. Vince and Gregory wanted to know if it was true that the girl had ambushed him from behind. But Theo had convinced them all that it would be idiotic to ask such things between classes in the corridors. Would one of them answer such questions in such a setting? And neither would the Dark Lord's son, adopted or not. Harry had more than a few Slytherin qualities. Theo was sure of that. He would bet his monthly stash of sweets on the resorting taking place sometime soon. But not right now, as the door to the potions laboratory opened, and Professor Snape awaited them for their next double lesson of potions. The whole day Harry felt reminded of his first few weeks at Hogwarts, and all the other times when the whole student population had been pointing and whispering behind his back. But now he was older and had some experience with ignoring the stuff, but it still irked him. Very much. Harry had a hard time concentrating on the lessons or his homework because he constantly was thinking about whether he wanted to ask for a resort or not. Staying in Gryffindor, even in his own room, had become almost impossible. Too often had his housemates pranked him, tried to kill him. Gryffindor had been his home, his family, just as Professor McGonagall had told them on their first evening here. Not everything always went fine with family. His life with the Dursleys had been ample proof of that. But just because the others were family, one didn't have to take everything they dished out. Maybe it would be better to leave the family he had at the moment and join another. With a normal family, such a switch wasn't done easily, if at all, but with family of choice, it was something that could be done. Just before dinner, Harry had made up his mind. Hermione and Ron had watched him, talked to him, all through the day. But they had avoided touching on the subject they both wanted to talk about the most. Ron probably, because he couldn't imagine Harry anywhere but in Gryffindor, and Hermione probably, because she wanted to rehash all the arguments for or against a resorting until they were wrung out. But apparently they both hadn't found the courage to start the conversation. "Can I leave my bag with you?" Harry asked his two friends as they searched for seats near the middle of the Gryffindor table. "Why?" Ron wanted to know, sitting down inelegantly on the other side. "Because he wants to ask for, you know. Am I right?" She directed a challenging gaze at Harry, who nodded in her direction before he turned to face the head table. Harry sighed. "It can't stay like this, Ron, Hermione. And regardless how I turn the problem, there's no solution. As long as I stay a Gryffindor, there will be problems. The house rivalries are not as bad between the other houses and the family name Slytherin." Harry scoffed. It was so ridiculous, this separation along family names and houses. Before he could change his mind, for the fourth or even fifth time this day, Harry walked up to where the headmaster was sitting and spoke loudly, so that his voice carried quite a bit, causing the whole hall to fall silent. In the light of what has been happening to me here since the start of the year, I ask the Sorting Hat to re-evaluate my placement in Gryffindor. I no longer feel safe there. Harry saw the moment the customary twinkle in the blue eyes over half-moon glasses vanished. But before the old man could start to speak, while he was in the motion of standing from his seat, the Sorting Hat suddenly landed on top of the table, as if it had been dropped from the ceiling. "Someone asks to be resorted," the hat's booming voice asked into the great hall. "Yes, I ask," Harry answered, standing tall. He felt eyes take him in, weigh him. Even though the hat only had pits hinting at something like eyes, it was obvious that the Sorting Hat was assessing him and his request. Harry's hands were getting wet. He was nervous. What if the hat decided that he had no grounds to stand on and refused to re-evaluate his placement? He took a deep breath, falling with ease into one of the meditative breathing patterns he had learned from Snape. "Very well. Not a question asked often. Place me on your head, and I will see where you fit best now." The headmaster sat down again, and Professor McGonagall came to the front of the table, conjuring a stool for Harry to sit on. With a nod from her stern face, Harry turned his back on the professors, facing the students to sit on the stool. The hall was filled with curious students, all looking at the head table and what was happening there. They all were trying to find a spot from which they could see better what was about to happen. Just before the hat was placed on his head, Harry spotted Hermione smiling at him and Ron looking conflicted, sitting at the front of the Gryffindor table. They had changed places to be closer. Then a voice sounded in his head. "Well, Mr. Slytherin Potter, nice to meet you again." Harry could see, as the hat no longer was so big that it fell to his nose, how everyone was watching attentively, not able to hear what the hat was saying to Harry. "Yes, well, it doesn't happen often that I get to see a mind for a second time. Still a difficult case, I see. But now you wonder what might have been different if you hadn't objected against my first suggestion so adamantly. Well, we probably will never know what would have been different, but you can follow your new ambition now in." And the last, the hat shouted out for all to hear, "Slytherin." Harry felt magic wash over his clothes, changing the colors from the red and gold of Gryffindor to the silver and green of Slytherin. He wasn't really sure this was the best course of action, but he hadn't been a Gryffindor for nothing. He had a goal, and jumping in was the only way to reach it. At least Marvolo would probably be happy. Chapter 51, Family. Chapter text Monday evening, 6th of November. Handing the Sorting Hat to Professor McGonagall, Harry smoothed down his tie in its new colors of green and silver, tracing his fingers over the Slytherin house crest on his robe, where the Gryffindor lion had been just moments ago. He tried to ignore the whispers among the students and concentrated on his Transfiguration professor as she started to speak with a sad smile. "It was an honor having you in my house, Mr. Slytherin. I hope you will be happy with your new housemates, and I expect you to apply yourself to your studies in my lessons." The last was said in a stern tone, but with a smile in her eyes. Harry smiled a little unsure. Too much had happened in the last 2 days, and nodded to his old head of house. "I don't think my guardian or Professor Snape will tolerate anything else, Professor." After she gave him a fond smile and a pat on the shoulder, Harry walked over to the Gryffindor table, where Hermione and Ron sat, his bag between them. "Man, you in Slytherin green, that's unsettling, mate," Ron said, a little pale. "Don't be an idiot, Ronald," Hermione admonished, holding Harry's things out to him. "I think the green suits you, and we still share many of our lessons and can study together. Just because Harry is in a different house now, it doesn't prevent us from spending time together." Harry was unsure what he should say to her compliment regarding the color green worn by him, and simply ignored it, accepting his leather bag. "Thanks for taking care of my things for me. I guess I'll have to sit with the other Slytherins this evening. Maybe you can look up what the rules say about sitting at a different house table." "I will," Hermione answered with a reassuring smile. "Blimey." Ron suddenly exclaimed, getting even paler. "You can't play Seeker for Gryffindor anymore." The shocked faces of his oldest friend startled a laugh out of Harry. Of course Ron would think of Quidditch. "Breath, Ron. I'm sure Ginny or some of the others will take the position without problems. And it's not like I'm going to play for Slytherin now, is it? The team is complete, and plays well together. A hand landed in a friendly but strong clap on Harry's shoulder. They would be stupid to not even consider letting you play on the team, Harry, one of the twins said, while the other smiled over from behind Ron. Go over to the Slytherins, Harry. We're all hungry, and you are delaying the proceedings. The earnest look brought another laugh out of Harry. He looked around and found that the twin, Fred or George, he still had trouble telling them apart, had told the truth. All the platters and dishes were still empty. The whole school focused on the five of them standing at the end of the Gryffindor table nearest to the teachers. Harry blushed and nodded to the twins. Right, see you tomorrow. And he swung his bag over one shoulder, walking over to the Slytherin table. On his way, he searched the faces of the Slytherins, looking for Theo and the other fifth years, because he wanted to sit with those he already knew, at least better than the rest of his new house. Somewhere close to the middle, Harry spotted Theo turn to face his way, waving. So he altered his course and headed over to him and the others sitting around his friend. Harry, Theo greeted, scooting further down the bench so there was enough space for him to sit down comfortably. Welcome to Slytherin. Some more murmurs echoed the greeting, and Harry sat down beside his friend, next to Daphne and opposite to Draco. It felt surreal. And the way they all visibly refrained from barking out their questions made him feel apprehensive of his reception once they would reach the common room. Thanks, Harry said to Theo, and smiled at the others, before he redirected his gaze to the food that had appeared on the table. It wasn't as diverse as the feasts tended to be, and comparing the selection to what he was accustomed to over at the Gryffindor table suggested that the elves sent specialized selections to the tables. Probably based on what the students sitting there preferred to eat, he selected some rolls and cold venison in slices before he filled his goblet with milk. The others around him filled their plates as well, the girls being particularly fussy, not something that Harry had noticed the girls in Gryffindor do. But maybe he hadn't really paid as much attention to the food selection as he did now. Will you need to borrow an owl? Draco asked from across the table, buttering a roll and placing it beside some apple compote on his plate. Harry frowned. Why would I need to borrow an owl? I can send Hedwig if I need to send a letter. Well, don't you need to inform your godfather and Lord Slytherin about your resorting? Theo asked before Draco could do the same. Nodding, Harry now understood why the others assumed he would have to ask to borrow an owl. I don't need to send an owl. I'll just use the mirrors I have. And I would guess that. Harry only hesitated a fraction of a second before he decided that it would be best to stick to the form of address he had used before. Father will know quite fast, either way. The newly minted Slytherin quite deliberately didn't turn to look at his new head of house, but some of the others weren't quite so subtle. Crabbe and Goyle couldn't restrain themselves from looking at the potions professor sitting at the head table. Harry noticed that Theo and Draco quickly changed the topic of conversation after that. Discussing anything pertaining to Dark Lord activities in the Great Hall certainly wasn't a bright idea. I guess you'll have our schedule from now on, Daphne asked with a contemplative frown. Probably, Harry nodded with a shrug. Or maybe not. It probably depends on whether my electives make it possible. With me in the fourth year's Ancient Runes class, it's a little more complicated than just attending all my classes with you lot now. Draco nodded and swallowed before he made a suggestion. If you don't want to wait until the professors have sorted it out, we can compare our schedules once we're in the dorms. It'll get quite crowded in the dorm now, with another to sleep there, Zabini drawled, while handing the platter of fresh fruit down to the older students. After that, the conversation circled around the lack of space in the dorms, and how much Zabini disliked sharing a space with the other boys. It seemed that Crabbe and Goyle snored quite loudly, and even the best silencing charm they could manage wasn't strong enough to smother the ruckus for a whole night. Harry mostly listened, and wondered how much of a pampered brat Zabini was, or why they weren't capable of casting a stronger silencing charm on their beds. The one night he had spent in the dungeons after the attack on the Quidditch pitch, he had felt it was not as loud as the dorm of the fifth-year Gryffindor boys. Or maybe he just had been too tired and worn out to notice. Considering the dramatics before dinner, the rest of the evening meal in the Great Hall progressed without much additional fuss. Due to his lord's warning, Severus wasn't surprised by the call for a resort. And because he had interacted with the boy more closely than ever before since the summer, he wasn't surprised by the outcome either. The teen was a Gryffindor, that was just true, but he had a lot of the qualities usually associated with Slytherin as well. That he was sorted into the house of the founder he was descended from wasn't that much of a stretch. Many a child from difficult homes, abuse, domestic violence, and the like made cunning a necessity, found their way to the house of snakes. "Will he be all right in your house?" Minerva asked, almost whispering from his side, reaching for a plate of Yorkshire pudding. Her concern for the young man who just had been transferred from her responsibility to his was evident. "He will be, Minerva. There is no need to worry. He is a descendant of our founder. He will be guarded by the house. I will make sure of it," he quietly reassured her. And he would make sure of it. Not only because the Dark Lord would skin him alive if he didn't do his best to protect his son, or that he would break his word to Lily if he faltered, but because he always strived to do the best for his charges. During the normal Monday evening meal, even if he felt the effects of a mostly sleepless weekend quite pronounced by now, Severus held one eye on the Slytherin table, and the fifth years gathered near the middle of it at all times. Before he could meet up with Sanya after the meal, he would have to make sure the newest addition to the house was comfortably settled. Maybe it would be a good idea to give Mr. Slytherin the heirs' rooms, and not to place him in the dorms together with the others. 6 boys in one room was enough as far as he was concerned, even as he was sure none of the sons of the other Death Eaters would do anything rash or idiotic. The son of Madame Zabini was quite another matter. He was finished with his meal before his students had eaten the last bits, waiting to accompany them down to the dungeons to make sure everyone knew and understood the new situation. When Severus noticed the first of the older students leaving, and Mr. Slytherin starting to gather his things, he stood, nodded in Minerva's direction, ignored the headmaster, and strode down the table. "Follow me, please, Mr. Slytherin. I will show you to your room." The teenager quickly stood from the bench and swung his bag to carry it comfortably, obediently following the potion's master. Soon, they were surrounded by most of the other Slytherins, the first years running, or almost running, to get ahead of the group so they wouldn't miss a thing that was about to happen on the way down to the common room. It was obvious that they all were eager to see what they might gain from the presence of Heir Slytherin. It promised to become an interesting year in Slytherin House, even more interesting than it already had been. Sighing silently to himself, Severus matched his stride to the unhurried steps of the teen walking just half a step behind him. Uo, Theo, and his friends, some of whom he had known since they all had been toddlers, walked a little behind their head of house, and the heir of Slytherin, Harry, who now would belong to them at last. It had been a possibility, but he hadn't dared to really contemplate this outcome. Distantly, he was aware that his father would be happy that Theo had managed to gain the friendship of the boy, and therefore would now be in the natural position to be his guide, not only into the larger society, but also into the environment that was Slytherin at Hogwarts. "Are we sure he's a Slytherin?" Tracy said in a low tone, so only those really close could hear. The way he acted this evening was a little brash, wasn't it? Glancing back to her, Theo shook his head a little. "It might seem that way, but I would disagree. Sometimes the others just didn't look deep enough under the actions of those around them. This was one of those instances. But he wasn't in the mood to explain why Harry had acted the way he had, and why exactly it was a genuine Slytherin move. Well, considering that the headmaster didn't look too happy, I would guess that this was the only way for him to get it through. In front of everyone, without warning for the staff, so no one could try to talk him out of this. You've seen that Professor Snape wasn't surprised at all. Draco explained in such a condescending tone that the girl couldn't misread his thoughts. Smirking over her frustrated huff, Theo silently agreed with Draco's assessment of the situation. The headmaster certainly hadn't wanted Harry to become even closer to the Slytherins, would have wanted him to stay a Gryffindor. Asking for a resort in public had made sure that no one could claim it hadn't happened or attempt to deny the request. They reached the entrance to the common room and filed in after the younger years, eagerly sitting in front of the main fireplace, waiting for the expected speech, searching out their favored places to sit. Harry stood, a little awkwardly, next to the professor, who stood in his customary spot for announcements to the whole house. Once everyone had settled down, the professor let his gaze sweep over them all and then started to speak. To avoid any misunderstandings, listen closely. Mr. Slytherin is in a dangerous position because his heritage was uncovered. Some hold his relation to the Lord Slytherin against him and will not hesitate to do him harm over it. The man spoke with a quiet intensity, only amplified by the smooth, silken quality of his voice. As members of House Slytherin, it is our duty and honor to protect him, as he will stand for each and every one of us. A few surprised murmurs went through the crowd, and Theo felt his eyebrow wing up in silent surprise. Harry, on the other hand, didn't look as if this was anything new to him. Mr. Slytherin will occupy the room reserved for the officially acknowledged heir. It is within his purview to decide who is allowed into the room and who is not. I expect that all eventual disagreements between Mr. Slytherin and any of you will not leave these rooms. With another of his dark, dreaded looks, the professor waved for them to disperse and turned to Harry. I will show you your room, Mr. Slytherin. Your belongings should already have been moved. Only the knowledge that he had to finish an essay due tomorrow stopped Theo from following his friend and the potions professor. Harry walked a small circle through his new room. It mirrored the style of all the other dorms he had seen at Hogwarts. The bed had 4 posts holding up a canopy, the blanket was made of wool and silk, the pillow big and fluffy. There were a small armoire and a desk with a padded chair. All in all, it looked quite similar to the rooms he had had up in Gryffindor Tower. The decor was tinted green, and the windows were charmed ones, showing a view over the lake. The room wasn't circular, and there were no curtains dividing the place. But he had his own bath, a seating area, and what could be called a little library. They were nice rooms, and Harry unpacked his things under the warm glow of the fire's light. He wondered if the elves maintained the fire, or if he would be able to light one himself. The past winters had made it clear that the dungeons could get quite cold, and judging by the number of fireplaces in the common room, the Slytherin dorms were no exception to that fact. He would prefer to have warm rooms at all times. Once he was done with unpacking, Harry collected the mirror Marvolo had crafted for him and flopped down on his new bed. Better to call now and start with the shorter call. After he had informed Marvolo, he would have to call his godfather. He just hoped that the fact that he had managed to forget to inform him about his fall and stay in the infirmary wouldn't make the animagus too cross with him. The moment Marvolo answered Harry's call on the mirror, the older wizard looked surprised. Henry, you were resorted. I didn't expect you to make this important a decision quite so fast. He only paused for a beat before a wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. But you always had quite a few Gryffindor qualities, so I guess it is not so surprising after all. Shortly, Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. How was it that Marvolo knew he had been resorted? It hadn't sounded like the professor had already informed him, more like he had deduced it from something he had seen. Shaking his head to get his thoughts back on track, Harry dismissed his musing over how Marvolo knew. He could just ask if he really wanted to know. I have been thinking about this for quite some time now, and after what happened Sunday morning, I just couldn't stay any longer, so I asked to be resorted before dinner. Harry shrugged as well as he could, lying on his back on the bed. He didn't wish to discuss his reasons for this decision now. Marvolo nodded, a small smile on his lips. Can I assume by the green just behind you that you have been sorted into the house of our ancestor? With a feeling of satisfaction, Harry realized that Marvolo had noticed the change in decor and had naturally concluded that he was no longer staying in the rooms at the top of Gryffindor Tower, from the heights of the castle to the lowest foundations. Well, not the lowest. The chamber probably was a lot deeper into the rocks than the dungeons were. Yes. And Professor Snape has given me the rooms designated to the officially recognized heir. This should have been your room as well, shouldn't it? Sudden curiosity prompted him to ask, but he almost instantly wished his mouth hadn't run away from him. This thinking about consequences thing that supposedly was a part of proper Slytherin behavior needed some serious work. To Harry's relief, Marvolo didn't get angry, only smiling sadly, he shook his head. As there was no Lord Slytherin when I went to school, I couldn't have been the official heir. So no, those rooms wouldn't have been mine. But I'm happy that you now will reside in them. I will do what I can to add to your security. They didn't talk long after that. Harry had to inform his godfather, and as regular communication with him was considered one of his duties by Marvolo, The man didn't object when Harry brought it up as a reason to cut their call short. Sirius heavily sat down in a wingback chair next to the fireplace in their favorite sitting room. Just now, he had managed to get Remus to sleep. The poor man had managed to get a cold just days before the moon was full, and as he insisted on taking the wolfsbane, he couldn't take any other potions to combat the illness, making his nose run, his voice hoarse, his head pound, or so at least Remus declared. Sirius wasn't so sure it was impossible to combine other potions with wolfsbane. But Remus wasn't about to risk weakening the potion that let him keep his mind during the transformation, as it never had been done. Accepting the decision of his friend, Sirius had stopped pressuring the werewolf and had started preparing herbal teas and chicken broth. The day before, Sunday, if he hadn't lost all touch with reality, he had received an owl from Minerva, informing him that Harry had fallen on the stairs and had to stay in the infirmary for healing of a few broken bones. She hadn't gone into too much detail, always a bad sign, and Sirius had decided to ignore the demand between the lines that he come and visit with Harry. He felt guilty about this decision, but as Harry had his friends and his guardian, even when it was hard to admit the man would step up and do what any decent father would, and Remus had no one besides Sirius himself, it wasn't too difficult to ignore those feelings for the moment. He just hoped that Harry would understand once he got the opportunity to speak with him. Just as Creature popped a tray with a glass and a decanter of red wine to a small table just to his right hand, the mirror he always had in one of his pockets started to vibrate. Eager to speak with Harry, Sirius got the mirror out of the pocket and answered the call. "Harry, I'm so glad you called. Remus is sick with a cold, and just before the full moon, I couldn't leave him to be by himself. I hope you understand. I give you 2 pranks free of revenge as a repayment. All right." The teenager on the other end of the mirror looked gobsmacked for a moment before he started to laugh, rolling around on what looked like a green silken comforter. A green comforter. Sirius was confused and only barely able to wait with his questions until his godson had managed to calm down again. Sweeping at his eyes to get rid of the tears of his mirth, the teenager, with his black hair tousled even more than usual, chuckled a little before he began speaking again. "Oh, Sirius, thank you. That was just what I needed. This weekend was just so messed up." The feeling of silly pranks vanished under the topic Harry wanted to discuss with his godfather, making Sirius uneasy. Had he misread Minerva's letter? Had the fall been more serious than he had thought? "I gather you've been told that I fell." Sirius nodded, slipping out of the chair to sit on the floor. "Did anyone tell you that a girl, McLagan's girlfriend, set up a tripping jinx?" "I take that as a no," Harry stated dryly to the look of horror on Sirius' face. That was the drop to make the potion overflow. Harry sighed, rubbing one hand over his face. "I asked to be resorted just before dinner. The hat accepted and placed me into Slytherin." Now the green eyes behind the glasses looked unsure. Before the teenager could express his concerns, Sirius quickly tried to come up with a few reassuring words. "Well, if you feel better surrounded by people you know have ulterior motives, more power to you, pup. And I quite like Andromeda. She was in Slytherin, you know." Internally, Sirius winced. That hadn't been as reassuring as he wanted to be, but judging by the tentative smile on Harry's face, it had been adequate enough. "Show me your room. I'm curious." We never managed to really get a good look at the Slytherin dorms. He truly was curious, and he felt this was a safer topic than the change in house. If you never set foot into the dorms yourself, how did you manage to include all the dorms, and not just Gryffindor, in the map? A curious-sounding Harry asked, while getting up from what Sirius recognized as his bed. "We asked others for general maps. I managed to get into Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw with a few others I was dating." He probably should not get too deep into that topic if he wanted to keep Harry from chasing after everyone who would have him. And mostly, we got descriptions of the layout out of books in the library that was Remus' job or distant relatives. Regulus was always describing things when telling our parents about things from the term. Sirius felt better the moment Harry started to show him around his new rooms. Being a parental figure of any kind was honestly terrifying. The idea of finding an adult to adopt looked better by the day. Not for the first time, Sirius wondered why James had asked him to be godfather, or why he had accepted the honor and duty. He felt unqualified for this role, only barely managing not to be a disaster. At least now, after his biggest blunder of going after the rat without a solid plan. Maybe he could help Harry to avoid the errors he had made as a young man. Ooh, for the first time that Ron could remember, he was sitting in the common room together with all the other Gryffindors, waiting for the professor to come in to give them an official speech. Probably it wasn't really the first time. But now, with Harry missing because he had been resorted, he was much more focused. Normally, he would pass the time while waiting by joking with his best mate, not focusing on the tension like he was now. The room fell silent the moment the stern Transfiguration professor climbed through the hole behind the portrait, her eyes cold, her lips pinched. Ron was certain that he wasn't the only one squirming in his seat, even though he had not done anything wrong. He was pretty sure he hadn't done something wrong. Hermione would have told him and would still be nagging. She might have lost some of her love for rules, but she still lamented when there was the need to break or bend them. Never in all my years, as head of Gryffindor, have I been so ashamed of my students. I'm aware that not all of you knew about or participated in the pranks and attacks on Mr. Slytherin, but one of our own no longer felt safe among us, because of actions taken by a Gryffindor and from inaction by others. We all, and I include myself in this, should have done better. Miss Parks has been taken into custody and will not return any time soon, if at all. She made a small pause, letting her gaze wander over the gathered students, making Ron feel even more like he had thrown a rock through the kitchen window. Bullying will not be tolerated, and I will make sure all prefects understand what constitutes bullying. It is true not everyone in a family gets along with everyone else all the time, but picking on someone is not something a family does either. I hope you all will learn from this, and not abandon your friendships with Mr. Slytherin only because he now has joined the house of his ancestor. Before they really could process what the professor wanted to say with this, she had vanished again, leaving the students on their own. It took a few minutes, but soon the gathering had broken up into several smaller groups, discussing what would happen next. Ron sat next to Hermione, not really listening to her prattling about all the different rules for visits to the common rooms of other houses, or when it was acceptable to sit at a different table for meals. Ron didn't want to lose his friend, and that Harry had waited so long to ask for a resort because he wanted to keep him and Hermione close felt good. But he felt like that it would be hard work to keep their friendship. Hey, Ron. The twins plopped down next to Ron and on the floor. Tomorrow, after classes, we're going to have a tryout. We need a new seeker. Angelina wants the whole team to be there. Oh yes, there was Quidditch, and they no longer had Harry to play for them. Ooh, it was late when Severus finally managed to prepare for his promised visit to Sanya. But before he could reach the edge of the wards to apparate to her flat, a small owl winged its way down to him, obviously aiming to land on him wherever it could. To prevent the bird from landing on his shoulder, or magic forbid his head, the potion's master extended his arm as a perch for the messenger. With deft fingers, he untangled a small scroll from the owl's leg, noting his name written on the outside in a familiar cursive. He had seen it many times on orders he had gotten from the apothecary, and on almost all his letters of the last weeks. This was from Sanya. Slightly altering his path as the owl took flight again, Severus unfurled the letter and read it by wandlight. Dear Severus, you are not here yet, so I guess you will disregard your promise to get an early night in favor of visiting late. You need your sleep, so I will send this letter by express owl. I want you to get some real rest. I managed to look over the information you gave me, and am happy that it seems you are fulfilling all the requirements for the Prince Lordship. I like the one stating that working in a respectable position is expected, right down to earth that. Those are family values I can uphold. Today there were a few gossiping witches in, looking for hair care potions. It was easy to steer them to the topic of society weddings. My vote goes to marriage before you take the seat. There is no way either of us wants the attention a marriage after would bring us. Go to bed, get some rest, write me back in the morning. Love, Sanya smiling softly to himself. Severus walked a short round over the grounds, savouring the cold, fresh air before he returned to the castle and his quarters in the dungeons. Of all the people making claims on his life, Sanya was the only one whose orders he always would follow with a happy smile. Snarking at that sappy thought, Severus wondered at what love was doing to him. It really could be a dangerous force. Ooh, Tuesday, 7th of November. The common room fell quiet the moment Harry walked through the portal leading to the boys' dorms. Theo walked over from where he and the rest of the fifth years were waiting and sketched a bow in the other teen's direction. Slytherin. Said teen rolled his green eyes, while Theo cursed Daphne for pointing out repeatedly how well Slytherin green matched them, stepped close to him and the others, shaking his head. Seriously, Theo, don't. I never loved the attention coming with being me. So if we could be just us in the common room, at least, that would be great. A few nervous chuckles could be heard from some of those Slytherins who had Death Eater parents or close relatives. Theo smirked. Harry was refreshingly blunt. I'm sure I can manage to behave somewhat normal. But you know what will likely happen if we don't follow protocol or you get hurt? Settling his bag a little better on his shoulder, Harry nodded, his hair as unruly as ever. I know who he is, and what he's willing to do to protect his heir. I'll try to make it easy on you all. A dark-haired head nodded in direction of the Greengrass sisters, Draco, and his two goons, green eyes sweeping the room as if he was trying to spot all those linked to the Slytherin family through more than house placement. Sometimes Theo wondered how much Harry knew of the Dark Lord's actions and followers. And then they started to walk up to the Great Hall for breakfast. That wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Most mornings, they walked in big groups up through the halls. It was a tradition that had started roughly at the same time as the other houses had started to alienate Slytherin openly. Not leaving the younger years at the mercy of some of the older Gryffindors had become paramount. For a moment, there was a hush in conversations in the great hall when they stepped in and found their places at the Slytherin table. Theo sat down next to Harry, and the others from their year took seats around them. They all started to fill their plates with the various foods when Draco stopped reaching for a bowl of scrambled eggs, staring at a small phial standing next to the goblet in front of Harry. What's that, Henry? My daily nutrient potion. With a sigh, the phial was opened, and Harry had down the contents, only making the slightest of grimaces. Daphne, can you hand me the pumpkin juice? Certainly. Here you go. From there on, it was a pretty normal breakfast. There were dark clouds racing over the enchanted sky of the great hall, and when the owls came in, the students were sprinkled with the raindrops from hundreds of wings. The droplets of rain were ice cold. It was sure to start snowing soon. Some letters and newspapers were delivered to their table, ignored by Harry, who carefully selected an apple from the stack near his right hand. Pansy gasped and hurried to open the Daily Prophet, almost knocking over a pitcher of milk in the process. Look at that. Skeeter has found a new target. Her ear-piercing voice secured her the attention of half the Slytherin table and quite a few Ravenclaws as well. And because it was almost tradition by now to read humiliating articles out loud, Pansy started to read them all the main article of today's edition. Student liaison at Hogwarts spells disaster. She proclaimed with obvious delight on her face. Theo felt Harry heave a sigh at his side, taking another helping of scrambled eggs. After the victorious game of the heir of Lord Slytherin on this past Saturday, the confused Gryffindor girl Julie E.P., or RKES, said a prank that nearly cost our beloved Boy Who Lived his young Lee F.E. quick help by the competent Mediwitch Poppy Pomfrey was able to prevent any lasting damage. Persisting in keeping his adopted son safe, the well-known, young, and gorgeous Lord Slytherin insisted that Auras be called to investigate and stayed the whole day at his son's side in the hospital wing. If that isn't the act of a devoted father, I don't know what is, my dear readers. Snickers rose from different spots around the Slytherin table, and Theo noticed another unhappy sigh from Harry, who shook his head the moment Theo raised a questioning eyebrow. Oh, listen, this is the best. Witnesses described Miss Park-ES actions as seeming to be under compulsion, and her friends confirmed that she has acted depressed and erratic ever since Mr. McLaggen was expelled from Hogwarts for attempted murder. Her parents have asked a healer to perform a full medical scan for undue influence. There are rumors about Cormac McLaggen using spells and potions on young, impressionable girls to get them to spend time with him alone. Oh, I always knew he was the worst kind of guy for a girl to get close to. Oh, look, there is even a bit about a frantic Mr. McLaggen trying to defend that oaf of a son. Theo no longer listened to the gossips reveling in a new kill, figuratively speaking, when Harry stood, gathering his bag. What's the first class we have? The green-eyed teen wanted to know, slowly moving away from the table and towards the entrance hall, prompting quite a few of the others to stand as well. Before Theo could answer the question, they were approached by the red-headed twins from the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "Hey there, Harry," the one on the right called out. "Can we ask our favorite Slytherin for a favor?" asked his identical brother from the left. Beside the point that they were middle sons of the Weasley family, and therefore probably closely associated with Dumbledore and the light faction, Theo didn't know much about them. The amusement clear as day in his voice, Harry answered the two wizards with a question of his own. "And what would that favor be?" Both twins wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, effectively sandwiching the smaller teenager between them on the way out of the Great Hall. "Well, we have a rather good grasp on what the typical Gryffindor student expects of prank products. We even managed to ask a few Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. But the Slytherins, Harry, the Slytherins have been giving us trouble. You want me to help with your market research? In essence, that is what we want to ask, yes." Confirmed one of the brothers, Theo, wasn't able to distinguish between the two and never had bothered to even try until now, while the other one only nodded with a wide grin on his face. "We might can come up with something, but we have to be careful. Professor Snape is sure to be more alert to mischief than Professor McGonagall." The nods the twins gave to that statement were rather grave, acknowledging the fact that the head of Slytherin House wasn't known for his leniency with pranks. "That we will be, Harrikins. We will see you later." And with this parting shout, the two of them vanished, leaving a smiling Harry and a few confused Slytherins behind. "Marketing research," Draco drawled, and tried to pry for information all the way to their first class of the day. Draco had a good feeling about his chances to get closer to the Dark Lord's heir after lunch. The other teen had been friendly to them all most of the time, sitting with him, Daphne, or Theodore, instead of members of the other houses. If he could keep Crabbe and Goyle from doing something stupid, and himself from insulting the Gryffindors, he probably should be able to improve their relationship. The moment they walked down the hill to the place, they usually had care of magical creatures. Somehow he wished he had taken another elective in third year. Another subject he was prone to get dirty doing hadn't been his best idea. The reality of Henry's association with unworthy Gryffindors came crashing down around him. He had to remind himself that Granger was the heiress to the Lestrange family to prevent a sneer from marring his face as the girl came over from the greenhouses. "Harry," she shouted, waving one arm frantically through the air, her red mittens clear to see in the dreary weather. "Excuse me." Henry didn't really wait for them to answer in any form or fashion before he took off, at least at a respectable pace. Draco was happy to note, walking over to the two Gryffindors he had been friends with since first year. "You didn't really think he would leave his friends just because he now is a Slytherin?" Theodore said with a sarcastic lilt to his voice, clapping him on the shoulder before adjusting his hat and scarf to better keep warm. The rest of the way to the gamekeeper's hut, Draco kept an eye on Henry and the Gryffindors. The Weasleys seemed to be unsure how to act. Granger was constantly talking, so nothing new there. Draco groaned quietly when he spotted the gigantic shape of Hagrid, the half-giant, waiting for them by the pile of wood he passed off as a kind of house. The man was grinning, as far as Draco was able to tell through that brush of a beard, and gestured for them all to come closer, earning himself wary looks not only from the Slytherins. "Hello there, Harry. I heard about you being resorted. May do them snakes some good to have a Gryffindor among them. Don't ya think?" Draco ignored what was said after that. He lamented that the oaf once more was their teacher. Grudgingly, he had to admit, only in his own head, mind you, that the man knew his monsters and could handle them. But he had the regrettable tendency to judge his monsters by what he could do. Last year and the monstrosities they had had to raise was a prime example of that. "Come on," the giant called, hefting half a cow onto his shoulder, dripping blood onto the leaf-covered ground near the forest. Had he told them what they were going to do? Draco remembered with a shudder the one time he had set foot on the ground under the dense foliage of the forest, normally forbidden to students. He still wasn't sure what the teachers had been thinking, assigning first years a detention at night in the forbidden forest. It had been horrible, so Draco kept close to the others as they followed their professor in a tight group deep into the dark wood. The smell of rotting leaves and raw meat only serving to remind him of that horrible evening They had been searching for a wounded unicorn. The following lesson on this Strauss was both eerie and fascinating. Once the question on who could see the skeletal horses was answered, Draco was, at the same time, sad that he couldn't see them, and glad he couldn't. And then he realized that he wasn't able to tell which death Henry had allegedly seen had been the one making him able to see the beasts so closely related to death. Rumor had it he had seen Quirrell die. He certainly had been in the room when the Dark Lord had killed his mother, if one could trust the stories circulating concerning the events of that night. There was no doubt that he had seen the death of Diggory last year, and judging by his face, he was seeing them not for the first time. It was hard thinking what life had to be like for Henry. Just this summer, Draco had finally realized how dangerous the Dark Lord was, and that his family name wasn't enough to protect him from the man or from what would come for him in the years to come. It was a sobering thought that Henry probably had known this since they had been 11. Once, Draco had resented the other boy for the fame. Now he believed it had mainly been envy and hurt pride over being rejected. Draco was happy that Henry was either Gryffindor enough to just give people another chance, or so truly Slytherin that he gave it out of the realization of the political potential a friendly relationship between them had. Ooh, several cracks of apparition filled the room Marvolo was overlooking from his comfortable throne, set up on a dais. He had been happy to learn that Henry had enough Slytherin qualities to be sorted into their family's house at Hogwarts. But now that his son had changed into one of the houses containing more children of his followers than any other, he should make sure that they all knew what he expected of them. Once he rose from his seat, his Death Eaters sank down to one knee, bowing their heads in respect. It was a sight to behold, all those people clad in dark robes with their white masks bowing to him in respect. Maybe he should issue a statement banishing the robes and masks from being necessary for every meeting. In the past, he had sent his people out to attack some family or place with little prior warning, if any at all. Therefore, it had been best to make them bring the props to intimidate and conceal their identity to every meeting. As it now would probably never again become necessary to employ such tactics, it might be best to get rid of another of the outward signs of the continued existence of the Death Eaters. I'm sure those of you with children of Hogwarts age have already heard about the resorting that took place yesterday evening. My son and heir was sorted into Slytherin. He saw some heads look up at that, so a few still must have been ignorant about that. There are students at the school angered by events, willing to harm my son. I demand that you warn your children to not get involved in such schemes, but report them to a teacher, preferably Professor Snape, or protect him if it should become necessary. I trust that you will be capable of imparting to them the serious consequences for failing to comply. Then he called for reports, sitting back down. The potent headache relief potion he had taken before he had called his Death Eaters, having one of them as personal assistant constantly at his side, was working out well, made him a little weary and happy to sit down. Maybe he should take a break from actively trying to absorb one of his Horcruxes with remorse and search the scarce literature for other known ways. The reports brought nothing to new. Mostly he had his people listen to the reactions to his actions, seemingly repairing damage done during the last war. The Department of Mysteries was slowly releasing the bodies retrieved from the Lake of Inferi, sparking a rather large number of burials and memorials all around their community. The reactions were mixed. There were those always ready to give someone another chance, those buying into the story of the young man under a terrible ancient curse, some holding on to grudges with all their might, a vast majority that wasn't sure what to think, and a few so caught up in their own problems that they really didn't care. It was useful information, and a good basis to make his next decisions on for what he should do over the winter season and its customary social gatherings. Before I release you to go home, give me an update on your efforts to stabilize our population. Xerxes. He called his oldest friend to report first because he wanted to get the news of the school first. Maybe those that had trouble having more children of their own would contemplate adopting one of the children Xerxes and London had found and rescued into their own families. My lord, we now have 10 young witches and wizards at the school who were stranded in the Muggle world without suitable guardians. Another 30 kids of differing ages with adequate non-magical guardians are attending lessons 5 days out of the week. Some of those families are eager to discover potentially magical ancestry. One of them already has spent a lot of time tracing their ancestry through the ages by Muggle means. They hope for help from our side. But I fear the goblins still are reluctant to conduct as many ancestry tests as we could need. I have the feeling that, for once, it isn't a matter of money. Lucius informed him and the others that his wife was expecting. A few declared they were still searching for a suitable partner, and then it was Severus' turn. "My lord, I'm happy to inform you that I have found a woman to marry. She wishes for a wedding over winter break so as not to spark too many rumors with her visits to the castle, and the evenings I take off from duties to visit her. I'm very pleased, Severus, very pleased indeed." It seemed that his desire to increase their numbers was able to be reached with his current measures. Now he needed to decide if he wanted to give in to the constant urging of eligible witches and some wizards and marry himself. Leaving a family as small as theirs, only with 2 members, was a risk, and he couldn't bury Henry under the burden of marrying so young, maybe even before he was out of school, only so he would father a child as fast as possible. But he really hadn't found himself drawn to anyone, be it man or woman. Maybe that part was still missing. This probably was another topic to research. Chapter 52, Full Moon. Chapter text Wednesday started normally enough. Sleepy students in the common room discussing homework that had to be done by today. Some frantically searching for someone who could help them finish or give them the right answers. And among them, Harry, with his tie done neatly and his robes without a wrinkle. A few things were different, though. The common room wasn't round. The students bore the Slytherin crest, or the version used in the school, only with the snake, and they weren't trying to bribe their friends with sweets to get last-minute help with homework, but were exchanging favors or collecting them. It was a strange system, but Harry guessed that it could work out without too much hassle if the favors granted and asked for all revolved around homework and other inconsequential stuff. But to stay on the safe side, Harry decided then, and there never to grant a favor in such an exchange without specifying for what the favor could be exchanged. In a way, it reminded him of the lessons he had had during the summer with Marvolo, as well as with his grandfather's portrait. The system of favors and the political dance that was common practice among the lords and ladies of the Wisengamot. If one wanted to pass a specific law, get something through the Wisengamot, support a specific department or project, more often than not it was necessary to get someone to agree who normally wouldn't be on your side. At first it had felt dishonorable, but as both Marvolo and the late Lord Potter, who had been on Dumbledore's side most of the time and opposed to families like the Knots and Malfoys, had told him the same thing, there was no other option than to believe that this really was the way things were done. He had to be careful. With his position as heir to 2 families and ties to at least one more, any favors he owned might be of higher value than he dared to think about. "We have defense first, right after breakfast," Theo suddenly stated right from behind Harry, making him spin, startled. Holding up his hands in apology, the still taller boy asked a question, ignoring Harry's hand near his wand. "What have you done last in Professor Slinkard's class?" "We did a bunch of detection spells, checking for humans, dangerous plants, animals, stuff like that. The essay topic was on how to recognize and avoid dangerous places and situations," Harry huffed. While he couldn't argue that this specific lesson had some value, knowing that there might be something dangerous in a place was important to being prepared. The clear emphasis on avoidance rankled with him. In his experience, problems didn't simply vanish if you avoided them long enough. "Then you're pretty much where we left off. Come, let's get up to the hall. I'm hungry." Nodding, Harry turned away from the windows looking out into the lake and narrowly avoided a collision with a few first-years running back to their dorms to collect something. Or so it sounded, judging from their shouts to their classmates, still standing near the exit. Harry heard one of the prefects scold the kids for running in the common room just as he and the others stepped through the door into the corridor. Ooh-oh, in the great hall, Harry waved to Hermione, who had to elbow Ron to get the red head to pay attention as he was eating and rather focused. and walked over to his new table with a slight smile on his lips. They had no classes together today, but they had agreed to meet in the library for a study session after classes let out for the day. Maybe it would be possible to keep his friends, find a few new ones, and bring the houses closer together. Harry just had selected a bowl of porridge with diced apple and a dusting of cinnamon to go with his goblet of milk, and the dreaded nutrient potion, when Montague came over to sit down across the table from Harry. Draco, as a member of the Quidditch team, looked up to the captain with a question in his grey eyes. "I'm here to ask you something, Slytherin," the burly seventh year addressed Harry, waving at Draco to stay quiet. The blonde looked unhappy about something, confusing Harry for a moment until the older student, playing chaser on the team, started to speak again. "Now that you're in our house, do you want a spot on the team? You're the best seeker the school has at the moment. I want you for the team. I want to win again. And as the game between Slytherin and Gryffindor is already finished, you wouldn't have to play against your old team this year. What do you say?" The solidly built young man sounded eager over the prospect of having Harry play on his team, as he failed abysmally to conceal that very fact. Harry, meanwhile, furrowed his brow. "Seeker is Draco's position. He has trained with the team, and you're working well together. Don't you think it would disrupt the team's dynamics to introduce me this late?" He wouldn't even contemplate just taking the position on the team, costing someone else that position in the process. But he knew that wouldn't be a reason the other Slytherin would accept. So he cited the other reasons this was a bad idea, expecting that it should work. Changing a well-trained team without the need to do so was bad tactics. The captain hummed, nodding almost imperceptibly. Harry started on his breakfast. He was hungry and not inclined to give in too easily. Because, although he really would like to continue playing Quidditch at the school, he never would stoop so low as to just get Draco kicked from his position. He might or might not have bought his place on the team, but the blonde was really good. "I see your point, Slytherin," Montague said, filling the plate before him with eggs and some sausages. "But would you try out for a reserve position? Train with the team? There's always the possibility that we need someone to fill in. Maybe someday Malfoy here doesn't want to play anymore, or he wants to play on another position. Maybe he can train against you. I think that would be a training the other teams haven't tried yet." Interested. Harry tried to remain calm and appear unaffected. This was so different from what he was used to. Gryffindor was straightforward. "Do you want to play? Come to the tryout. The best will be on the team, and that's it." This felt like politics or chess. Judging the moves the other made, sacrificing pieces to gain an advantage. It seemed that Marvolo's efforts to drum politics and how to play them into Harry's head over the summer had been successful, or at least somewhat of a success. Quidditch was a part in this, but Montague had more than one goal here. Slytherin was a bigger player than Malfoy. Lord Slytherin, a much more scary man than Lord Malfoy. Currying favor with the son of one of them was more promising than doing so with the other. That Harry was the son of the bigger fish, so to speak, and the better seeker was only one more reason to offer the position on the team to him. Eating the last of his breakfast, licking the spoon clean, Harry sighed. "I will come to the practices and help Draco train, if father agrees. He has said more than once that this is the owl year, and that I have to do my very best to get good grades. He agreed to let me play Quidditch, because I already was on the team. I don't know if he'll agree now that this would be a new team. It was a little bit of a stretch to claim this was true, but it was close enough and would give him some leeway to get what he wanted. Play Quidditch, but keep Draco as a possible friend by not getting him kicked off the team. It felt alien, this maneuvering, and Harry wasn't really sure he liked making decisions like this, acting like this, playing others to get what he wanted. There just had to be a better way. He didn't get to contemplate this any longer this morning. Here, the first time he really was aware of playing the game of politics over something as silly as a seeker position on the school Quidditch team, because the prophet and the rest of the morning's post was delivered for this morning. A gasp from Daphne turned the attention quickly to the headline on the front page. "Ooh, ooh, attack on small magical settlement," was the glaring headline on the front page of the Daily Prophet Marvolo was scowling at, a hot cup of sweet tea held in one hand. Yesterday had been the full moon, and that obviously was the result of Greyback's attempt to get back at him for ignoring him and his thoughts on how the ministry's policies on werewolves had to be changed. He needed to react to this. For one thing, this could easily be a stumbling block to his attempts to get the harsh and unreasonable legislation abolished. Furthermore, all known werewolves would get to feel the displeasure of the public. He would have to shield Mr. Lupin, as the remnants of Umbridge's block certainly would try to get at him through the man he had hired to teach his son. But one step after the other. He needed to eat, dress, give orders to his people, and then get to the ministry and the minister, offering his expertise on the man. What was named a settlement in the headline only had been a small farmstead housing two magical families near a Muggle village. Several people had been killed by the one werewolf attacking, even if Skeeter hinted at a possibility that there might have been more involved, describing everything in gruesome detail, and one had been injured and infected. The survivors were badly shaken, and one picture was showing an angry man chasing the photographer with a pitchfork. The name of the two families was unfamiliar, so Marvolo made a mental note to ask Lucius to gather information on them. They probably were descendants of re-emerging magicals, maybe in the first or second generation. Either way, they would need help. All their poultry had been killed, their greenhouses and fields partially destroyed. It looked as if they made their income on selling eggs and poultry, as well as growing native magical plants to sell to the different apothecaries. Draining his cup and grabbing an apple, Marvolo started to pace. Maybe the newly infected man could be approached to teach the children at Xerxes' school about herbology. It was a subject that could be taught to those too young to have a wand, and to squibs as well. Having a werewolf on staff would also help diffuse unfounded rumors and preconceptions. Marvolo would love to have a vampire teach history, but as those generally preferred to sleep during the day, it was simply not feasible to have one teach young children. After he had made short work of the apple, Marvolo discarded the paper and made his way over to the study. He would write several letters with orders because there was no time to summon his people and give them their orders in person. Xerxes needed to see if the position for herbology was still open or could be split. The Carrows were to track down the werewolf. Maybe they would be forced to do something about him themselves. The man had been terrorizing the British magical community for so long that the Auras hadn't managed to get the man was almost laughable. Maybe they hadn't been trying all too hard, and Lucius would have to look into the families and what might be done to help them remain independent. The letters were written on the parchment he used for all his letters, something of high quality, but without any distinguishing marks like some lords favored. With a quick spell, the notes would only be readable to someone with the dark mark, and would catch fire the moment someone without it touched them. Barty accepted the order to make sure the letters would reach their respective recipients with a deep bow, leaving Marvolo alone in his rooms to change into his best robes. Only minutes later Marvolo stepped into the flue with billowing silk robes, wrapped in his best woolen cloak. In a way it was silly, but there was always the possibility his way would lead him somewhere outside today before he could come back home to get it. So he took the cloak with him, even while only traveling through the fire from one building to the next. This promised to become a difficult day. Landing rather awkwardly in the entrance hall of the old London townhouse, Remus picked himself up from the floor, stuffing the portkey into his pocket. It was convenient that Lord Slytherin had provided a portkey for him to get to the warded stretch of wood for his transformation and back again to this house. He always felt drained even with Wolfsbane to help ease the transformation, and apparating back would have been difficult. With the cold that still held him in its grasp, it would have been nearly impossible to get here without splinching himself or waiting longer before making the trip. Before he managed to hang up his coat on the rack by the door, Sirius was there, all concern and guilt. "Moony, you're back, and look better than I would have thought." Rolling his eyes at his friend, who was herding him into the kitchen, where warm soup and tea were waiting, Remus chuckled and then started coughing. "I'm fine, Sirius, really. I transformed and rolled up in a sheltered, cozy spot to sleep the night away. A wolf with a cold rests if it can. So I did exactly that. Stop fussing." Sinking into one of the chairs, Remus batted away Sirius' hands and got himself a cup of tea. With a dismayed expression, Sirius threw himself into a chair on the other side of the table, while Creature bustled about in the background. It looked like he was cleaning the silver while simultaneously preparing a big meal for more people than two. The old elf tended to go overboard with food ever since Lord Slytherin had been by, promising the elf to get rid of the dark artifact the elf had guarded for so long. Moony, tell me, what shall I do? Sirius dragged a hand through his dark, chin-length hair, his head falling back so he was staring at the ceiling. I'm a horrible godfather. Didn't even visit Harry when he was in the hospital wing. I feel like I managed to make every possible error and more. Going after Peter when I should have stayed with Harry. Staying here with you when my godson would have needed me. He sighed, aggravated, his eyes crunched shut, his mouth in a frown. I'm hopeless. Remus regarded his friend over the rim of his cup. He had done so much growing up in the time since he had come out of Azkaban. The old Sirius wouldn't have known that he had made an error, or he at least wouldn't have admitted to his mistakes. But at the same time, he seemed to have lost his ability to decompress, to let go of some of the tension, the stress. Sirius needed some time to let his hair down, so to speak. We're all just human, Sirius, and Harry knows that you want the best for him. So please don't chastise yourself so much, okay? I think a big part of your problem is stress. You need to relax. Thinking back over what Sirius had enjoyed the most after they all had graduated, during his aura training, he started to smirk. That would likely work wonders on his overly tense friend. I think you should get out for an evening, go to a club, enjoy the music, a nice drink, some company. He trailed off suggestively, startling a huffing laugh out of Sirius. That's a lovely idea, Remus. But really, how can I go out like I used to? I'll be recognized. And as I'm Lord Black now, that would spell so much trouble. No, I think I can't risk it. A wistful sigh escaped his friend, and his grey eyes stared dreamily into the fire merrily crackling in the big fireplace. Remus snorted, triggering another coughing fit. It took a moment before he could speak again, but then he scoffed at the last of his schoolboy friends. Really, Sirius, are you a wizard or not? Use a little transfiguration, glamours. It isn't that hard to make sure no one would remember the real you if you went into a muggle club. A gleam appeared in Sirius' eyes. You're right. It has been so long. Once James and Lily had to go into hiding with little Harry. Yeah, it was just too tense an atmosphere back then. But now I could go out again, couldn't I? Roam the clubs. It'll be glorious. You'll come too, won't you? Help you find someone for a night and stay behind. No, thank you. I think I've done that enough. You don't really need any help charming the gents and ladies, Sirius. And I think it would help you to relax. You're too wound up at the moment. The tension was slowly seeping out of Sirius. Now he was slouching in his chair, even worse than when he had first sat down. The sight made Remus smile. Sirius always had been a charmer, chasing after everyone that didn't state clearly that he or she wasn't interested. It had started at Hogwarts and had never really stopped. And all the time, the most outgoing of them had clearly stated his intentions. Each of his partners had known that there would be nothing serious about the relationship. No commitments, no declarations of love, only mutual pleasure and a good time. And strangely enough, because Sirius could be such a gentleman if he wished to be, there almost never had been drama or hard feelings, mostly only during their time at school. After that, Sirius had mostly avoided magical clubs or parties, concentrating solely on muggle places to find his partners. Suddenly, a thought came to Remus, startling him to laugh, resulting in another coughing fit. He was so glad that he would be able to take a pepper up the next morning and be rid of this cold. Considering how many women had spent a night with Sirius, some of them, when the then young man had been truly drunk, it wouldn't be too odd if there was some child out there. Remus got big eyes, staring at his friend who looked quite worried himself by now. What is it, Remus? Do I need to get a healer? Is my hair pink? Shaking his head, Remus tried to calm his friend down. No, all is well, just sit down again. Once Sirius was again seated in his usual chair, Remus started to fill his plate with the breakfast items Creature had prepared for them. Just this moment I thought, with the number of women you've had a close physical relationship with, there is a not-so-small possibility that the problem of an heir might already have been solved. Don't you think? Watching his friend closely, maintaining an innocent air, barely, Remus saw the exact moment Sirius realized what his friend had just said. The animagus almost choked on the tea he had been sipping at. Spluttering, he set the cup down and looked over to Remus, mortified. You can't be serious, Remus. I was careful, and I stopped once the war was getting too dangerous and Harry had been born. Seeing his friend getting defensive, Remus made a placating gesture with his hands. No need to get flustered. There's nothing wrong with enjoying life like you did. But you have to admit the odds for an unplanned child rise with every encounter. Seeing that his friend was still uncomfortable, probably because his parents had berated him over his flirtatious nature right from the start, Remus tried for a friendly smile. I think you should start visiting the clubs again, Sirius. You aren't exactly cut out for the sedate lifestyle of a traditional lord. It's just another old-fashioned expectation that you'll change. You know, I just wanted to tease you, right? Now Remus was really concerned he might have gone too far. The fact that Sirius really wasn't into long-term relationships and had no preference of women over men, as so many traditional old families expected of their sons, had brought him a lot of troubles over the years. From the contempt of his father and mother to the jealousy of those shunned, where Sirius had been favored. If Sirius tried for the life tradition and society all but demanded of the members of the Wisengamot, looking the other way as long as some pretense was kept, he would never be happy. Better to show him that he had Remus support than let him try to conform to the norm. Taking up his cup of tea again, Sirius grabbed the prophet and flicked the newspaper open. Remus watched as all color drained from his friend's face, making the contrast between his dark hair and the fair skin even sharper. Sirius. Before Remus managed to formulate a decent question, Sirius had downed his tea, stood, and flicked his wrist, levitating the newspaper over to his friend. I'll have to go to the ministry. The blockheads will try to use this against our reforms. I'll need to do my part to contain the damage. The grim-looking man was half out of the kitchen, probably to change out of his comfortable jeans and t-shirt into appropriate robes, when he whirled around, looking back at Remus still sitting at the breakfast table. Rest. I'll send word if anything noteworthy happens. If you need anything, send Creature to me. He's faster than any owl, and you shouldn't cast a Patronus today. See you later. With a horrible feeling of apprehension, Remus took up the prophet and started to read. It didn't take long for him to loathe Rita Skeeter even more than he already had. That woman had no qualms over using the misfortune of others for her own gain. Reluctant, but aware that he needed the rest, Remus headed for his bed after finishing a nice breakfast without much appetite. Ooh, the day had started out bad. Really bad. Cornelius wished that this all was just a dream, but he knew he just wasn't that lucky. When he had accepted the position of minister, urged on by Lucius, he had hoped to once be known as the man who had led the way into an era of peace. And now here he was, a man back from the dead, handed a new life, ministry employees sending dementors after children, werewolves attacking wizarding settlements. It was a catastrophe that he and the rest of the ministry, including the Auras, had learned of the attack from the Daily Prophet. And of course, Miss Skeeter had used the fact that she knew the ministry didn't know yet in a small article on a later page, dedicated to ministry failures of the last years. Sometimes her shark-like disposition was useful, but the witch knew no loyalty. Someone she praised one day would be torn to the ground the next without reservation. As long as the Auras were gathering evidence, he would go down to the holding cells as he had a message to deliver. With a last look to the mountain of paperwork on his desk, the minister turned to leave his office when the door opened. His current assistant, Weasley, one of Arthur's boys, efficient and a little too eager, was standing in the door, smoke rising behind him and a big red envelope screaming silently behind some spells. Minister, Lord Slytherin is here and wants to speak with you. Do you want to speak with him? The frazzled red head in a neat robe asked. If Lord Slytherin is willing to walk with me down to the holding cells, I see no reason why he shouldn't be able to speak with me. Of course, the man had listened in and greeted him with a grave expression just behind the office door. Good morning, Cornelius. I trust you have already seen the morning paper. Blue eyes quickly glanced over to another 3 howlers arriving at the desk of the minister's secretary. This was going to be a day like harvesting nettles. I have, yes. They fell into step with each other, Marvolo erecting a barrier around them with a small flick of that infamous pale wand. And I would bet that whoever attacked their set-it-up so Miss Skeeter knew that there would be a story waiting in the morning. Cornelius really hoped that the reporter had got a message in the morning and hadn't known since the evening before. If she had, that would be so much worse. This looks like the work of Greyback. He's unhappy with the way things are developing. And how would you know this, Marvolo? Cornelius had listened to all the stories going around. Lord Slytherin was the top topic of ministry gossip at the moment. Greyback had been a thorn in the ministry's side for decades now. The way the man tried to infect as many people as possible, preferably young, was a problem. In the last war, the werewolf allegedly had worked together with some of the Death Eaters. If Marvolo still remembered some of the things from that time, it might help them find the bastard faster. He contacted me, threatened me. He was unhappy with the work I'm doing to reform the current laws regarding werewolves. Ministry personnel stepped out of their way as they turned into the corridor leading to the elevators. Two witches floating stacks of folders behind them seemed to be in a heated discussion, but not a word was audible. As Cornelius had suspected, the shield around them was a sound barrier. They stepped into the first elevator to arrive, and a few others waiting for one elected to wait for the next to come by. Once out of the sight of prying eyes, Marvolo rubbed his eyes with one hand. I didn't go to the auras because there wasn't anything substantial. Only vague words and past memories I somehow wished I had lost together with my last life. I think this is his attempt to sabotage our attempts, to sway public opinion. I want to offer my help in containing the possible backlash and what I can do to locate the man. Nodding slowly, Cornelius contemplated the implications. The public was in general inclined to regard werewolves with leeriness. Only slowly had they accepted that not all infected with lycanthropy were evil incarnate. After such an attack, and the way Skeeter had written about it, they would only too readily go back to hating them all. Thank you, Marvolo. I think the auras could use all hints that might help find him. With a deep sigh and a wry smile, the smaller wizard turned, so he faced the so young-looking Lord Slytherin. Young until one looked at his eyes. His eyes very clearly showed the many years the man already had existed on Earth. And now to the easiest point on my agenda today. They stepped from the elevator, and Marvolo dispelled the sound barrier. On the last part of the way to the holding cells behind the aura department, Marvolo walked a half-step behind Cornelius. They crossed the paths of a few auras, walked past a few cubicles, and then finally stepped through the door leading to the specially warded cells. In a way, it was only right that the man who had brought the crimes to the law enforcement's attention would be there when he informed the culprit about the impending trial. They stopped before the only currently occupied cell, looking down on the miserable, small form in the terribly dull grey robes of the Azkaban prisoners. Currently, the occupant of the cell was lying down on her side, back turned towards the entrance, possibly sleeping. Knowing the conditions at the prison out in the middle of the sea from his yearly inspections, Cornelius guessed that this was the first time since she had been convicted for her crime of torturing students at Hogwarts that she could sleep in any comfort. It was just too cold and damp for any form of comfort at Azkaban. With a little fumbling, Cornelius got his wand out of his pocket and then cast a small charm, causing the sound of a small blast. The figure on the cart startled awake, almost falling down, ending up standing next to the cart, looking around wildly. Her small, haunted eyes fell on Cornelius' form and his flattering pinstriped robes. Minister, I knew you would come to your senses. I have done nothing wrong. Those children needed a hard hand to keep them in line. Before she could continue to gain more momentum and regain her simpering tone, Cornelius interrupted her harshly. Dolores Jane Umbridge, I'm here to inform you that tomorrow there will be a trial concerning the illegal issuing of a kiss order. The auras have found irrefutable proof that you were the one to forge the documents. I have no doubt that you will be convicted, and the usual punishment for an illegal kiss order is the kiss. He tried to steel himself for this. Dolores had been his colleague for quite some time. She had been mostly competent, eager to rise in the ranks, if a bit aggravating over time. The woman started to yell, sob, and beg, and Cornelius couldn't stand it, so he turned to go, but halted just around the corner. And this had been the least difficult task of the day. Now he would have to field a horde of reporters and a mob of angry ladies and lords. So he stood there, taking deep, even breaths. He had hoped to have an easy time as minister to make a name for himself. Trying to calm himself, he got to overhear an interesting conversation. That can't be true. No, I don't believe it. That was the high-pitched denial of Dolor's. Well, madame, as far as I know it is true, came the drawl of Marvellow's well-educated voice. In fact, it is part of the original agreement between the Dementors and the Ministry, because the kiss order is, in fact, a promised soul for feeding. So if there is one that can't be carried through, it is written down that within the year another soul has to be offered. I distinctly remember that there have been 2 instances where, instead of a soul for feeding, there have been substantial numbers of prisoners added to the prison. The man sounded a little amused, and there was no sound from Dolor's. That is one of the reasons, I believe, that a kiss order isn't issued lightly most of the time. Something heavy landed on the floor, and steps moved in Cornelius' direction. Where that Marvolo would be there any moment, Cornelius pushed away from the wall and straightened his robes. When the young wizard in his green silken robes came around the corner, Cornelius was sure he once again was presentable, projecting not tiered bureaucrat, but minister of magic. You have read the whole treaty. It was a massive document, and the original language was a type of post-classical Latin with sprinkles of different French dialects, not something one would read for fun. It is likely that you would be surprised by a lot of things I have read over time, Marvolo said with a smile in his voice. I once spent several weeks researching Mediterranean housekeeping spells. It was quite fascinating. Together, they walked to the Wisengamot chambers, talking about the different spells to clean a pot of scorched soup. After the last class, Harry made his way to the library, nodding to the other Slytherins as they parted ways. It still felt pretty awkward spending the whole day with the Slytherins, but that was perfectly normal. It had only been the second day, after all. Hermione and Ron were already sitting at their favorite table for studying. Close to the sections they needed most in their essays, far enough away from Madame Pince's place near the entrance to be out of her field of vision or her hearing. It had proven to be almost ideal. The only problem was that many others thought the same, so one had to be quick or take one of the other tables. "Hello," Harry whispered, a small, somewhat sad smile on his face. Ron grinned up to him, nudging the chair on the other side of the table with his foot so Harry could grab it a little easier. Hermione barely acknowledged that Harry had said anything at all, causing him to chuckle. It was so typically Hermione. Harry sat down in the chair opposite Ron, set his bag down next to the chair, and got out his notes for the next essay for herbology on self-fertilizing plants. It seemed that Hermione was also working on that essay, as the book in front of her was open to a page with the illustration of a bush with veins, throttling a small animal. For a few moments, they worked in silence, only the scratching of quills on parchment and the distant murmur of others making any noise. Harry looked up to ask Hermione if he could use the book she had been referencing when he met her brown eyes head-on with his own green ones. "Are you all right? You seem distant and distracted. Any trouble?" There was honest concern in her eyes, and Harry smiled again. "If he has trouble, then it's probably with those Slytherins," grouched Ron, furiously scratching out a word on his own parchment. "Don't be daft, Ron," Hermione scolded, surprisingly stern for a whisper. "Don't you remember the Morning Prophet? Can't you imagine what that attack can do to Professor Lupin?" A startled Ron looked up from his work, paling as he looked over to his friend. "You really aren't thinking, are you?" Hermione shook her head, bushy locks bouncing around. She concentrated on Harry again, prompting him to speak with a look. Harry huffed, cleaned his quill, screwing the inkwell shut before he began fiddling with his rolled-up essay. "You're right, Hermione. There is something on my mind, but it's not the attack. It's horrifying, yes. Montague offered me the seeker position on the team." Harry heard a gasp from Ron, but the redhead didn't say anything, probably because Hermione had silenced him, and Harry continued, "There's no way I could steal the position from Draco just because of my name, my family. Draco is good. But I didn't just say it like that. There's all this maneuvering. It feels so easy, going with the flow. It's somewhat unsettling how easy it is." The way he had stretched the truth this morning, the fact he called Marvolo father around the Slytherins, when he didn't call the man that in his own head. It was positively Slytherin, and so different from the way he had acted last year, or ever since he had started at Hogwarts. That was what had been bothering him the whole day, and now he was feeling bad for not thinking about the attack and the possible consequences. Hermione stretched her arm across the table and patted Harry's hand. It's nice of you that you have declined the position, and you shouldn't feel guilty that you are a natural at politics. I've tried to learn it. Uncle Xerxes told me that I'm too blunt most of the time. Said I have to work on being diplomatic and cautious. She gave a wry smile, causing both heirs to chuckle and Ron to look confused. Almost all the rest of the time they had planned to study together, both Hermione and Harry spent explaining the basics of politics in magical Britain to their friend. After going over the ways of the Wisengamot in general terms, Harry felt better. That Hermione saw things similar to the portrait of his grandfather was a great help. It was easier to accept the word of his friend than to accept the word of paint on canvas. Her last words before they parted to go to their respective house tables made him feel really better. It's the intent, Harry. Wingardium Leviosa is a light spell, a first-year spell, and you can kill with it or rescue a girl from a troll. Cunning juggling of words can do good or bad. It all depends on what you want to achieve. It was easier not to do things like that at all. Doing things for the right reasons was so much harder if you weren't sure what the right reasons were. Marvolo stepped into the house, a slight headache building behind his eyes. Flim was there in an instant, taking the cloak as he discarded it carelessly. What a day! Dealing with the press wasn't something he enjoyed. Rita Skeeter was relentless in her pursuit of a story. In the past, she might have made a good Death Eater, but no. She lacked the necessary potential for loyalty, no way to ever be sure she would stick to one person, case, or goal. Besides making the front page, with a weary sigh, Marvolo walked into his study, planning to check if reports were waiting for him, and to make a call via mirror to his son. The boy certainly would want to know what was happening behind the scenes. The prophet was read all over Britain, including Hogwarts, and keeping Henry in the dark had cost Dumbledore control and the boy's trust. He wouldn't make the same mistake as the old goat. There was a stack of letters on his desk. Sitting down in his chair, Marvolo checked the charmed drawer to his right hand. Correspondence from his followers had gone in there for a few weeks now. Since Henry was back in school, the strict division between home and work had started to blur. Maybe he should enforce the division better. Henry wouldn't want to know more than he already did about the continued existence of his Death Eaters. But without a clear division, it might be impossible to prevent Henry from learning more by accident. A little later, he just had finished Xerxes' letter confirming he could use an advanced teacher for herbology. Flim popped into the room. "Sorry, Master Slytherin, sir." Rubbing a hand over his forehead, Marvolo diverted his attention from the letter Lucius had sent to the patiently waiting elf. "Yes, Flim. Master should go eat. Flim has made food waiting in dining room." The elf sounded unsure. Until now, not one of the elves had made food without being ordered to. How late was it? Marvolo looked over to the clock sitting on top of the mantel. It was indeed later than he had thought it was. "Thank you, Flim." It seemed appropriate to at least treat the elves as well as he did his human servants. After he had met Creature, he had realized that an elf dedicated and happy was a force to be reckoned with. The little being had thwarted his plans after all. Deep in thought, Marvolo walked into the dining room and sat down at his usual place. Then he saw the plate and what was on it. It looked like a mess. A mess made of double cream, various berries, and what looked like crumbled meringue. His hand froze halfway to the spoon. "Why have you made this dish, Flim?" How on earth could the elf have known? Was this some plot to poison him? The elf appeared with a little plop next to Marvolo's chair, wringing its hands anxiously, ears drooping low. Flim saw Master unhappy, stressed, wanted to make something to cheer Master up. Is not the right dish to do so? Well, it was the right dish. He loved sweets, and this particular dish had been one of his favorites, even if he never had managed to eat it another time after that first one. And as he had been contemplating going over and punishing Igor some more, he probably was in need of cheering up. How did you select the dish? There was no one left alive who could know he had loved what he only knew as eaten mess. The elf seemed to relax and stood a little bit taller. When Master Harry and Master Slytherin came here to live, Flim went and asked not elves about what masters liked to eat. Oldest elf remembered Master Slytherin as boy told many things. Flim remembered. An old elf from Nott. Could it be that this elf had already been there when he had visited one winter break? For his birthday, Benjamin's father had insisted on having a celebration. The food had been wonderful, even when the rest had been somewhat annoying. Now, looking back, Marvolo guessed that the creation of his first Horcrux was at least partially to blame for the lack of joy he had experienced the first time someone had cared enough to celebrate his birthday. It caused him to feel something. He wasn't quite sure what, that the old elf remembered that day and mentioned it to an elf, which then proceeded to make his favorite dessert to cheer him up. Where did you get? Marvolo prodded the dish with the spoon and spotted fresh strawberries, raspberries, as well as blackberries. Fresh berries this time of year. Malfoy elves have greenhouse. Greenhouse full of fresh fruit all year round. Now the elf was excited, not quite bouncing on its feet, but positively giddy. Maybe Marvolo should arrange for the greenhouses on the lands around Potter Manor to be renovated so Henry and he could enjoy such luxuries throughout the year. Thank you, Flim. Please be sure to only keep such close contact with elves from families who are close to me. The elf nodded and popped away again. Not about to let the nice food go to waste, Marvolo started to eat. Elves were really good at showing their disapproval without getting outright impolite, and it seemed that they were equally good at showing their approval. Now, the only question that remained was how Marvolo had earned the approval of the elf bound to the Potter family. If he didn't ask, he probably would never learn what the reason was. But at the moment, he wanted to relax and relish this delicious dessert, not ask humiliating questions. Uwu, sitting in the common room in a chair near the biggest fireplace. A pair of seventh years had vacated the seats as soon as Harry and Theo had come close. Harry read a book for his history essay and waited for a mirror call from Marvolo. This is so strange, Theo whispered from his place on a rug in front of the fire. This spot is reserved for the upper years. That we are sitting here now is quite significant. Harry sighed. Everything seemed to be of significance as of late. The rooms he had to sleep in, the place where he sat to eat in the great hall, the seat in the common room he used to study. When being the boy who lived had been tiring, being heir Slytherin sorted into Slytherin was utterly exhausting and complicated. Despite this, he still felt safer here than he had felt in Gryffindor Tower since the start of term, and sitting somewhere else would only cause trouble, right? A startled Theo looked up, but didn't have a chance to say anything before Draco, followed by Crabbe and Goyle, came over and sat down in the other wingback chair near the fireplace. The bookends took position a step behind the chair. It looked a little silly in Harry's opinion, but it seemed to work on the younger years, making them avoid the Malfoy air. Draco just stared, causing Harry to roll his eyes. Sometimes this posturing got really silly. I'm currently waiting for a call from my father, so just spit it out. Why? Was all Draco asked, a look of deep concentration on his face. It seemed as though he wasn't sure what he should think. There he wasn't the only one. Harry still was unsure what he should think about most of what had been happening. Most of the time he just played it by ear, and so far it had worked out pretty good. Because it's the right thing, because I'm not sure playing against my old team would be fun, because it would be a bad move to change the team now. Take your pick. Harry tried for unaffected, but was relatively sure that he had failed spectacularly. Draco huffed and gave Harry a speculative look. Then he nodded and moved over to where Daphne and Millicent Bulstrode were arguing over the theory behind their latest transfiguration assignment. While Harry was debating whether he should finish the chapter or go to bed, the mirror started to vibrate in his robe pocket. With a smile to Theo, he got up and got the mirror out of the pocket. "Hello, sir," Harry greeted hissing after he had accepted the call. A few of the still remaining students, all from fifth year and up, turned to look at him at the sound of Parseltongue as he walked by on his way to the entrance to his room. "Hello, Henry. I'm sure you have already heard about the attack last night. I wanted to ask how you are and tell you what happened today at the ministry." Tired red eyes looked out of the mirror. A few faint lines around the eyes spoke clearly of a trying day. The door fell closed behind Harry, and he walked the few steps over to his bed, getting rid of his shoes before sitting down. "Yes, I have seen the prophet. My day was pretty normal. Classes, homework. I was offered the position of seeker. I said I had to ask you for permission, my owl year and all that. Hermione and I decided on what to teach during the next club meeting, nothing too spectacular." He frowned, should he ask? Who else could he ask without risking his reputation? What's the matter with the two wingback chairs near the biggest fireplace? Today a pair of seventh years left to make room for me and Theo. It was weird. Marvolo chuckled lightly. "Congratulations. I needed longer to get that much respect from the whole house. But I guess you have an advantage, Henry. He smiled, and Harry had to agree. Being heir Slytherin and known for it was an advantage to gain respect in Slytherin house. You look like it was a hard day. Harry changed topics, not only because he was eager to hear what had happened at the ministry today. Smiling at the pretty transparent maneuver, Marvolo started with a kind of report. The most interesting bit certainly was that the Aurors managed to get the evidence needed to prove that Dolores Umbridge was the one to send Dementors after you. Tomorrow we will meet to judge her, and she will be kissed. Harry nodded, a little stunned, prompting Marvolo, who had been waiting for a reaction, to continue. The Aurors are searching for the werewolf responsible. The Carrows also search for Greyback, because I'm sure he was the one to commit that attack. Lucius and Xerxes work on supporting the survivors. The next interesting part was the emergency meeting of the Wisengamot. I think the old blocks are disintegrating. Disintegrating? Harry was intrigued. The old blocks of what was called light and dark in the last few decades had played a large role in his lessons in politics over the summer. Even Madame Longbottom had talked about them in the one meeting they had managed to have. It was almost a given that two big groups of seats voted along the same lines, opposed to each other. A few families stood in between, swaying the vote one way or the other. Others had changed blocks after marriages or the death of an old lord. The blocks breaking up hadn't happened in hundreds of years. The stance on the status of werewolves and other magical, not completely human, beings I have brought into the arena is shaking things up. The stances on muggle-born magicals, rituals, and so-called dark magic are pretty much lined up. All who believe one thing on one topic agree with their group on the other topics. But the opinion on werewolves doesn't follow these rules. My attempt to change the laws, challenge the old stereotypes, forces them to confront those differences. He rubbed his hand over his eyes, sighing. I'm not yet sure if this is a good thing or not. Maybe we can use this, but only time will tell. Harry nodded. If this topic had been universally ignored until now, it would be reasonable to assume that being forced to talk about it would change the dynamics. Feeling sleepy, Harry decided that he would not draw this out, but ask what he needed to ask and go to bed. I already talked with Sirius today. He said that the Department of Mysteries has released Regulus' body, and he asked if I want to attend the funeral this weekend. I would like to. Do you think Professor McGonagall will agree to let me leave school grounds for that? Harry felt a little apprehensive. To ask for special treatment felt somewhat wrong. It had been good that he had been able to visit his parents' graves, spend time with Sirius on Halloween. But asking for a repeat still felt wrong. For the funeral of your godfather's brother, I'm sure she will agree. I'm not so sure that the headmaster will not try anything to prevent it, Marvolo said with conviction. They didn't talk long after that, both tired from the day and eager to go to bed. Whenever Harry hoped it would get calmer, something new came up. Now the political scene was changing. The headmaster was still intervening. Harry was still a Horcrux. Life wasn't boring, that was for sure. Ooh, with a thoughtful look, Albus watched the swirling green of the fire vanish behind Elphias, who just had left. His old friend had been by to tell him about the day at the ministry. To no longer be a member of the Wisengamot, either as the chief warlock or regent for the Potter seat, was a rather large impediment for his gathering of essential information. But what Elphias had to tell might be another way to get a little bit of his influence back. The happenings of the day, following the attack of the previous night, seemed to break up the old lines of the traditional voting blocks. If he used the skepticism regarding werewolves, he might be able to gather a new following behind himself. But first of all, he needed to aim the order at the werewolves and the victims. Without a clear agenda, because Tom was acting so oddly normal at the moment, the feelings of belonging and purpose were missing, or at least rapidly dwindling. Albus sat down behind his desk and started to write an invitation to all Order members. Best to meet the next evening and ensure that everyone still was working towards the greater good. While the quill scratched over the parchment, Fox the Phoenix watched the human he had spent quite a lot of years with together. Chapter 53. Peace. Chapter text, Thursday, 6th of November, after a whole day of teaching and a meeting with the Dark Lord. The Two Fathers potion so far looked like a success. The surrogate and child were well. Severus was now approaching the old derelict house the Order was using as headquarters. With the obvious lack of violent attacks, they didn't have many reasons to meet. So after the big meeting, when the headmaster had revealed that the Dark Lord had split his soul to ensure his survival, their activities had dwindled almost to a halt. As usual, and as he preferred, he arrived as one of the last, only the headmaster still missing. The man was probably intending to make an entrance once all others were here. Lupin was sitting at the table, looking ill. Moody sat in one corner, his peg leg sticking out in front of him. The auras of their group sat together, quietly discussing something. A small island of red hair indicated where the Weasleys were gathered. A quick glance over at the table, all were gathered around revealed that Marley Weasley hadn't brought any of her baked goods. As Severus had had to forgo dinner for his meeting with the Dark Lord, and had declined a bowl of some sweet concoction the Dark Lord had offered, something with berries and much cream, he now was quite hungry. But without the almost traditional pastries, he would have to wait until he could return to Hogwarts before he would get something to eat. The arrival of the headmaster tore Severus from his musings. "Thank you all for coming here." A bright smile and his customary twinkle behind the half-moon glasses were prominent on the wrinkled face, badly hiding an expression of unease, maybe. Severus wasn't sure. That he could see anything at all on this face was telling in itself. Normally, the headmaster had masks as impenetrable as any Slytherins. Severus assumed it was a trait all people associated with any form of politics developed over time. Sometime it was a blank mask like his, or some were so filled with emotions that everything of significance was hidden behind those displayed so easily. With the attack of last night, and what happened at the ministry today, I feel it is necessary that we find another way to counter Voldemort's plans. The old man turned to Lupin, and his smile changed into the fatherly, in Severus' opinion slightly condescending, one he often used on those who owed him. "Remus, my boy, can you get in contact with the werewolves close to Greyback? We need to know if he truly was the one to stage this attack, and how Voldemort hopes to gain something from this." Lupin leaned forward in his chair, a frown on his face. "You know that I'm too well known in those circles as the one that went to Hogwarts to get close to Greyback's people, headmaster, and I doubt that Lord Slytherin had anything to do with this attack. Why should he do something like that? Judging by all the things he has done and said in public, and the lack of attacks, I think he might actually be working on reversing some of the things he did." The wolf looked a little unsure, one of his hands waving a little back and forth in front of him. Moody snorted, clearly not impressed by the other's reasoning. "Do you think everything that man does happens in public?" "Number, of course not. But you all have to agree that his public actions are clearly opposed to what he did back then." William Weasley cleared his throat, drawing all attention to himself. "I'm pretty sure he only survived rescuing me because he still has at least one Horcrux." With an apologetic smile to his mother, the young man elaborated, "I read up on Horcruxes after the incident at the underground lake. It was just so improbable that someone could survive being submerged in a lake filled with inferi. But the information he has provided, the dismantling of that lake." The wizard shrugged a little helplessly. Severus refrained from rolling his eyes. Why did they all have such problems with accepting that one might do good things to hide one's true intentions? Or that deciding to change what one did was entirely possible? They all believed in second chances, but almost as often as they gave second chances, they condemned someone on the spot. It seemed more based on what they felt was convenient at the moment than some rules or principles. It was infuriating, and a good way to manipulate them if you had a position of authority or reverence, like the headmaster did. "After you destroyed the ring, headmaster, I think it would be reasonable to assume he would gather the other Horcruxes. To protect them," the young Miss Tonks, her hair changing from blue to a vibrant lilac, suggested. Remus nodded. "I think he might even try to stitch his soul back together." The wolf looked like he was really hoping he was right, wanted to believe that this was a possible truth. Severus watched attentively, while the round descended into mindless, useless discussions that turned in circles around the same points again and again. Marley Weasley quickly became agitated, a mother bear intent on protecting her cubs. Arthur tried to moderate her, but was clearly unsure and reluctant to commit to any of the positions present among them. The auras, Tonks, and Shacklebolt only added facts to the discussion, proving that Lord Slytherin hadn't done anything breaking any laws, even that he went out of his way to avoid breaking them. Severus only waited for when the headmaster would call on him. It felt different to be a real spy among those that trusted him on the headmaster's word than it had when he had been a double spy, hoping that the old man would be able to be a shield for his one true friend. How things had changed. It no longer felt like a knife stabbing him through his heart when his thoughts wandered near Lily. Severus, my boy, do you have any news of what Voldemort might be planning? And here it was, the question he had been waiting for. In preparation, Severus had asked the Dark Lord what he might answer once it was posed. Standing a little straighter, Severus turned his eyes from Mundungus, who had said in his circles no one had been approached by any Death Eaters, to the headmaster. If you want to hear plans for attacks or any other violent actions, I have to disappoint you, headmaster. I only have been called to individual meetings. He's monitoring my experimental potions quite closely. He wants to hear about Mr. Potter as well. All eyes were on him, a position he didn't really enjoy. But if he was to take up the lordship, he would naturally be standing in the middle of attention quite regularly. So he better get used to this. But I have met Lord Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, and Dawlish when meeting with the Dark Lord. They were either leaving his office or arriving when I was leaving. I have also seen papers on the Dark Lord's desk leading me to believe that he is trying to gather funds in a newly acquired Slytherin vault. It was true, as well as rehearsed, but that was nothing unusual. He had answered questions with rehearsed statements quite often. Only the roles of who helped him rehearse and who saw his performance had changed. I see. Thank you, Severus, my boy. If you see a way to gather more information, please do so. It seemed that the old man truly was desperate. Why else would he encourage his only spy to risk his life by being reckless? Severus only nodded in reply, keeping the fact that his lord used an awful lot of headache potions to himself. Maybe Lupin was right, and the Dark Lord was trying to stitch his soul back together, and the attempts caused headaches. If this was truly the reason for the need for pain potions, why would the Dark Lord go through something causing him pain? It was a point to consider. Why are we still doing this? Mrs. Jones asked into the lull in conversation. She flushed a bright red when quite a few incredulous looks turned in her direction. What? She asked defensively. We gathered because you know who was back, but the ministry was denying it. There was a need to help guard the prophecy, spread awareness. But now the prophecy has been removed, and all and sundry know that he is back. The eyes of the prophet and the whole community are watching his every move. The woman looked around, searching for those sharing her opinion. By what Severus could see from his strategically selected position, there were quite a few who fell into that category. There is no longer a need for us to work like this, be so secretive about it. Doge made to interrupt her, but was stopped by Hester Jones just talking over him. I know that he still is capable of doing evil, but isn't that true of most of us? We all can do bad things, but we are no longer alone, right? All this meeting in abandoned houses, what have we really done? And another discussion started. With each passing minute, the words got more heated. Body language got more aggressive. Marley Weasley yelled that she would not allow her children to be killed in a useless attempt to prevent a war, which prompted Moody to ask if she thought the war was inevitable. If looks could kill, the old Aura would have died then and there, but Mrs. Weasley just yelled again that she believed there would be a war. Amusement well hidden, Severus watched as the order tore itself to shreds. The headmaster tried to bridge the growing gap between those insisting that there was no way the man known as you-know-who, such an inane moniker, could act within the laws or with good intentions, and those willing to give a second chance to everyone asking for one. Soon people started to leave. Some, like Arthur Weasley, with reluctance and apologetic faces, others citing their wish to follow the laws, like Miss Tonks and her colleague Shacklebolt, and only a small percentage leaving without an explanation. That Mundungus Fletcher was among those didn't come as a big surprise. The man was an opportunist. Getting money and free food to relay gossip was one thing, but coming in conflict with the laws when more than one lord was involved was too big a risk. For a short moment Dumbledore looked defeated, but that was quickly hidden. The remaining group was rather small. Severus was there, of course, Doge had remained. Alastair Moody, as one of the headmaster's oldest friends, was still there, and Lupin was still sitting in his chair. Minerva and Hagrid hadn't been there to begin with, so their stand in this break was still unclear. But one thing was clear. After this evening, the Order of the Phoenix wouldn't be what it had been any longer. Seems, the headmaster started, clearing his throat before continuing, that we will have to start from the beginning. Keep your eyes and ears open. Search for those who might be willing to help us, those able to look behind the public mask of Lord Slytherin to see Voldemort underneath it. He gave them all his benevolent, grandfatherly smile with his blue eyes twinkling, his patterned robes the only bright spot in the dreary room. Once the headmaster had dismissed them, Severus didn't wait any longer. He was tired and hungry and wished to return to his quarters. That a full day of classes waited for him did nothing to improve his mood. But that the Order had almost self-destructed this evening was something most likely positive. They would need time to regroup and redefine their goals. So Severus had important information for his lord when they next met. But first, getting something to eat. Daphne sat still, while Pansy brushed her hair in preparation for trying out a new sort of braid they had seen in Witch Weekly. This week's edition contained several articles on hair care, from new variations of time-tested potions for dry, greasy, limp, frizzy hair, all in all, for every kind of difficult hair, to charms to make elaborate hairdos. It was fun trying something new. So they did. It certainly was better than writing another essay on the best ways to prepare fertilizer. The others were there too, Astoria getting her nails painted by Millicent, and Tracy on her belly on the bed, reading the charms book. It was a cozy evening between friends, and at the moment not one of them was speaking. Maybe she should bring up the topic most of the girls over 13 had been thinking about since the resorting had happened. Or maybe even since this last summer, when the news of the scandalous adoption had made the front page. He looks rather fetching with the green on his robes, don't you think? She said casually, checking her fingernails for chips or other places that might needed attention, using the nail repair charm her mother had taught her as she had turned 12. Oh yes, he does, Pansy said with feeling, snorting at the end. But do you really think his father will allow him to be with any of us? Daphne had to agree. It was highly unlikely that Lord Slytherin would agree to one of them being with his adopted son. At least not for a marriage. I can't marry him anyway. I'm the heiress. I need to find a younger son somewhere. She made the customary face she always made when this topic was brought up, eliciting the expected words of sympathy from her dorm mates and the equally customary eye roll of her younger sister. Don't be ridiculous, Daph, the younger girl said. At least you'll be able to put in your opinion on whoever our parents find for you. I was never asked what I thought about that prat Draco Malfoy. That got them all giggling. It was no secret that Malfoy tended to whine if things weren't going his way. On the other hand, the well-known wealth of the Malfoys was an asset, as well as the boy's good looks. Well, we might not be the ones to marry him, Pansy said, setting the brush down on the bed, tilting her head to get a better look at the moving illustration of how the braid was to be done. But the balls and parties of the winter season are coming up. He will need to dance, and maybe even have to bring a date to some of the events. Daphne nodded. That was exactly what she had thought. With him escorting her, she would get much more attention and might be able to get a few families with more sons interested. Maybe even some of those families more firmly on the light side of politics. There's no chance for me to get more than the occasional dance with him, Astoria sighed, dramatically tossing her head back, one hand pressed against her forehead. Mum and Dad certainly will insist I glue myself to my intended. Do you all already have the gowns and robes? Millicent wanted to know, finishing up the nail polish on Astoria's hand before grabbing her wrist, wanting to cast a drying charm. No, Daphne answered for her sister as well as herself. Lady Malfoy hasn't yet revealed the theme of the ball she's preparing. Mother always waits for that information. She informed us that she has arranged for a tailor to come by the day after the term lets out and the train takes us all back to London. I so hope that Mum will allow me more than one set of robes this year, Astoria said, placing her other hand in Millicent's care to get the rest of her nails painted. They all knew that the older girls attended more than one event and got a gown and robes for each of them if the family was wealthy enough to be able to pay for it. Only small kids went to not more than one or two events, and younger girls that went to more events would get to wear only one set of robes to all of them. only if their parents regarded them as old enough and mature enough to be on the market to find a partner would they get more clothes. Does one of you want to swap with me? Tracy asked from her bed, closing the charms book with a gentle thud. Daphne tried to turn her head to look over to the only girl of her year that wasn't steeped in politics like the rest, but Pansy's hand in her hair stopped the motion. Hold still. I won't be responsible for you walking around bald if you don't hold still, her friend hissed. The Greengrass family might be the most influential of them, but Bulstrode and Parkinson were equally involved. Davis, on the other hand, had Muggle relatives, and her mother was from an unimportant, small family that only had been magical for a few short generations, not long enough to rise to anywhere in the circles the rest of them frequented. We'll visit with my father's relatives, those that know nothing of magic. We'll have to pretend all the time, and no magic. She let herself fall onto her back, gazing up to her canopy. Daphne snorted, trying to not move while she felt gentle hands braiding her hair, parting it into smaller portions. That was something she couldn't let go uncommented. Don't be sad, Tracy. Do you think we'll be at a party like we sometimes have here in the common room? It'll be all manners, stiff ballroom dancing, polite but incredibly dull conversation. But at least we'll get to wear nice things, and maybe we can slip away for a moment or two. Tracy groaned. Well, at least you'll be around magic. Able to speak about normal things, be yourself. To another snort from the four girls used to high society posturing, Tracy laughed and amended, Okay, maybe not entirely yourself, but you won't have to hide that magic is a part of your life. If I'm not careful with what I say, we can get in so much trouble for breaking the statute of secrecy. I truly wished we would celebrate with Mum's family this year. How well can part? Slytherin dance, Daphne. You did take lessons with him this summer, didn't you? Millicent wanted to know, while closing the small bottle of nail polish now that she was finished. He was a disaster when we started, but Lady Malfoy is a really good teacher. After a few lessons, he stopped stepping on my feet. That made them all laugh, before they started on a recount of the winter ball at Hogwarts last year. The conversation drifted to gossip soon after, and Daphne turned to ponder how she would get a few more dances with Harry than the other girls. She really felt that she would have to look for a possible husband soon if she was to find someone acceptable, and didn't want to be the target of gossip like that her friends were sharing with relish just now. Maybe it would work if she just asked Harry if he would be her date for one of the events they both were to attend. He was just such a kind of guy, willing to help. And as this wouldn't cost him anything, maybe even be in his favor by portraying him in a favorable light, it might just work. Smirking a little when she imagined the look of bewilderment he most likely was going to sport when she asked, Daphne joined the others in a recollection of the older girl's reactions to Hermione Granger's date to the ball during the tournament. Friday, 7th of November lessons with the Slytherins weren't really that different from lessons with the Gryffindors. History was still a challenge not to fall asleep. Herbology still had those complaining that they had to work with earth and get dirty. The coursework was the same. Changing houses really wasn't that big a deal when he only looked at the lessons. But when Professor Flitwick said, Good answer, Mr. Slytherin, take 5 points for Slytherin, it came as a shock. Not sitting with Hermione and Ron was another difference. Theo and Daphne, the two sitting next to him most of the time, were different in their behavior in class. Ron would give a quiet commentary or complain. Theo was concentrating, and unlike what Hermione was prone to do, didn't point out every minuscule error he made. It would take some adjusting to, but Harry was sure it would become normal quite soon. He wasn't sure if it was a good thing that all the changes, all that he never would have guessed would be happening, would be normal soon. Only a few months back, he would have called everyone crazy if they claimed he would be living as a member of the Slytherin family in Slytherin at Hogwarts. But the demands of owl preparation, as well as the defense club, provided ample distraction. Hermione, Harry called as he spotted his friend on her way to the Great Hall as he himself came up from the dungeons. It was early for the club, but they had agreed to meet before the others would arrive to talk a last time over what they would cover in this meeting. Harry, Hermione answered with a smile on her face and her bag clutched to her side. It looked like it was overstuffed again. Maybe he should get her a bag with extension charms for Christmas. No, that was too big a present. Maybe he could give a hint to her great uncle. A few moments later, the two moved up to the front of the hall, deep in discussion over the planned lesson. "What is it you two are planning to do today?" A smiling Professor Flitwick asked from the dais at eye level with the two teenagers. "I thought we might go over the summoning and banishing charms. After we have repeated the spell from last time," Harry quickly continued before Hermione could protest and start a rant on the importance of revision. Looking right through the maneuver, the girl rolled her eyes and huffed in amusement. "That's advanced material. Why do you think it's useful in the context of self-defense?" The charms professor asked, clearly interested in their reasoning. Harry didn't doubt for one second that the man already knew of the usefulness of those charms in defense. During Harry's explanation, the other students, still many more than Harry had expected for the first meeting, came in and started to form little groups, chatting excitedly. When the time to start arrived, Harry got everyone's attention with a small bang from his wand. This was a spell he had looked up and taught himself after the last session. It was always useful to have a way to get everyone's attention quickly. "Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm happy that you all are back. We will start by going over the Expelliarmus once again, before Hermione and I show you the use of summoning and banishing charms as a way to distract your opponent. Please pair up. If there's an odd number here today, a group of 3 can work together. Hermione will go down the right side of the hall, and I will walk down the left side. If one of you has a question, or we see something, we're there to help." It was clear that not all were happy that they were starting with the same spell they had been learning the last time. But Hermione had it right. If you wanted to cast a spell successfully in a stressful situation, you needed to be able to cast it in your sleep. And one only reached this state through constant repetition. In short order, all students were split into groups, and Harry watched Hermione walk over to a few first years who looked as if they could use some more explanation on how the spell worked. Harry set out to walk among the students on the other side of the hall, looking to see if there was someone in need of his help. Most of the students seemed to get the spell right most of the time, but a pair composed of a Ravenclaw girl and a younger boy from Hufflepuff seemed to be having problems. While Harry walked over to see if he could help them sort it out, he spotted a group of giggling Ravenclaw girls, maybe the same age as Ginny, casting Expelliarmus at the other two, disrupting their attempts to practice. And whenever the boy or girl Harry now recognized as the girl he had helped against some bullies during the break at Sirius Trial, and from his runes class and practice, looked around, the girls pretended to be absorbed in practicing themselves. Bullies. Harry really disliked bullies. Cowards making fun of others, making them feel small so they could feel strong, were among the most despicable people there were. "What are you doing there?" Harry demanded to know, stepping in between the two groups. "Nothing, just practicing." Their two innocent expressions, the mirth in their eyes and the giggling, belied their claim. Harry was unsure what he could do to make them stop and not make the situation any worse for the target, as he had no doubt the girls frequently ganged up to act against the dreamy-looking girl with her wide eyes and blonde hair. "I think we should mix this up a bit," Harry decided on the spot. Breaking the group up might help diffuse the situation during the club, and after he would go to Professor Flitwick. That situation was exactly the reason official clubs needed a member of staff to be present. "You," he gestured to one girl of the giggling group, "will join the trio of 7th years over there." When he was finished with splitting up and distributing them, he had paired the bullying girls with responsible older students. Some of the prefects, or at least near a group with a prefect, and quite a few groups away from the girl they were targeting, as well as each other. He wasn't sure they knew why he had done it, but the two the girls had bothered were practicing peacefully when Harry finally went to complete his round. After that, they moved on to the two new spells, explaining how summoning something from behind your opponent or banishing something into them could work quite well as a distraction, and that this was something they had to be aware of as well, because something they could use to attack and distract also could be used against them. They were using hundreds of soft pillows to practice this, and in a few corners of the room, Hermione and Harry had to break up some pillow fights or gather loose feathers from exploded pillows. It was a mess, but once the meeting was over, the grins on most of the faces attested to the fact that it also had been a great time. Before their charms professor could walk away, probably to his quarters for a quiet evening or some marking, Harry stopped him. Sir, I've noticed an instance of what looked like bullying to me. Can I speak with you about that, and how we might prevent it from happening again? Sure we can, Mr. Slytherin. The professor agreed, nodding solemnly. He waved his wand to conjure 3 chairs in front of the dais to sit on. Tell me what you saw. It was almost after curfew until they had come up with a plan for how to act should something like this happen again. Saturday, 8th of November, of course Professor McGonagall had approved Harry's absence for Saturday morning and afternoon to attend the small family gathering to bury the remains of Regulus Arcturus Black. While attempting to flatten his stubborn hair, and not getting anywhere, as usual, Harry contemplated if it was a good thing or not. He felt he should be there for his godfather when the man's younger brother was laid to rest. But on the other hand, he never had been to a funeral and was unsure what to expect. The clothes Marvolo had sent him via owl when he had asked over his mirror what was the right thing to wear to a funeral looked very solemn, making him seem paler than he was. Beside the shirt, everything was in black or shades of dark greys, his shoes polished to a subtle shine. Harry felt he needed to move carefully in those clothes, as he had done when wearing his family robes. Either of them. Giving up on getting his hair into some semblance of order, Harry slipped his wand into the sheath he wore over his shirt, but under the wide sleeve of his robes. With this style and cut, it was rather easy to reach a wand placed there. He wouldn't precisely be allowed to perform magic away from school, but Marvolo had insisted that he needed his wand to defend himself long enough for help to arrive. With a last look in the mirror, Harry left his bathroom and made his way through his room, grabbing his new winter cloak as he walked by the chair, down the corridor, and into the common room. He had told Theo and the others where he was going, mainly because he didn't want any dumb rumors to start, and he had wanted to ask someone who might actually have experience with this kind of occasion for advice. The pointers they could give him hadn't been all that helpful, but Harry supposed it was better than nothing. "Hey, Slytherin, you look like you're going to a funeral." One of the older boys, if Harry wasn't mistaken it had been Higgs, called over, probably trying to make a joke at Harry's expense. Not really having the patience for petty name-calling at the moment, Harry only nodded in the direction of where Theo and the others were sitting over their homework and revision before turning back to the other boy, not really stopping on his way to the exit. "That's good then, as I'm on my way to one, wouldn't you say?" He was to meet with his head of house at the front doors, so the man could take him to the place where the small family gathering was to meet. From what Harry had gathered, the grave would be on the grounds of the old Black family estate in the countryside, but they would meet in London. "Professor," Harry greeted the man already waiting, in travel cloak and a black, what else, scarf, at the doors out onto the grounds. It seemed that it had started to snow since Harry had passed through the entrance hall after breakfast on his way down to the dorms to change. "Mr. Slytherin," the man greeted in return, his normal impassive, closer to irritated than friendly, mien in place. "We will walk down to the gates. From there I will apparate you to the point where your godfather will take responsibility for you. Are there any questions left?" "No, sir. I have no more questions." And so they walked through the slowly falling snow to the gates in silence. Slipping his hands into his mittens, Harry contemplated once again the runes homework they had been assigned this week. They had to make a plan on how to use runes to keep something warm or warming for longer than any warming charm could manage. In a useful manner, mind you. It would be really useful if his mittens, or the cloak, had a rune-anchored warming charm on them. Because even though they were made out of warm wool and lined in silk, they still only damped the cold. Harry still felt it, but fabric wasn't a medium one could etch or carve runes into. So how was he to apply runes to fabric? He could etch runes into a cauldron, or maybe even in a bowl made from wood. But as runes couldn't be used for heating something like a fire would, at least not without adding magic to it to activate such runes every time, it would be rather pointless. Maybe he could paint them on. But paint probably would flake with time. So was there another way? It took Harry the rest of the way until he had the idea to stitch on the runes, like embroidery. He would have to look up how to maintain the order of the strokes, but it sounded like it was a more durable and plausible method. It was a little embarrassing that he hadn't thought about this earlier. Some of his fancy robes had embroidery on them. They reached the wards and crossed them. Professor Snape held out his hand for Harry to hold on to. This was the part Harry really didn't like. Why did all forms of magical travel, with the exception of brooms, make his stomach lurch? Remus was already waiting for them in the entrance hall, and Harry noticed that the place had been cleaned and partially renovated since the last time he had been here. Sirius had talked about it, but seeing it in person was something different altogether. But it was obvious that a renovation was needed. Now that Sirius was Lord Black, he would have to invite people over for talks and the like. He couldn't really do so while the house stayed in the state it had been in. Thank you, Severus, for escorting Harry here. We will bring him back to the castle after the funeral is over. The head of Slytherin House didn't say a word, but only nodded before turning with a billowing cloak to go back outside. Uwo Sirius came down from his room, feeling a little apprehensive about the day's planned events. He had managed to keep the guest list relatively small, or judging by the looks the wizard from the ministry who would oversee the process had given him, decidedly small. The last male Black, as far as he or anyone knew, felt immediately better when he saw Remus escorting Harry deeper into the house. The teen looked rather grim in that much grey and black, but it fit the occasion and serious mood. Only moments later the door chime went, and Remus moved to open the door. Creature had been better since the portrait of Sirius' mother had been threatened with permanent silencing, and Lord Slytherin had retrieved the dark artifact the elf had been guarding. So there was no angry shouting from the witch in her frame when Remus opened the door, and no old, frail elf muttering under its breath. Narcissa, Lucius, thank you for coming. Both Malfoys looked paler than usual with their fair skin and blonde hair, dressed in the dark colors of formal robes of mourning. First, Sirius hadn't wanted them to be there, but Remus had reminded him how close Regulus and Narcissa had been, and if he was going to invite his cousin, he couldn't very well not invite the witch's husband. They both murmured a few appropriate words and walked over to where Harry was waiting when the chime went off once again, announcing the arrival of the rest of the family. Mrs. and Mr. Tonks, Dora. Remus greeted the other Black sister not imprisoned, her husband, and their daughter. Sirius greeted them and noticed that he was feeling oddly detached from everything. If he hadn't, he probably would have felt the urge to laugh at the uncomfortable look on Lucius' face when he was greeted politely by the muggle-born wizard Ted Tonks, and the sparks of mischief Andromeda didn't manage to hide in time. Nymphadora took Harry along in apparition, and before Sirius could protest, Andromeda had captured his arm to pull him into side-along apparition. It probably was for the best, and just judging by that thought, Sirius knew he wasn't fit to apparate anywhere. Their small group met the grave-looking ministry official at the gates to the manor and its grounds. It all looked a little abandoned, as was to be expected, floating a respectfully wrapped body by his side. With a minimum of words exchanged, Sirius opened the gates, pulling on some weeds that were blocking their free movement, and fell into step behind the official and the body of his brother. Andromeda held onto his arm, offering silent support, while Harry walked between Dora and her father. The two Malfoys brought up the rear. In this fashion, they walked up the front path to the big, imposing manor, turning to the left once they reached the overgrown evergreen hedges marking the entrance to the gardens. It was a rather gloomy scene. Water was dropping from bare branches. Leaves were rotting on the ground. It was cold, but just warm enough that the water wasn't freezing to ice. Soon they reached the part of the gardens where generations of Blacks had been buried, passing by headstones and small memorials. Sirius had always wondered if this place was working like the rest of the normal world. It was enclosed by thick boxwood hedges, seemingly small from outside, but you could walk hours inside without crossing your own path once, or so it always had seemed. Maybe there was some credence to the claim that the manor had been built here because of the natural magic in the place. Either way, once the message had reached him that his brother's body would be released this day, Sirius had come here for the first time since his escape from Azkaban to find a resting place for his brother. Surprisingly, they hadn't long to walk before they reached the part of the graveyard Sirius had found. There stood an old oak tree which would provide shade in the summer. A bench of stone was there too, and a slab of natural stone Sirius hoped to transfigure into a memorial befitting his incredibly brave younger brother. The official floated the wrapped body to the slab of stone and started on an obviously well-worn speech to honor the deceased. It lacked actual information about Regulus, but contained all the words expected to be uttered on this occasion. Sirius didn't really listen, and he suspected the others were lost in recollections and memories just like him. Maybe with exception of Harry, who stood between Dora and Ted, watching the proceedings with great concentration. While the man from the ministry spoke about a youth at Hogwarts, Sirius thought back to summers spent chasing each other around the gardens on toy brooms barely able to leave the ground. When he spoke about upholding family expectations, Sirius remembered two small boys hiding in the cloak racks, snickering about some old wizards and witches talking so overly politely during one of the many functions they hadn't been allowed to attend because they still had been too young. Then it was his turn. He took a few steps, leaving Andromeda behind and turning around to face the small gathering. Lucius looked as stoic as ever. Both Narcissa and Andromeda had tears in their eyes, flowing down their cheeks. Dora was standing by Harry and a sad-looking Ted. Sirius really was glad that he had decided to keep this as small as possible. If he would have had to talk in front of all those that had expressed their interest in being here, he was sure he would have had a breakdown or would have made a scene. As it was, he barely managed to bring himself to speak. For the longest time I felt my brother had made all the wrong choices, as I'm sure he thought of me. He found death the moment he realized that he was on a dangerous path and tried to change it. I wish that I had been less stubborn in school, trying instead to keep in contact with my baby brother, protecting him as I always had promised. I'm sorry, Regulus. You were never the idiot I accused you of being. I hope I'll be able to make you proud now that I fill the role our parents wanted you to take. Getting out his wand, Sirius concentrated on what he wanted to have as a memorial for his brother. It was at the same time draining and liberating to transfigure the stone into a tomb encasing the body, covered in depictions of plants his brother had liked the most. After a few moments, the tomb and the bench matched, and Sirius let his wand arm fall to his side. He took a few tentative steps to lay his hand onto his brother's grave. There, in the flowing cursive he remembered from his grandmother Black's letters, was inscribed, Regulus Arcturus Black 1961 to 1979, bravest brother they left soon after, heading back to Grimmauld Place for some drinks, a little food, and reminiscence. Uo Harry sat on the green sofa listening to Ted Tonks explaining the modern mechanics of the stock market to an intrigued, if reluctant, Lord Malfoy. Andromeda Tonks and Draco's mother were talking about different family gatherings from the time they had been children, laughing every so often about something. Remus was standing nearer to the fireplace together with Tonks. She insisted on avoiding her given name, speaking quietly to each other. Sirius had snuck off some time ago, and Harry was really tempted to go after him. There was no one here he could talk to, and he felt decidedly awkward. Gathering his courage, Harry politely excused himself and left. Once out of the room and in the hall, Harry took a deep breath. Where could Sirius have gone to? Probably into one of the rooms that were out of the way. Regulus' bedroom. His own. Furrowing his brow in concentration, Harry quickly came to the conclusion that searching the house would take too long. The other adults would come looking for him if he took too long. Creature, Harry called the old elf. He certainly would know where Sirius was hiding, cutting down on the time needed to find his godfather significantly. Young Master Harry calls for Creature. The elf looked better than the few times Harry had seen him during his short stay here. No longer dirty and looking like he would keel over any moment, the elf waited more or less patiently for Harry's orders. I need to know where my godfather is. Please tell me. Whenever Harry had to interact with one of the elves, he heard Hermione's voice from last year in his head. Now he knew better, but her goal of improving the lives of house elves prompted him time and time again to be polite, and he felt like this behavior would serve him well. Master Sirius is up in the family living room, young Master Harry. Without being dismissed, Creature popped away, probably to tend to the needs of the guests down in the formal parlor. But as the elf had told Harry what he had wanted to know, the teenager didn't dwell on the odd behavior, but started to trek up the stairs to the room with the big family tapestry. It was a short walk for someone accustomed to walking long stretches between classes from one part of Hogwarts to another. Opening the door to the room cautiously, Harry spotted Sirius standing in front of the dusty tapestry. A few silent steps on thick, no longer dusty carpet brought him over to where the older wizard was leaning against the back of a love-seat, cradling a tumbler of some amber liquid. "Hello, Harry." Sirius didn't look up, but scooted a little bit over to make room for him. Accepting the unspoken invitation, Harry placed himself next to his godfather so their shoulders touched. "Are you all right?" Harry asked, knowing that it was a dumb question. How could Sirius have been all right? But it was a way to start a conversation. Sirius snorted. "No, not really. But thanks for asking. I take it you couldn't stand the others any longer either." Well, it was quite fun watching Malfoy getting educated by a muggle-born wizard about shares and computer trading, but I felt out of place. The silently added "I wanted to look for you" went unsaid. Shaking his head, Sirius snorted again before he took a sip from his glass. "Well, I guess that would be a funny sight." They stood there in silence long enough that Harry started to look more closely at the tapestry, noticing all the burned spots where it looked like someone had pressed a lit cigarette to the fabric, eliminating parts of what looked like a family tree. "That's the family tapestry," Sirius explained, waving his hand at the dusty piece. "I was on there once." The man stood from his perch to walk over and point at one of the burned spots. "Here, Mother burned all of us who didn't fit her standards from the tapestry. Not sure, but I guess it damaged the magic somehow. Look." He pointed again, and Harry pushed himself away from the love seat to walk a little closer. "That's the place where Andromeda should be. Dora isn't on here, the way Draco is." Harry followed his godfather's finger at a place near where Narcissa Black was connected with Lucius Malfoy by golden thread leading to Draco Malfoy. Next to it, Bellatrix and her husband were listed. I haven't found any written accounts of how it works, but I have studied it quite a bit since the beginning of the week. The first generation of children with another surname are listed, but not their spouses or children. Only those carrying the name of Black are on here. If it was different, your father and you would be included as well. A sad chuckle startled Harry, who had his hands stretched out, just hovering over the brittle-looking surface. "I guess it would get too big if all descendants from the one who made this tapestry would be included." Sirius pointed at the bottom of the tapestry, where the name of a witch and wizard were stitched in gold. "There were Blacks before that, but they aren't listed. I checked in the books containing the family history. I think it doesn't quite work the way the ancestry test offered by the goblins does. Do you think it can be repaired?" Harry asked, curious if it was possible and wishing there was something similar in one of the Potter properties. It would be great to look at all those that had come before him. "I guess. Maybe I should get a charms master to have a look at it. I see this here." Again, Harry let his eyes slide to the point Sirius was indicating. There was a woman without a spouse listed, but with several children branching away from her. I think it lists bastards as well. I wonder. Long fingers traced over the spot next to Regulus Black where Sirius' name once had been. "You think you could have a child you know nothing about?" Harry's stomach clenched. It was not a nice thing to think about his godfather, that he might have a child and hadn't cared enough to keep track of it, or rather her or him. "Maybe. I don't know. I thought I have been careful, casting the necessary charms, using condoms, being responsible. But it was a rather wild time after I graduated from Hogwarts. Aura training. I often went to muggle bars, found someone for a night who also wanted something without commitment, had fun, never saw them again. I stopped once you were born and your parents had to go into hiding. Had to keep a low profile, pretending to be the secret keeper and all, then I landed in Azkaban. I hadn't thought about it until Remus brought up clubbing as a way to get rid of some of the stress." Harry listened wide-eyed to this tale, trying to picture a young Sirius leaving a bar or club with someone he had just met there. He couldn't really imagine doing something like that, and he had trouble seeing it for his godfather. If this tapestry was working, I might know for sure. Because the name would be on there, I could search for them, offer assistance. Be there. I already screwed up my responsibility towards you. Now that I've thought of it, know it might be possible, I want to make sure. Be there if I'm wanted." Sirius trailed off, looking sadly at his spot on the tapestry. "I guess you better get someone to look at it then." Harry tried for cheerful, but felt that he didn't quite manage it. He blinked slowly. "Do you think a child of yours would have magic?" Sirius nodded without taking his eyes from his fingers, slowly stroking the air above Regulus' name. "And would be around my age. Not younger by much, and only a few years older." Another nod from Sirius prompted Harry to go on. There is Dean, you know. He once told me he isn't sure if he's Muggle-born or not. His father left when he was a little kid, or so he says. Maybe it's not actually true. But Dean didn't look much like Sirius or any of the blacks he had seen in the portraits around the house. It was just too strange to think about. But it could be, couldn't it? Wide grey eyes landed on Harry's green ones, clearly surprised by the very idea. Draco looked up from his rewritten notes from the last herbology lecture when someone stepped into the common room relatively late. Just inside the door stood Harry, looking around the room lit only by candles and the fires in the fireplaces, as if he was searching for someone. When he spotted them, the girls, Theo and Blaze, were sitting with him. He did only hesitate the moment it took him to unclasp his cloak before he started to walk over to them. Draco, please tell me how you managed to get out of attending the funeral. I'm glad I was there for Sirius, but it would have been nice not to be the only teenager present. It got a little awkward during dinner. The heir of Slytherin slumped into the open seat near Daphne and draped his cloak over his lap. Draco smirked. His interest to attend the funeral of a man he had never known, family or not, and then to spend the rest of the day in the stuffy company of his parents and other adults had been as great as his enthusiasm for Bin's lessons. And why should I answer that question of yours? He feigned disinterest in the conversation by checking where he had left off copying his notes, which were smudged with something that looked suspiciously like mud. He loved to banter with his friends, teasing and playing tug-of-war with words. It was an amusement his father had always approved of. In the last few years, or maybe only year, he had started to see what the point of it was. Sadly, Crabbe and Goyle were not really adept at this, and therefore Draco found few partners for such sparring. Harry snorted inelegantly and flopped back into his chair, quite obviously tired from a day under constant scrutiny. I'm sure that there'll be a few more family meetings where we'll have the fun of suffering together. I think I'll go to bed. Without reacting to Daphne's hopeful looks of offering comfort or a sympathetic ear, Harry stood, took his things, and walked to the entrance to the boys' dorms, leaving Draco bereft of the gossip about the day's happenings. Now he would have to ask his mother or go without knowing. Maybe he shouldn't have teased Harry so. It wasn't a big secret, after all. He simply had told his parents that he needed to study more because he was unhappy with his transfiguration work. And as that was true, it hadn't been so hard to convince them of the necessity of more study time. Maybe he could correct the blunder the next day when the Quidditch team practiced again. Chapter 54, Adjusting. Chapter text, Adjusting, Sunday, 15th of November. Harry was on his way back from the infirmary and his meeting with Mrs. Goyle to the common room. He had to place his newest drawing into his room and make it to the Quidditch pitch in time for the training he was to attend as one of the reserve players before his new teammates would miss him. This session had been especially hard on Harry. With the burial the previous day, it had been made clear once again that his new guardian, the man he had called father in front of the other Slytherins, for purely political reasons no less, had laid traps to kill, had killed many times to create that many in Ferry. But at the same time, he had talked to Marvolo the evening before going to sleep. Over the mirror the man had created for the purpose of offering Harry a way to contact him any time, whenever he wanted to ask him something. He had even interrupted Death Eater meetings because Harry had called over the mirror. There were so many contradicting emotions and thoughts whirling around in Harry's head. Sometimes it felt like he was torn in two with his need for a family he didn't have to share with his friends, and the fact that he felt that he should hate the man who had killed his parents in the first place, removing the chance at a normal family for him. Harry had asked Marvolo over the mirror if he was okay with Harry's playing as a reserve player on the team this year. Marvolo had asked if Harry had any trouble with his classwork or felt that he didn't have the time to spare. The teen had denied any problems with his classes. While the essays had been getting ever more difficult, the material was starting to get more interesting. Well, maybe, with the exception of defense. But preparing for the club was a nice distraction and helped him to get deeper into the material. So no, he had no trouble keeping up with the homework and lessons. Even the meetings with Mrs. Goyle and his lessons with Snape for occlumency didn't demand enough of his time that he felt he needed to drop something to cope. Marvolo had then said if Harry, of course, the man was calling him Henry all the time, wanted to play, he was allowed to. The difference in activity, the physical exercise, might be even good for him. In fact, the man had seemed rather perplexed at the fact Harry had even felt the need to get permission first. So this morning over breakfast, Harry had talked with the captain of the Quidditch team, confirming that he indeed wanted to be on the team as a reserve seeker. It wasn't really a shock when he learned that the whole team had already planned on his attendance. It wasn't a big stretch to assume he would like to participate. And in fact, Harry was glad that he hadn't been forced to give up flying. It was one of the things he liked the most. He felt free in the air, and that was something that he really could use from time to time. With practiced ease, Harry stepped over one of the vanishing steps, deep in thought. The Gryffindors had been noisy about his visits to the hospital wing. It remained to be seen if the Slytherins were going to be the same. For some reason, the fact that Harry was seeing a mind healer hadn't been used to make fun of him. Almost a miracle, considering how easy it would be to use this against Harry. He only remembered too well how Dudley and his friends had used the made-up story of a child's mother going to a mental clinic to torment the youngster. It was highly unlikely that the magical world was any better in this regard. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought he had seen a first-year Slytherin girl standing beside Madame Pomfrey when he had arrived at the infirmary to walk through to the private room they were using for his talks. Harry crossed the entrance hall on his way down into the dungeons, coming across a few students who had been late to breakfast. He felt a little better now than he had after waking up. His dreams had been tumultuous. Mrs. Gaule's advice always was good to help him find his way to deal with all the problems his life was throwing at him. Today he had drawn a more abstract picture in stark contrasts of black and white. He wasn't yet sure what he wanted to do with it. Some he had kept, others he had left with Mrs. Goyle. Maybe he would burn this one. Not bothering with the password that had been changed this morning, Harry hissed at the door to open. It was handy that Parseltongue was able to open the doors to the Slytherin common room. Maybe he should try if this was a password set on all common room guardians. Harry! Theo called over from the group of love seats, armchairs, and some stool-like seats that were heavily cushioned and made from leather. They seemed to be using most of the time. Seeing the fire merrily burning behind a metal screen, Harry decided what he was going to do with his work from today. Rolling his drawing up into a tight scroll and folding it in half, Harry walked over to the others. He was determined not to let the past and expectations of others ruin his chance at a happy future. Marvolo was showing every day that he was caring for Harry, trying to do what was best for their community. Harry had heard the man make an oath to work as a lord with an obligation to care for his people, and what the teenager had witnessed of the man's actions indicated that he was bound by that vow. Or was the reason to chase after revenge? He felt like it would be a useless endeavor. No one could force him to love the man who had adopted him, but no one could force him to hate the man, either. It looked as if his best bet to lead a happy life lay with going with the flow. The headmaster hadn't spoken with him in quite some time, and what Harry had heard about the old wizard's actions didn't sound like he was inclined to put Harry's best interest in front of many of his other plans. Sirius was preoccupied with other problems, such as discovering whether or not he was a father. The animagus didn't have the best record of placing Harry before his need for revenge. Harry came to stand in front of the fireplace and extended his hand to let the folded paper fall into the flames. For a moment, he watched the fire consume the drawing of his conflicting emotions. Then he turned to look at the others and sat down on one of the last stools. Sorry for vanishing right after breakfast. Harry smiled at Theo, who looked speculative, before he turned to look at Draco. When should we go up to the pitch? Soon. I think we should gather our things and go now, actually, the blonde answered, getting up from his seat, gathering his notes. Harry followed, once again steeling his resolve to base his decisions on his goals and what was good for him, and not let himself be so heavily influenced by his need to get approval. He wanted to fill his position as the future Lord Potter the best he would be able. He wanted to make friends with those people he actually liked, regardless of their family, political association, or house here at Hogwarts. Harry was pretty sure it wouldn't be easy, that he would have to remind himself time and time again. But Mrs. Goyle had promised to help him reach that goal. as she agreed that it was a good way to deal with the problems the situation he was in presented him with. Seeking revenge or wallowing in guilt were less attractive routes to take from here. The Dursleys had always made it sound like Harry was responsible for everything that went wrong. But he knew, if not in his heart yet, at least in his mind, that this claim wasn't actually true. Ooh-oh, on their way up to the pitch through the heavily falling snow, Draco snuck a few sideway glances at Harry, walking beside him. By now most of Slytherin House had pieced together that the teen had regular meetings with some kind of healing professional in the infirmary every other week. The first-year girl from this morning hadn't been the first seeing Harry heading there, or entering, or leaving. Others had seen different professors escorting a woman in professional-looking clothes into or out of the castle on the same days. Now that they had seen him take a potion every day with breakfast, it was clear as day that he had some long-term problem that was slowly being resolved. But as Harry was the heir of Slytherin, they hadn't said anything before, even if they had to make sure the younger years knew to keep their mouths shut. And now that he actually was in Slytherin House, there was no way they would spill something sensitive like that to the whole school. Time to distract the other from his dark thoughts, judging by the deep scowl he was sporting, and to sate his own curiosity. So, I gathered Aunt Andromeda was there yesterday. I'm somewhat sad that I didn't get to see Father interact with her and her husband. Harry snorted, and then rolled his eyes in Draco's direction. That's a rather pathetic attempt to gather information, Malfoy. A grin spread across Draco's face beneath the scarf he had wrapped around it. It would be if the only goal had been gathering information. Well, Slytherin, I'm really curious how that worked out, but I think you understand why I wasn't all too keen on attending myself. I'm neither close to Cousin Sirius, nor did I even know his younger brother. And I had to study. Herbology isn't my strength, and Father expects me to do at least well. Everything beneath and exceeds expectations will get me into trouble. Maybe you wouldn't have such a hard time if you weren't so afraid of getting your hands dirty. It was phrased like a statement, but it sounded more like a question, and Draco had to concede that it probably wasn't helping his practical work any that he really would prefer to not get his hands into the dirt. Well, not everyone is as accustomed to living in the dirt as others. That had been close. It almost referenced to the Weasleys, and if there was something Draco had learned in school, it was that insulting the friend of someone was a sure way to alienate the person one was talking to. You do know about water and soap, right? Or even cleaning charms. I can show you how to get your hands clean again. Maybe that will help with your grade. Draco had the sudden urge to stick out his tongue, but at the same time felt good for making the other laugh, because the amusement was clear as day in Harry's voice. They reached the locker rooms and started to change while keeping up a conversation about herbology. Draco was mostly complaining about what they had to do in the practicals, and that he really didn't think he would ever need it. Sometimes you really can whine, Draco. Maybe you should ask Neville Longbottom for help. He's really good with plants of any kind. Draco had no time to answer that as the rest of the team and the few other reserve players came in, quickly discarding their cloaks. It seemed that the snow was falling faster. "Hurry up, you lot," Warrington barked. "The weather gets less pleasant by the minute, and I want us out there flying for at least an hour." The captain sat down to undo the ties of his boots, barking out more orders. "Slytherin, Malfoy, I want you both practicing tailing and opposing Seeker. One of you will take the lead, the other will follow. Switch after a few minutes. Mind the stands and goalposts. I don't want Pomfrey screaming at me for encouraging your recklessness if one of you breaks anything." Once both of them had acknowledged the order, the seventh year turned to the others. "We chasers will work together with our keeper. Passes and goal practice." All three included in that group nodded, while getting out their Quidditch uniforms to put on. "In this weather we can't stay up long. And after the disaster of the last time we practiced with bludgers in bad weather, I will not get them out again. Crab, Goyle, you will use those." 2 bags were thrown across the room to the 2 beaters who just barely managed to catch them. "These contain quite a few small balls. If one hits anyone, it will stick. At the end we will count. Each one sticking to you will cost you a nut. Crab has the green balls, Goyle the silver ones. They whistle when thrown. Crab, Goyle, you get the money at the end." Draco snorted. He thought chocolate frogs would work better than money, But he wasn't captain, so what did he know? Following Harry around, or leading him into steep dives and sharp curves in the still falling snow and brisk wind, was really fun. No previous training session had ever been so demanding. With the heavy snow, neither of the Seekers had seen much of what the others were up to, and if this had been a real game, it would have been almost impossible to see the snitch. When the timer Draco had set for an hour alerted him to the end of the time set for their training, the Blonde gave Harry the agreed-upon signal, and the two of them turned their brooms to land. The whole team met up at the feet of the hoops nearest to the castle, in the wind shadow of the stands there. Let's see how our beaters did. A few of the balls were sticking to funny places. One they had to pry from Pusey's left foot. All in all, the keeper, Bletchley, had the most hits, with over 20, and both Harry and Draco had the least, with only 3 on their backs. They were on their way back into the changing room for a hot shower and dry clothes when movement at the edge of the pitch drew their attention. It looked like the Gryffindor Quidditch team had made its way down to practice. They needed to train a new Seeker, and therefore had been practicing whenever they could the whole time since the resorting. Look, what do we have here? One of the red-headed twins, Draco, never had bothered to even try to tell them apart, drawled from behind his scarf and hat. Slytherins decorated with sprinkles. Do you reckon they're less sour with sugary sprinkles all over them? The other twin asked in a mock contemplative voice, holding his right hand to his chin, supported at the elbow with the other hand. Draco felt his pride bristle at being mocked, but was stopped short by an amused snort from Harry. With this much icing sugar on us all, I would say the lot of us here are as sweet as little kittens. Draco blinked, totally derailed from launching into a rant, and took in their group's appearance. All of them were covered in a light dusting of white, including the Gryffindors who had just made their way down from the castle, and there was only more of the stuff piling on them the longer they stood here. Laughter erupted around Draco from all the Gryffindors. Draco couldn't see who was behind the warm clothes to conclude who the new Seeker was, and even from the older Slytherins on the team. That broke the tension, and before Draco could get his bearings back, they had made their way over to the locker room. Wondering whether Harry had planned the effect of his joke or not, Draco quickly got out of his clothes and under a hot shower, ignoring the others around him as best as he could. Communal showers were a concept he didn't like one bit. After lunch, the whole team gathered around one of the fireplaces in the common room to discuss tactics against Ravenclaw, the next team they would be playing. The brooding mood Harry had been in after he had been off alone didn't return for the rest of the day. Ooh, Monday evening, 16th of November. No, serious. I will not prank the whole of Slytherin. Really, what do you think that'll accomplish? I just changed houses because I didn't feel safe any longer in Gryffindor. Offending everyone in my new house sounds like a really stupid idea. Despite the fact that he really did think it a stupid idea, Harry had to laugh. His mental image of all his housemates with green skin and silver hair was too funny not to. Oh, come on, Harry. We did something similar to all of Gryffindor once, and Ravenclaw, well, to everyone. It was fun. And you're in a really good position to do it, too. Sirius was clearly excited by the idea, and Harry smiled fondly, settling a little deeper into the cushions of his love seat by the fire. I never was one to play such elaborate pranks, Sirius. I don't think I should start now. I have enough on my plate. Adding detentions on top of it seems to be a bit, I don't know, foolish. Giving a dejected sigh, Sirius slumped down into something to sit on before grinning into the mirror. You're more like Remus than me. He always was after us to revise more, to study. Sirius gave a mock shudder, startling Harry to laugh again. But maybe you can integrate the color-changing aspect into your defense club. Combine the idea with the small balls from your Quidditch practice and shields against physical attacks. Interested, Harry sat forward. That sounds like a really fun exercise. Maybe only let small groups practice against each other, not only shielding, but dodging as well. Harry's mind was already planning how to facilitate this idea into drills and exercises that would fit the wide range of skills and experience the club had in its members. Before you go off planning the next meeting, I would like to ask for a favor. Now Sirius seemed nervous or embarrassed, one hand mussing with his hair, his cheeks getting a little more color. Harry was instantly curious what his godfather wanted to ask that would make him so nervous. Go on, Harry prompted him when Sirius hesitated a little too long for the teen's patience. Well, I wanted to ask you to get me the address of Dean's mum. I would like to meet her, see if I know her. If Dean could possibly be my son, I've been asking around for an expert to look at the tapestry, sent a few owls. But with a lead like that, I just can't wait. You know, I just have to make sure now. There are paternity potions to test if someone is the father of a kid. But I would need a guardian's permission. So could you ask? His godfather looked so hopeful, and at the same time so unsure that Harry had trouble saying no as he wanted to. The prospect alone of going up to the other Gryffindor and talking to him, it would be so awkward. You know what you're asking, don't you? What should I do? Walk up to him in the Great Hall and say something like, "Hey, Dean, you told me once that your dad vanished when you were really little. You know my godfather could have been that man. Would you give me your mother's address so he can go check if he shagged your mom?" Harry tried to mask his embarrassment with an exaggerated, cheerful tone, but his blush gave him away. Of that he was sure. Sirius gave a rueful chuckle. I know, that's terrible. Maybe a little more diplomatic. Don't you think if it is actually true, he ought to know as soon as possible? Now it was Harry tugging on his hair with one hand, while the other held the charmed mirror. If it was him, he would want to know. Maybe Dean would like to take over the place as heir, and if he did, he would need all the time he could get to learn what he needed to know. But making contact would be hard. You're going to owe me big for that one, Sirius. Harry gave his godfather a piercing look, willing him to understand just what a terrible idea this was. The relief over Harry's willingness to help was clear as day on Sirius' face, and the man gave a small sigh. Of course, Harry. But you know that I'm always willing to help you regardless of that, don't you? Yes, I know. It wasn't the first time Sirius was saying that, and Harry believed that whatever the situation, Sirius always would try to change the topic to something else, and something he was really interested in as well. Harry made himself comfortable again before asking, "What are your plans for the winter holidays?" "Got a bunch of invitations. I'm not sure what events I'll have to attend, but I would love to go to one you're hosting." They talked about the different invitations Sirius already had received, and those he was expecting. They would meet at least at the party hosted by the Longbottoms, and the one hosted by the Malfoys. Harry was starting to suspect that this year the Christmas holidays would be a lot less relaxing than the years prior. Tuesday, 17th of November after lunch. There had been soup with sausages, or roast with different vegetables and potatoes. Harry took a deep breath and murmured a "I'll see you later" to Theo before walking off to the Gryffindor table, where he had spotted Dean in a heated discussion with Seamus. Judging by the swinging arm movements, they were talking about Quidditch. Harry quickly reached the Gryffindor table, dodging students leaving for classes, and quite a few eyes were trained on him. Sometime it would be nice to not be the center of attention, just one of the masses, able to blend in with the surroundings. "Dean, might I speak with you?" Harry tried to sound confident, friendly, just like a friend asking for some time to talk, not like he was making a formal request. He felt that he hadn't been all that successful. "Sure. What's up?" Dean said, turning on the bench so that he sat with one leg on either side of it, better able to look at Harry standing next to him. "Maybe somewhere more private." This was really awkward, and Harry was sure that he could have fried an egg on his face, so hot did it feel. Dean frowned in confusion, but nodded, standing to swing his bag over his shoulder, motioning for Harry to take the lead. So Harry did, noticing with some depredation that Seamus, Hermione, and Ron had stood as well and were walking along behind them. They needed somewhere private to talk, but Harry wasn't about to go all the way up to the tower, not even knowing if he would be welcome there, and the dungeons were not an option either. So he aimed for one of the many unused classrooms near the entrance hall. Once he had stepped inside, Harry set his bag down next to one of the tables and turned to watch the parade of Gryffindors filing in behind him. It was kind of comical seeing them all here, when he only had asked Dean to speak with him. Determined to get his task done, Harry turned to Dean, trying to ignore everyone else. And before Hermione could start on one of her rants, or Ron could demand what this was about, Harry started to speak. "My godfather asked me to speak with you and relay a request he has." Dean only looked more curious at this, if it was even possible by this point, and quickly interjected a question of his own. "Your godfather, that's the one who broke out of Azkaban where he had been imprisoned without a trial and was innocent?" Harry nodded. Yes, that's him. As you can see, he wasn't in a position to do much the last decade and more. But now that he can move freely again, he has realized that he might have a child somewhere. You see, he was rather carefree after graduation and during his aura training. He always tried to be careful, but well. When he told me that, I remembered the time you told me that you really weren't sure if you were Muggle-born or if your father was a wizard. So I told him that you didn't know much of anything about your father. Currently, he's working on finding a reliable way to see if he has a child somewhere. But until he has found that way, he would like to find out if he might be your father. So he asked me to ask you for your mother's address so he can ask for a meeting. Harry had spoken rather quickly, watching the faces of the others go through several emotions, from anger to disbelief, always pressing on so the others wouldn't interrupt him. Now that he had said his part, he had to force himself to stand still, without shifting from foot to foot, fiddling with the hems of his robe sleeves. Dean blinked a few times, processing the long string of words. Then he nodded slowly before a grin spread across his face. Well, yes. It would be pretty cool to finally get to know my biological father. Mum always insisted that he was a nice bloke, but didn't tell much more about him. I love my stepfather and all my sisters, but knowing the man who really is my father would be pretty neat. At least if it's someone as cool as your godfather. Harry, shall I write the address down now? Feeling a little dumbstruck, Harry nodded, getting a quill and a piece of parchment from his things. That had been easier than he had anticipated. Cursing himself a moment later when Ron exclaimed, "What has Sirius done that he doesn't know if he has a child somewhere?" Hermione inquired, "How does he intend to discover any children he might have? Can you elaborate on that?" And then they started to talk over each other, not even making long enough of a pause to let him answer any of their many, many questions. Once Dean had finished writing down the address, Harry made his excuses, hiding behind the need to study and do his homework, to leave the others behind and pass along the address to Sirius. They were still talking loudly over each other when Harry turned into the corridor leading down to the dungeons. This wouldn't stay quiet for long. Ooh, setting down his mug of sweet hot chocolate, Marvolo took the stack of envelopes and a few scrolls of parchment from his personal secretary. Bartemius had a professional expression firmly in place, but Marvolo was sure that the twinkle of amusement in the man's eyes would have had the man cursed in years past. "Have you sent out all invitations to the winter festival at Griffin House?" There really wasn't a good reason to punish Bartemius for his amusement over the tedious task of planning the winter season with all its many balls, festivals, and meetings. Even the fact that Marvolo really didn't enjoy the proceedings and frankly dreaded the many people who more than likely would be garnering for his attention, and that Barty was amused by that, wasn't enough of a reason to cast a cruciatus at the man. "I have, my lord. Invitations have been sent to all on the list you provided. Inquiries have been sent to a few musicians, and the elves have been informed to plan the food as well as the decorations," was the respectful answer, given with an equally respectful bow. "Good. Now we only need to somehow manage to get all these invitations read, sorted, and prioritized. It's simply not possible that Henry and I will be able to attend all those." A sweeping motion with his hand indicated the stack, now resting on the surface of the desk between the two of them. Bartemius didn't react beyond a murmured, "Of course, my lord." With a sigh, Marvolo took up his wand, levitated the first missive, cast a general detection spell on it, before he made a swish with his wand to open the envelope. A card of heavy, cream-colored parchment with flowing, elaborate cursive writing slipped out of the envelope. "This one is from Lady Malfoy, an invitation to the large winter ball she's hosting. We can't miss that one. So, block the day before Christmas for it." Marvolo looked up for a moment, noting that Barty was scribbling with his quill on a large sheet of parchment he had secured to a writing board with a sticking spell. "The theme of this year is hospitality," Marvolo said with some exasperation. He had heard of the puzzling custom of selecting themes for large gatherings, but he wasn't sure why someone would need a theme. "Hopefully, the tailor can work with that. Make sure to get an all-day appointment just after term at Hogwarts ends." The order resulted in more scratching noises, while Marvolo floated the letter from Narcissa into the accepted basket on a side table before he turned his attention to the next missive. This was an invitation from the Longbottoms, another gathering they would have to attend. It had the usual heavy, high-quality parchment and formal writing in excellent penmanship. But this one contained a few words that had Marvolo thinking back over the last months at the ministry and official functions. And it seemed that Madame Longbottom was right. Headmaster Dumbledore really did seem to have withdrawn from the public, since he no longer was an important part of the Wisengamot, as he held neither the regency for the Potter seat nor the position of chief warlock. He hardly had to be present anymore. But he hadn't been at the ministry on any of the days Marvolo had been there to discuss something with the other members or some department head. The old man hadn't even been mentioned by one of those normally closer, related to the headmaster's favored politics over the last weeks. Marvolo didn't believe for a moment that the man had decided to concentrate on the school and withdraw from the field of politics otherwise. This was a worrying development. What was the man up to? Narrowing his eyes, Marvolo levitated the invitation to Longbottom Manor over to Barty, before he summoned the small satchel waiting for him to move the papers in it back to headquarters into his hand. With a few efficient movements, he got out Severus' written report on the last order meeting. They hadn't managed to find a time to meet in person, as Severus was working to organize his marriage to Sonia Jiggers, and Marvolo had too much to do as well. Breaking the seal on the thick stack of parchment, Marvolo started to read. It looked like the Order of the Phoenix was breaking apart, but Severus also stated his concerns that his impending marriage might put his own trustworthiness in the eyes of the headmaster into doubt. Marvolo had to concede the point Severus was making. As the spy no longer gave any useful information on the Dark Lord's movements and plans, and would be marrying soon, as well as taking up the mantle of Lord Prince, and all that without consulting the old man for his advice, it was more than likely that he would lose credibility with the wizard. The quality of information Severus had been able to bring back from the Order had started to decrease. Maybe it was time that he started to search for another spy, or stop relying on one altogether. But for the moment, planning the winter holidays for Henry and himself was more important. There was no way Marvolo would be able to influence what his old Transfiguration professor would think or do. Uhu scoffing at his own nervousness, Severus raised his hand to knock on the door to Minerva's quarters. Sonia and he had come to the conclusion that they wanted to marry this month, so they would have some time to themselves before Severus would claim the title of Lord Prince during the December session of the Wisengamot. She had asked a good childhood friend to be her witness, and he had decided to ask Minerva to stand by his side during the short ceremony they would have. But he had to ask her first. It was kind of ridiculous that he felt even more nervous now than he had when he had asked Sonia for her hand in marriage. After his short, decisive knock, it took only a moment for the door to open and reveal Minerva standing there, lacking the hat she normally wore around the school, and in comfortable robes as well as slippers. Severus, what a surprise, come in. As he normally avoided socializing with the other professors, Severus wasn't surprised that his older colleague hadn't expected to see him. He sat down when she pointed at a comfortable-looking chair and accepted the cup of tea she offered him. After a few moments of silence, Minerva rolled her eyes at him, huffed, and started to speak. You didn't come here for company, Severus. Normally you seem to quite enjoy being alone. And I guess if you wanted company, you would have gone to visit that young lady of yours. So out with it. What has you so tense? Severus chuckled. Her no-nonsense attitude was a nice change of pace from most of their colleagues, who tended to be much too kind and diplomatic for his taste. You are right. Severus played with his ring, a much simpler version than the one Sonia was wearing, before he took a deep breath and steeled his resolve. I came to ask if you would grant me the honor of being my witness for the marriage ceremony. Before he managed to explain more, or even mention the date Sonia had set, Minerva had set her teacup down, crossed the small space between them, and had drawn him to his feet. Clapping her hands on his shoulders before giving him a hug, Minerva was beaming over her whole face. I'm so happy for the both of you. Of course I'll be your witness. I always feared you never would find someone to walk by your side through life. When will the ceremony be held, and will you both be living here at the castle together? Carefully extricating himself from Minerva's grasp, Severus sat down in the chair again, smiling. I hope that I will get permission from the headmaster, but I fear my position could get precarious soon." With a frown on her face, Minerva turned to pick up her cup before sitting down again opposite from Severus, obviously prepared to listen to his reasoning. "Why should your position become precarious? Albus trusts you, Severus. He said so many times. Has anyone told you about the last order meeting?" She denied this with a shake of her head. "Things aren't going so well. Lord Slytherin is acting in ways that Albus doesn't seem to expect or accept as truth. The fact that I will marry soon, and my inability to give him information that matches his expectations, among other things, will cause his trust to waver. I'm almost certain about that." A raised eyebrow commanded him to elaborate on that. Taking a sip from his tea, Severus contemplated whether it was worth the risks to tell Minerva more. In the end, the headmaster's knowledge about the guilt he had felt for relaying the parts of the prophecy he had overheard, and his ability to wield that guilt, and the unrequited love for Lily to get Severus to do what the old man wanted, were the main reasons Albus did trust him. When the man started to doubt that he still could use this, which would happen soon, Severus might need an ally on staff. Deciding that Minerva probably would be appalled by the headmaster's scheming, Severus started to tell the story of his turn from the Dark Lord to be a spy, and why he believed that the headmaster's trust in him might start to waver soon. They spent hours talking, until Severus left in the early morning hours to catch a few moments of sleep before he would have to get up again for another day of teaching. He was confident that he had won an ally today. Minerva hadn't been impressed by the way Albus Dumbledore had used Severus' need for redemption to get what he wanted. Wednesday, 18th of November. Xerxes sat at the back of the classroom, looking on as the healer, together with Fabian and his wife, held a talk about healing of teeth in the Muggle and the magical worlds. The children listened attentively, the younger years, as well as many of those who grew up among magicals, truly fascinated and a little horrified by what they were told. This was the first in a series of planned events where one of those muggles who knew about magic through their children, most of them parents of children attending the school, would talk about their field of expertise alongside a witch or wizard working in a similar field. It was to show pureblood children that muggles had found a way to solve problems without magic, and for the muggle-born to learn how some occupations translated over to the magical world. Xerxes was optimistic that it would work well. For one, it seemed to make the parents without magic of their own be more at ease to have an opportunity to be involved in their children's education. The next talk would be held by a veterinarian and a magizoologist. Xerxes planned to attend then as well. While he observed the children listen, Xerxes pondered their progress. It was a shame that the goblins were so reluctant to perform more ancestry tests, having set up a monthly limit of only 4 tests to be conducted, as there were always those needing a test performed for marriages, or to clear up who was going to inherit something somewhere around the world. It was a struggle to find a slot to let one of the muggle-borns they had rescued be tested. Therefore, they hadn't managed to get very far with their hope to place the kids with actual family. So far, they had rescued nearly 40 children under the age of 11 from unsuitable living circumstances. They had lived on the streets, in foster families, or institutions for mentally ill children. One of those showed signs of the sight. All in all, Xerxes wondered how many of those children would have still been alive by the time they turned 11 if they hadn't been found now. London was happy as well, even though he was still unhappy with the fact they hadn't found any older children on the streets who should have gotten a letter from Hogwarts, but never did. There had been hints. But considering that children who had lived a few years on the streets normally had problems with any kind of authority, or even adults in general, it wasn't really that surprising. So the older squib worked together with a muggle-born wizard with a degree in social work to spread rumors that there was someone willing to help without asking many questions. They had to be careful to not get into the reputation of abducting children for nefarious purposes. Not an easy feat, as the children they found did disappear from the streets and the muggle world. "Do you have questions?" Jean asked, smiling kindly at the children and some of the teachers standing in the back, just like Xerxes eager to learn more about a world they had largely ignored until now. Xerxes watched a small boy, maybe 4 or 5, walk over to the back of the room, where there was a shelf with books, and a low table with a terrarium containing the snake Lord Slytherin had donated to the school. As the boy walked over to one of the female teachers, getting her attention by pulling at her sleeve, Xerxes turned his attention to London, walking in through the door leading out into the gardens. "Yes," the old lord asked of his slightly younger employee. "It seems I might have managed to make contact with a young wizard. I think he is 14, living in Liverpool. We arranged for a meeting tomorrow. He is suspicious of my claim that magic is real, especially because I couldn't show him any, but he agreed to let me bring someone else who can show him magic. Sounds like a plan. I guess it will take some time before the young man will consider moving here. I feel it is most unlikely that he will agree to come here at all, but maybe he will agree to learn some things and help get others like him off the streets as long as they are still young enough, at least in Liverpool." London spoke quietly, keeping an eye on the front of the room, where Jean answered one question by displaying an enormous model of a set of teeth being brushed by an equally enormous toothbrush. "Tell me how it turns out, will you?" The other nodded, leaving Xerxes relieved. It was sad to admit that those young magicals living on the streets either died young or took so much damage to their ability to trust and integrate into a society with rigid rules that they most likely would never be part of their community. Moments later, London already had left again, leaving Xerxes alone to watch the end of the question and answer session. Smiling, the old wizard was only partially paying attention to the adults talking to the children or the teacher and the small boy over by the snake tank, changing out the water. He felt that his sister would have been proud of him for what he was doing with this school. There were only a few squibs currently learning here, but they would have a chance to stay in the community they had grown up in, keeping in touch with magic. Maybe they would be able to change the perception of squibs in society. It would probably take years, if not decades, or even generations to accomplish this great goal. But a start had been made here, and soon there would be an experienced herbalist on staff as well. They would be able to grow their own potions, ingredients, and hold lessons for the older children. That the man now was infected with lycanthropy wasn't a big concern in Xerxes' eyes. With a big smile, Xerxes walked over to his nephew and the man's wife. "Thank you, too, for coming here today. What are your plans for over the holidays?" "Ooh, Friday, 20th of November, after the latest Defense Club meeting, Harry was now sitting in his rooms, writing the last lines of the conclusion of his potions essay. It was rather late already, as he had talked with Sirius over the mirror just after the Defense Club meeting had been over. This time, Hermione and he had split the students into groups from the beginning of the session, introducing the Protego into the number of spells to be practiced. Because Harry had paid attention, Luna, the blonde girl from his runes class who had a funny way of talking, had been far away from those that had bullied her the week prior. He had walked by her and her group a few times, walking past Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw seeker, with her wonderful black hair a few times. Her smile was doing funny things to his stomach. Shaking his head, turning his attention back to his essay, Harry checked if he had included all the facts he had listed on a spare bit of parchment. As it seemed he had managed to include them all, Harry cast a drying spell Hermione had shown him on the scroll, before rolling it up and binding it with a small green ribbon. He hadn't spoken with Marvolo yet, so after he had cleaned the quill he had been using and had screwed the inkwell shut, Harry got out the mirror Marvolo had charmed for him and walked over to the rug in front of the fireplace. The weather had only gotten colder over the week, prompting Harry to always keep a fire going in the fireplace when he was in his rooms. But still, this was the most comfortable place in his rooms. Some of the other Slytherins had taken to wearing their scarves constantly, along with more than one sweater, to keep the cold at bay. His call was answered almost instantly, showing Harry that Marvolo truly kept the mirror with him at all times. "Henry, how are you?" The man on the other side looked tired, his red eyes small, the brown hair mussed. "I'm well," Harry said, making himself comfortable with his back to the fire, relishing the warmth. "I just finished the potions essay I had planned to finish today. So, still on top of the work, I remember that there were quite a few nervous breakdowns when my year took their owls." A small chuckle made its way over the mirror. Still a strangely human sound to come from the wizard still, if only in secret, being called the Dark Lord. "Not yet, but Hermione always harps on that we need to keep on top of our work. Ron is going to strangle her sometime soon if she doesn't ease up a little about it. Harry smiled in remembrance. His two friends got into these squabbles quite often when they were studying together in the library. Talking about stressful times, Marvolo changed the topic rather abruptly. Barty and I have been planning which events we will have to attend. Some take place when you are still at the school, so you will be spared those. But there are quite a few to which you will have to accompany me. To at least one, you should ask one of your classmates to be your date. One of them will be the small gathering we will be hosting. I have already included invitations to your friends and those of your classmates who have influential families. Seeing that Harry wanted to interrupt to ask a question, the red-eyed wizard elaborated on the specifics. I invited Miss Granger as well as Mr. Weasley. A total list is on its way to you via owl. The letter also includes a list of the invitations we can't decline and when the dates are. If there are still things you deem unclear, you can ask me via mirror the evening after the owl has reached you. Sounds good, Harry said and then sighed. Will I have any time to myself? I have tried to keep enough days free so you can finish the homework you will undoubtedly get. Harry groaned at that, getting only a laugh in response, causing the teenager to scowl. I feel for you, Henry, but we both can't escape our duties and the expectations heaped upon us. At least you can hide behind me in regard to matchmaking mothers. I fear I won't be as lucky. That got Harry chuckling. Imagining eager witches hunting down Marvolo to trap him in marriage was somewhat funny, at least until the moment he realized that any woman Marvolo would marry would instantly become his stepmother. He didn't feel like he wanted one. Having an adoptive father was hard enough, and the small family gathering your godfather is hosting, as well as a ball at Longbottom Manor and one over at Xerxes Place, are on the list. I think it is likely that you will enjoy those at least. Probably, Harry said doubtfully. Oh, Sirius will be in Hogsmeade tomorrow, Harry said, sounding happier, as he thought back to the conversation with his godfather earlier that evening. He thinks that Dean from my year, a Gryffindor, could maybe be his son, and therefore he has asked Dean's mother if she agrees with testing to see if it's true. They plan to meet up tomorrow. I plan to go there with the others, meet Sirius, have a good time. I'm allowed to go to the village without an escort now, aren't I? I mean, with Bellatrix Lestrange caught. Harry knew they hadn't really spoken about this, but he was aware that the Death Eaters who had escaped from Azkaban hadn't really died in that fire in France, but were hiding out at the house Doria had been given as a gift for her marriage to Harry's grandfather on the Potter side. More than once a call on the mirror had interrupted Marvolo while planning with the Lestrange brothers how to give them a new identity, or the man's discussions with Rookwood on some obscure magical theory or other. So the danger wasn't as gone as the public believed, as the Death Eaters weren't dead. But it should be gone for Harry, as they had been in contact with Marvolo. There is no reason for you to fear the escapees any longer, Marvolo assured Harry, again not really confirming in words that he had instructed those wizards to stay away from Harry. But there still might some dangers lingering out there. To keep you as safe as possible, Crabbe and Goyle Sr. will meet you at the gates. Harry's sigh and eye roll was met with a pointed look, staying the words of protest Harry felt at the tip of his tongue. There was no way he would be getting out of this one, so there was really no reason to argue the point. It is late, and I feel we both should be in bed, Marvolo stated, getting up from the chair he had been sitting on, giving Harry a short glance at the shelves in the background as he started to leave the office at Griffin House. Have fun in the village tomorrow, and call once you are back in the school. Sweet dreams. Sleep well, Harry answered. He hoped that he would have a good time the next day in Hogsmeade. Having to split his time between the Gryffindors and the Slytherins likely wouldn't be easy. His desire to see Sirius too might make it all the harder. And along with all this, he needed to come up with ideas for his friends and his guardian for Christmas. What could he get the man? What would he even want? Getting up to get ready for bed, Harry snorted. If he didn't manage to come up with a decent idea, he just would buy a really big basket full of sweets from Honeydukes. The way Marvolo always ate sweet things, that should be at least an acceptable gift for the man. Chapter 55, Growing Family. Chapter text Saturday, 18th of November, as Dean had asked Harry to accompany him to the meeting with Sirius, and as Snape had insisted that he, as at least a somewhat competent student, able to follow directions, was to prepare and conduct the test. Harry was walking down to Hogsmeade together with the other Gryffindors. Theo and his other friends in Slytherin were walking on their own, planning to meet up for lunch at the Three Broomsticks later on. And what's in there? Ian asked, pointing at a small satchel Harry was carrying over one shoulder. They just had reached the big gates to the Hogwarts grounds, where two adult wizards, bundled up against the cold, were waiting for them, silently falling into step behind the small group without a word. Harry ignored his bodyguards in favor of answering the question, while Ron scowled. The redhead was unhappy with what he claimed to be Death Eaters following Harry around. If only the other had known how close to the truth he truly was. That's everything we'll need to test if my godfather is your father or not. Harry wiggled the satchel a little, resulting in the sound of glass and metal tinkling against each other. Why are you the one to conduct the test? Hermione asked, turning back for a moment to look questioningly at Harry and the others. Wouldn't it be better to ask an experienced potioneer, like the one working at the apothecary in Hogsmeade? For a moment, Harry wondered if she was miffed about the fact that Harry had been asked, and not her. She had been consistently better at potions than Harry had been in the last few years. But that wasn't really the point here. Not sure. Harry shrugged, because he really wasn't. Sirius asked Professor Snape to help do the test today. But as the professor had other duties to attend to, he got me out of bed early this morning, dragged me down to his potions lab, and made me do this test a half-dozen times. Harry snorted. I'm absolutely sure that he isn't my father after that. In a way, this was some kind of twisted compliment. Or maybe Snape had done it to make sure Sirius wouldn't come complaining should the test not produce the outcome the man wanted. Harry's disgruntled expression must have looked quite comical, as the Gryffindors walking with him started to laugh before they all hurried up. They were to meet Sirius at the Three Broomsticks, where he had planned to rent a room, and it wasn't getting any warmer, so they had all reason to make haste for their destination. They had decided to walk down to the village as an opportunity to enjoy the weather. It wasn't snowing any longer, but the white stuff covered everything, making for a nice landscape to wander through. Draco was walking up front next to Astoria, followed by the girl's older sister Daphne, while Theo walked fast enough to avoid Pansy and Millicent, who were following closely behind him. Have you heard the rumors about Lord Black? Millicent asked with a squeal in her voice. The girls were much too excited about those stories told at all the tables in the Great Hall and between lessons in the corridors. After some, Gryffindors had started to speculate about Dean Thomas and the possibility that the boy was a half-blood. As he didn't know much of anything about his father, the story had quickly made its way around the school. Combined with a few old stories about Sirius Orion Black going after anyone even only remotely interested while he was at Hogwarts, and during his aura training, it made for prime gossiping material. Theo tried to ignore the giggling and whispering, concentrating on his plans for presents he wanted to find during the day in the village. He needed something for Aiden, his younger brother. Theo grinned. It was something new to get regular letters from a younger brother, to have someone to care for. Maybe a pack of exploding snap cards or a few pranks from Zonkos would be the right thing for him. At least Theo was sure he wanted to get something obviously magical that would be fun to play with. Something he had had fun with when he had been Aiden's age. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination, where they split up into pairs to go search the shops around the village for presents to give to friends and family. Draco walked through the snow at Theo's side, and they both were silent when they made their way over to one of the smaller stores offering books and assorted little trinkets. Do you think that Lord Black will find an heir from one of his many affairs? Draco asked without preamble. Theo slipped out of his gloves, folding them and storing them in his cloak pocket, and started to sort through the children's books stacked on a table just past the entrance. Maybe he would find some fairy tale for Aiden among them. Well, if there is anything to the stories, he might find someone. And considering the puzzle presented by Henry's mother and heiress Lestrange, he might even find some descendants from a squib line and a likely heir among them. He shrugged. Draco was the heir to the Malfoy family, while he still thought about the possibility of becoming the heir to the Black family as well. True, Draco was one of the last Blacks left, but only in the maternal line, so Sirius Black had a greater claim on the title. He was still young enough to have children, might even already have a child somewhere. Draco growled low in frustration. Can you be any more evasive, Theo? As he looked at small trinkets on a shelf near the table, Theo was searching for a book. How is it, being a big brother? It seems that I will become one soon, and I think it would be best to prepare. Seeing the insecurity and honest curiosity on his friend's face, Theo started to relay the few things he had learned about being a big brother. After all, Aidan hadn't been part of their family for all that long, and a lot of the time Theo had been at Hogwarts, and therefore away from home. They managed to find a few little tokens for their friends, and a book for Aidan, before they made their way to the Three Broomsticks to meet up with the others for lunch. The number of presents to get this year was somewhat larger than in years past. Getting to know Henry and his friends in Gryffindor had expanded the circle of people he was obligated to give something to, as well as the group of people he wanted to give presents. Would it be all right to get them all some generic sweets, or did he need to get something more? It always was a rather delicate balance the first few times. After a rather quick breakfast, Minerva had made her way up to her quarters to gather the 2 clothing bags containing Severus and her own formal robes. Today was the day her erstwhile student was going to marry, and she was one of the few people invited. The whole secretive cloak and dagger routine around it somehow made it even more thrilling. Chuckling a little to herself, Minerva wondered how old she really was to entertain such young girl thoughts about drama. But she suspected it was better to enjoy the secrets as if it were a good prank than be sad about the fact that it seemed necessary to use secretive means in preparation. Severus had sent his robes to her and asked her to bring them along to the leaky cauldron so he would be able to claim gathering ingredients as the reason he would be away the whole weekend. So the animaga checked if she had everything before she stepped up to her flu in the office. She already had told the headmaster that she would be out for the day for a nice family gathering in London. As she considered Severus something like a nephew, it wasn't a real lie. At least she didn't intend to keep up the pretense for long. She would see to it that Severus and his bride would be welcome at Hogwarts. She understood why Severus deemed it necessary to keep the marriage from the headmaster before it was set in stone. But after this, there would be nothing the old meddler, always thinking he knew best, could do to dissolve it. Then she could give the man a piece of her mind. After changing in a room up in the leaky cauldron, if the owner didn't do something soon, it would start to resemble one of the better establishments down Nocturne. Severus briskly walked down the stairs into the main room, where Minerva was waiting near the bar. She smiled warmly up at him, causing an uncomfortable feeling in his stomach. In a way, he wished his mother would be standing there, proud over the fact that he had found a lovely woman to marry. But imagining that situation quickly brought back reality. If his mother were still living, she would be a bitter old woman by now, and probably wouldn't be smiling, might not even be here if his father were still alive too. Pushing those thoughts away, Severus smiled a little, feeling shaky with the enormous undertaking he would embark upon today, sharing his life, and all it entailed with another person. It had been a long time since he last had made such a life-changing decision. With a deep breath, Severus stepped up to his friend, offering her his arm, and walked them both over to the flue. Sanya and her father will meet us in the entrance hall of the ministry. Thank you again for agreeing to be my witness. To avoid adding any sappy comments to that, Severus fell silent and allowed his older colleague to precede him through the flue network. She spotted him nearly the moment he stepped out of the flue. He was wearing robes in a deep forest green with delicate embroidery at all seams and hems, resembling different leaves and plants used in potions. The color looked wonderful on him, and they matched wonderfully with her gown and robes of different shades of lavender, decorated with tiny embroidered flowers. They had selected leaves and flowers of the same plants in an attempt to express their desire to belong together and complement each other from this day forward until the end of their days. Next to Sanya, her father, in dark blue silken robes of his own, gave her arm a reassuring pat before he moved to greet his soon-to-be son-in-law and the elder witch behind Severus, in tartan woolen robes. I never would have thought that I might say this, but Professor Snape looks dashing, her friend whispered in Sanya's ear. They were close in age, and when it had become clear that Sanya wouldn't be able to come to Hogwarts, they had fought to stay in contact. It hadn't always been easy to write letters via Sonia's father or find topics they could talk about to each other, but they had persevered. I think so too, Loretta, but I guess you'll have to keep to just looking at him. After today, he's mine. They both chuckled. Loretta had gone to Hogwarts shortly before Severus had started teaching there. In fact, Loretta had only escaped being one of his students because she hadn't been taking potions at Newt level. So his first year teaching and her last year at school might have been the same, but they never had interacted in any meaningful way. They had no time to talk more before the other three came over, and a round of introductions followed. "Shall we move to the family department?" her father asked before he started to walk in the direction of that department, Severus and Professor McGonagall falling in behind him, followed by Loretta and Sonia. On both sides, people made room, most of them smiling at the small procession. It was a rather traditional approach to marriage, so they were getting some of the traditional well-wishes from all sides as they walked through the thinner Saturday morning crowd in the atrium, around the rather disturbing fountain in the middle. It felt as if almost no time at all had passed before they suddenly were standing in front of the office of the official who would lead the ceremony and fill out the forms needed to register their marriage. After Severus had knocked, it didn't take long for the official to open the door, bow, and wave them into the office. Sonia looked around the small room and found it quite pleasant. It was lightened by a window showing sunshine through fluffy white clouds, something she knew to be charmed to look like this, giving the impression of a nice summer day. The furniture was of high quality, and there was nothing standing around that would distract. Sonia had seen quite a few magical homes over the past years, and more than one had at least some items on display that were either tacky in their grandeur or silly in one way or another. When she had been a little girl, Sonia had dreamed about what a marriage ceremony would be like, going overboard with unicorns being present and things along those lines. But now that she stood here next to the wizard she loved, even after such a short time, they really had worked on getting to know each other. All her childish dreams paled against reality. The trappings of the thing weren't all that important anyway. What was really important was the man standing at her side, and she couldn't have dreamed up a better one. If the bride and her witness could please move over here. The official started to arrange them into their places with a few guiding hand movements and friendly pushes. "The groom over here, please." And not a minute later, they were all where they should be. Severus stood turned towards her, a smile in his eyes and even a hint of it around his mouth. Their witnesses stood behind them and slightly to the side, the official to Severus, right, Sonia's father on his left. They reached for each other's hands and clasped them tightly in the space between them. "Today we have gathered here to witness the promise between Severus and Sonia to go through life together, to master all hardships, share all joy, to stand by each other through whatever may come." The official was speaking clearly, his voice smooth with practiced ease, the words flowing without stutters. While the promises were spoken, the man wound a silken ribbon, a white one, around their joined hands and bound it with a complicated-looking knot on top of them. "Are you willing to keep working on your relationship, hold the promise in your hearts, and provide and take strength for and from each other?" "I am," they both spoke at the same time, and the ribbon vanished in a bright flash of light. A little dazed, maybe the magic was somehow responsible for that. Sonia followed the instructions on where to sign to complete the paperwork, and then they were outside the office again. The whole ceremony hadn't taken longer than a quarter of an hour. Loretta hugged Sonia, who was clinging to Severus' hand with all her strength, before she took a step back to beam at her friend. "And now let's go and eat, shall we?" Not paying any mind to the world surrounding them, Sonia walked by Severus' side, arms hooked around each other, back to the entrance hall and the flues in there. As the father of the bride, her dad had arranged for a table in a restaurant, and therefore he was the first to leave, shortly followed by the rest of their party. Uo over the excellent soup, seated around a small table in a corner of the room, shielded by privacy wards Severus had erected, the five of them held a quiet conversation. "So have you decided where you want to live?" Sonia's friend asked of him and his bride. Sonia shook her head, while Severus smiled, relishing the happy feeling caused by the fact that they were now married. "Not yet." Severus placed his spoon in the now empty plate. "Most of the year I need to be at the school. Sonia works here in London. We're still searching for the best solution. In fact, they hadn't really spoken about it. When he claimed the title of Lord Prince, he would get access to at least some old houses, that much he knew. He had made tentative plans to make one of those inhabitable for the both of them. Minerva cleared her throat. Well, I checked, and the deputy headmistress is in charge of organizing the accommodations of all students as well as the staff of Hogwarts. It's traditional for the spouses of professors to live in the castle, even if they work outside the grounds. And as the building wasn't built only with a school in mind, but to be a safe haven during times of war, there is space in abundance. Plainly, we have many more rooms than we currently need. I'm quite sure that the rooms of the head of House of Slytherin are big enough for two, or even a family with children. The old witch gave Severus and Sanya a brilliant smile. If you feel comfortable travelling by flue, you could use the public flue in the post office in Hogsmeade to travel between London and the village for work. Sanya nodded with a small smile. That sounds like a good idea, Minerva. The head of Gryffindor had insisted that Sanya, as the wife of one of her colleagues, use her first name. I have no trouble travelling by flue, and the walk to the village and back is a nice one. Then it's decided. I'll make all the arrangements needed, so everything will be ready when you two come back Sunday evening. And don't worry about the others. I'll make sure they know that you have every right to live together. It won't stop the normal gossip, but it should curb the worst. Severus rolled his eyes at Minerva, who chuckled. They both knew that the gossip among the staff and student population was one of the few things that never seemed to change. If something was a secret, it typically was known by everyone in a matter of hours. And on top of that, blown horribly out of proportion. Maybe Severus should think up a small speech for an announcement for Sunday evening. The stories the students would come up with could only be worse. But they wouldn't think about that today. Today was dedicated to celebration, not worrying. There would be enough time for that tomorrow evening. After the soup, there followed a roast with potatoes and different vegetables. The last course was a trio of different desserts with chocolate and cream. They all enjoyed the food and the conversation. It was a nice November afternoon in comfortable company. When Harry and his friends from Gryffindor stepped into the big hall of the Three Broomsticks, Sirius was sitting at a table near the entrance, waiting for them. The older wizard was obviously nervous and jumped up the moment he spotted the group of teenagers. "Hello, Harry, Ron, Hermione. You have to be Dean Thomas, right?" Taking a few steps towards the dark-skinned boy, extending his hand in greeting, Sirius seemed even more nervous than before. A little unsure, Dean took the last step to close the gap and took the offered hand. "Nice to meet you too, sir." Harry nervously shifted from one foot to the other, causing the things in his satchel to make noises when they collided with each other. This was a rather uncomfortable situation all around. That the whole village and large parts of the school got to watch wasn't improving anything. Blushing, Sirius took a step back. "Please call me Sirius. Snape said Harry would perform the test." Grey eyes looked questioningly towards Harry, who nodded in confirmation. "And I have a room upstairs reserved for us just for that reason. It's a rather small room, so I guess it's best if only Dean, Harry, and I go upstairs. The rest of you, sit down, order something to drink, I'll pay." That met with Ron's approval, who had been about to say something, probably something less than ideal, judging by the expression quickly draining from his face. But now he just got out of his patched cloak to slump into one of the chairs. With a roll of her eyes, Hermione took one of the other chairs, while Neville, who had been mostly silent, sat between the other two. "I think I'll get a butterbeer. That'll help me get warm again. It's really almost winter now, don't you think?" Ron broke the silence between the Gryffindors now settling into wait, while his three friends started to discuss winter-like weather, and when the seasons really changed, Harry followed his godfather and Dean up the stairs. The moment he was 4 steps up, he felt a heavy person follow him and had to roll his eyes, because the two wizards tasked with protecting him on this outings were so determined to follow him everywhere. But if getting tortured for failure was a real possibility, they were probably really motivated to avoid failure. Or maybe the two working as professional guards just were dedicated to not lose a client on a job. How was he to know their real reasons without asking questions he really didn't want to know the answers to? When the three of them went into the room Sirius had reserved, the two guards took posts on each side of the door. Somehow Harry felt like he was some kind of prince, and in a way he was, as the heir to two important families, at least close to what a prince would be in the wizarding world. Sirius closed the door behind them, and Harry walked over to the stone-topped table near a window to set up the equipment he had carried all the way from Hogwarts. Your mother and I met the day before yesterday. We didn't recognize each other, but that doesn't mean much. We talked for quite a while and noticed that we were frequenting the same clubs and bars during that time. If you are truly my son, Sirius blushed a little at that, fidgeting nervously in the chair he had selected before getting up again to pace in the space in front of the fireplace. We most likely were more than a little drunk when we met, but this will clear the question right up. You'll see. After that, Sirius' awkward rambling suddenly stopped, and an equally awkward silence filled the room, only broken by the sounds Harry made during his preparations. He had placed a tiny cauldron over a small burner and started a flame to heat the container up to the right temperature before he added the first ingredient. The flame flickered and illuminated the small parchment Harry unfurled next to the cauldron. There was a base of several essences already mixed in a small phial Harry placed on top of the table right above the other ingredients, before he got out a small cutting board, a pair of scales, a blade, and a small mortar and pestle. He would need to have everything prepared so he could add them in quick succession once the cauldron had reached the right temperature. I'll need a hair from each of you, Harry informed Dean and Sirius, who both were avoiding looking at each other. It really was rather uncomfortable to be here with the two of them. If Professor Snape had done this before, he might have come up with an excuse only to not be required to stay in such a situation for any length of time. Maybe letting Hermione do this would have been better. She never seemed to feel awkward in such situations. Maybe her eagerness for new knowledge helped her to ignore the tension. Busying himself with the preparations, Harry worked on ignoring the rising tension in the room. As the right temperature was reached, Harry was distracted quite thoroughly by the steps needed to create the potion. It was a quick brew and took no more than 15 minutes before a dark, opaque liquid slowly rolled in the tiny cauldron. I will first add the hair from Sirius. The potion should become clear with that step. Then I will add the hair from Dean. The potion will change colors again. Depending on what color it turns, you either are father and son, or you're not. Finishing that short explanation, Harry let the dark, straight hair from Sirius drop into the cauldron, continuing to stir in even circles. And what color stands for which result? Dean wanted to know, leaning forward in the direction of the potion, his hands pressed against the table edge. It'll turn the color of blood, a deep red if you are related that close, but will turn a pale, almost white if you're not. Harry had dared to ask why the potion turned those particular colors during the preparation in the morning, but had capitulated rather quickly partway into the potion master's explanation. For all the work he had invested into getting better in potions, Harry held no illusions about his ability to gain a newt in the subject. It was highly unlikely that he ever would get above the level of a merely competent brewer. He never would reach the understanding of the subject needed to gain a mastery. Now we'll see. 3 pairs of eyes followed a curly, dark hair on its way into the potion, where the calm, steady stirring motion quickly dragged it under the surface. 1, 2 full circles, the color remained unchanged, but then it started to change from the dark, clear potion it had been to something lighter. 3 more circles later, the whole content looked like milk, proving beyond a doubt that Sirius was not Dean's father. Well, that's not what I had been hoping for. Sirius drawled with an embarrassed smile. I hope we'll get to know each other regardless. Waiting for Harry's nod, Sirius then vanished the potion so they could pack everything back into the satchel. Would you like to have an old prankster at your side today? I've kept the day free for the other possible outcome. He rubbed his hand along his neck, looking sheepish and undecided. I, for one, would like your help in selecting presents for my friends and those acquaintances I have to give something serious. You surely remember some of those totally illogical rules that I have to follow, Harry said, while cleaning the tools he had used. Since the summer, he had tried to get all those unwritten and some written rules into his head, but who could get what for whom still felt like a totally foreign concept. I can't promise to know all those rules, but I'm willing to muddle through this challenge together with you, Sirius said with a big grin. Do you have a list? Before Sirius opened the door again, he turned to Dean, who looked a little lost. I'm sorry that the test came to this conclusion. I'll gladly help you to discover who your father is or was, and if you ever need someone to help you in the wizarding world, I would be happy to be of assistance. You're a good young man. I'm sure you'll reach your goals." Dean nodded a little stunned, but smiled. "It would have been cool if you had been my father, serious, but I guess I'll just have to continue searching." In good spirits, despite the unwished-for result, the three made their way down to where the others were waiting, followed by Harry's silent but imposing shadows. When the afternoon neared its end, Minerva stood next to Severus and Sanya. "Before you go off for the evening, I think I should transfigure your robes into something that will not stand out so much where you are going." "All right." "Yes, thank you, Minerva." With a wave of her wand, Severus' robes changed into a suit of black wool over a shirt of green silk. Getting comfortable in his changed clothes, Severus watched as the Transfiguration Professor changed Sanya's robes into a warm dress. They kept their cloaks the way they had been, bundling up against the cold. Turning to look at their guests, Severus took his wife's arm, feeling a happy warmth deep inside his heart, and gave a small bow. "Thank you for being part of our wedding. Have a safe journey back home. We're happy that you've been here and look forward to seeing you again soon." They exchanged words of goodbye before going different ways. Severus and Sanya watching before they turned on the spot, Severus taking them both to an alley near the hotel he had reserved a room in. It was in Muggle London, one of the best, and he didn't plan to leave the room at all until they had to return to the castle the next evening. "If you would follow me, Mrs. Snape," Severus murmured into her hair, eliciting chuckles from her. "Lead the way, Mr. Snape," she answered, a smirk on her face. Before he started to walk, Severus bent forwards and captured her lips in a kiss. He was so very happy that she had said yes, and was willing to share her life with him, despite the ugly past he had to carry. No longer delaying, Severus turned around and led the way into the hotel and up to the receptionist. "Oh, I've booked the honeymoon suite. Snape is the name." Sanya looked around appreciatively, taking in the exquisite woods, fabrics, and decor. If she hadn't known that her father was rather rich, and Severus would get control over the fortune of an old family in the near future, she would have felt the room more than a little extravagant. There even was a bowl of strawberries and a bottle of champagne waiting for them. The berries looked good, but considering the time of year, their quality was questionable. Or did magically produced fruits make it into high-end Muggle hotels? Severus tossed their cloaks over an armchair right next to the entrance before he sauntered past her to open the bottle of champagne, expertly filling the two glasses with the bubbly liquid. With a smile, she accepted the glass and stole a kiss before she kicked off her heels. Her feet were killing her, even with the cushioning charms her friend had put on the shoes. They weren't made to be comfortable for this long. "What do you think, my love? A nice hot bath to get warm before we take a look to see if the bed is as good as the price for the room suggests." Sanya had trouble not giggling over Severus' exaggerated, suggestive tone. It was a good plan. She wasn't really cold, but a warm bath together with her husband sounded wonderful. She gave him a heated look and a slow smile. "I think this plan of yours is perfect, love, but I will need help to get out of this dress." "Do you think you'll be able to provide the help needed?" Her dark wizard sipped on his glass and smirked at her. "I guess I can do that." He suddenly got a serious expression and got a small phial out of a pocket with one hand, offering it to her. "A contraceptive potion, Severus?" she asked him. Until now, she hadn't bothered to take one regularly, and the two of them had used the charm when they had had need of it. They hadn't really talked about it, but when they had tested Severus' attempt to create a potion to test a couple for their combined prospect of having magical children, he had told her that Lord Slytherin was determined to shore up the magical population. She had somehow assumed they would try for children from the start. "We haven't even found a home for us yet. I thought it should be up to you to decide when." A little flustered and blushing, Severus wiggled the phial at her. So she took it, turned it over in her hand, and sat it down next to the bowl filled with ice cubes and strawberries. Then she looked up to Severus, taking in his calm expression. He left the decision to her, even when she knew that Lord Slytherin still had quite some sway over those who had sworn themselves to him. She gave him a smile. "I don't want to wait, Severus. There isn't really an ideal time for starting a family, but you and I have everything we really need. And there is no guarantee it'll work out with the first try. So I won't need that, darling." Taking their glasses of champagne with them into the bathroom, the two of them started on Severus' plan for the evening. There were no long conversations that evening, but they came to the agreement that the bed was as good as the price for the room had suggested. Sunday, 19th of November, watching his deputy during lunch. Quite a few students who had missed breakfast were eating with fervor at their house tables. Albus came to suspect that she was up to something. She was a really good head of house and transfiguration professor, but first of all she was a Gryffindor and not used to scheming. It was obvious she was up to something. The question was, what was it she was doing? Well, there wasn't a real reason not to ask her. Minerva, what has you so distracted today? Is there something to be done I have been neglecting? Some parents asking for special lessons. One of the professors asking for new equipment. She had tried once or twice in the past to handle such requests without involving him, when she thought he was bogged down with other responsibilities. It was a trait useful in a deputy, but her tendency to only inform him after the fact was something he really didn't like. He might not need to do everything himself, but he liked to be informed about everything going on in his school. Nothing like that, Albus. Just organizing some changes in accommodations for one of the professors. It will be done before dinner is served. The elves are eager to help, but have had more than one question so far, so they keep interrupting me to get their answers. No need for you to get involved. She patted him on his arm before she took another roll from the basket sitting between their plates. Albus furrowed his brow. Why would one of the professors need changes to their quarters, and that in such dimensions that the elves had to work more than a few minutes at them? It was rather curious. Oh, what a curious thing. He knew he wouldn't be able to let it rest, and normally Minerva wasn't inclined to keep something like this from him once he had noticed. What have you ordered them to do? Is one of ours moving quarters? He took a sip from his red wine. It went rather well with his roasted chicken breast. The dark, almost furious look on Minerva's face took Albus by surprise. But before he could react, she gave him a caustic reply. Severus needs a few changes finished before he comes back this evening. I agreed to oversee their execution. And frankly, it's none of your business, headmaster. These matters fall into my responsibility, and I'm more than capable of seeing them done. If he chooses not to inform you of the specifics, that's his right. Severus. Now Albus was truly surprised. What could his young potions professor need changed in his quarters? And why wouldn't his spy inform him? There weren't many reasons for the young wizard to keep something from him. Ever since the day Severus had come to beg for protection for Lily and her family, he had been open with everything. But thinking back to everything that had changed in the months since Tom had not only regained his body, but also claimed the title of Lord Slytherin, and managed to get back into society, it was entirely possible that Severus wasn't any longer as tightly bound to him as he had been in the past. There was no doubt Severus was still determined to protect Lily's son. But as the boy was now the legal son of Tom, this was a rather dangerous shift in the dynamics. Slowly continuing his meal, Albus was aware that Minerva was silently fuming beside him. It seemed she wasn't happy with him, but what exactly her problem was remained unclear. But if he knew Minerva at all, she wouldn't keep silent for long. She had a tendency to speak her mind, even if she was mature enough to not do so in the middle of the great hall in front of the whole school. And true to his expectations, he really knew all his employees rather well. She huffed once they both rose after finishing their meal. With silent amusement, Albus noted that she barely restrained herself from ranting at him. They were walking up the stairs in the direction of the headmaster's office when she prevented him from asking her by letting that rant loose. After this evening, it will no longer be a secret, so I will warn you now, Albus Dumbledore. If you make life for Severus and his new wife harder than it already will be, just because they didn't ask for your approval first, I will make sure that you will regret it. Do I make myself clear? There are some of the finest pranksters in my house, and I'm sure some of Severus, Slytherins, would be happy to help as well. Leave him be, or bear the consequences. She stormed off and changed into her animagus form before Albus had a chance to react. Severus was married. If that was true, the whole situation was rather more out of control than he had thought. When Severus had told him that Tom was determined to do something about the current state of their population, Albus had wondered what methods he would use. Was this part of Tom's plan, or had Severus finally let go of his guilt? It seemed rather far-fetched to assume Severus was even capable of forgiving himself for his past errors. Had the man turned against the light? Had he nurtured a viper in their midst? Considering that Severus was a master of clumens, there were no easy ways to make sure of his allegiance. What a mess! Deep in thought, Albus made his way up to his office, where he walked slowly over to stand by Fox to look out over the snow-covered grounds. How could he make sure that his only spy in the enemy's camp was still truly his? It was imperative that he manage to find a way. Maybe Alastair would be able to provide some ideas on how to achieve this. Minerva certainly didn't seem to be on his side in this. It had been a nice day in the village yesterday. Today they had stayed indoors, finishing up homework and redoing notes so they wouldn't have so much to do in preparation for revision before their owls next spring. Now Harry was sitting in his room on the floor, surrounded by all the small things he had bought on his tour with Sirius and his friends. The groups had changed frequently during the day, as they all tried to not let their friends see what they were getting for them. Now Harry was checking his list of people he had to give a gift to with the things he had bought to get a list of those he still needed to find something for. He just had finished attaching small scraps of parchment with names to the things he already had, when there was a knock on the door. One moment. Harry called out, quickly dumping everything into the two charmed burlap bags he wanted to use to store the things in until he could wrap them closer to the holidays. When Harry made it over to the door and opened it, Theo was standing there, his chest set in hand, smiling. Do you have time for a game of chess? Some third years are making a fuss in the common room, and Crabbe and Goyle are doing something in the dorm I don't want to think about. Can I ask for shelter here with you? Harry snorted. Sure, come in, Theo. What exactly are Vincent and Gregory up to? He wasn't really sure he wanted to know, but his curiosity had always been a force to be reckoned with. It looks like they're sorting out their trunks, maybe for the first time in ever. I don't really want to know. Theo walked in and over to the rug in front of the fireplace, looking at the burlap bag sitting on the chair there. Have you found something for everyone? Harry followed and shook his head sadly. No. I managed to get most of it, but I have serious trouble with what to get for my godfather or my father. You know his birthday is during the holidays as well. Do you give something to your father for his birthday? Theo nodded, sat down, and started to set out the chessboard. I do, actually. I think it's customary. Most of the time I find something that father collects and get him one of those. At least I have done so since I was old enough to order on my own. But it's really not easy. You still have a few weeks, though, white or black. I have an idea for Sirius. He was a real prankster, so I guess I'll get something from the Weasley twins for him, maybe arrange a contact between them so they can work together on some pranks. I think the three of them would love that. But for father, well, it's rather hard. It's not like I really know him that well. Harry sat down opposite his friend, pushing a stack of catalogues under the love seat. I guess I'll have to search for a bit. I'll take white. I can use any advantage I can get. Laughing at his friend, Theo turned the board so the white chessmen were standing near Harry, and then waited for the green-eyed teenager to make the first move. That's true, but you are getting better. They spent a nice afternoon playing a few games of chess. Theo won 2 out of 3 games, to Harry's secret glee. Against Ron, he never managed to win. To win even one game was so much better. It was a rather odd request that brought Malcolm Greengrass to Griffin House today. His lord had asked him to gather and deliver some rather special literature. When the Dark Lord asked for this, Malcolm had been rather shocked. Something like that wasn't even talked about in polite society. That he would ask for his healer to procure and deliver such was unusual at the least. So now here he was, different shrunken books and magazines of what amounted to pornography in his pockets, still guessing why his lord wanted them and hadn't bought them himself. Malcolm smirked, because he certainly had had a fun afternoon, searching through the family's rather extensive collection of moving photographs, animated artwork, and texts on this topic, to find a broad selection just as his lord had instructed. But while the search had been fun, the thoughts now circling around his mind were rather less so, because he certainly hadn't wanted to think about his lord in such a context, that he had been asked to provide not only material showcasing different witches, but also wizards, and to provide material geared to different interests and preferences, had sparked the question if maybe the Dark Lord had never found a sexual preference. The thought of being caught thinking over the possible scenario of the Dark Lords still being a virgin wasn't one Malcolm liked entertaining. When he reached the door, bundled up in his best traveling cloak over warm woolen robes, an elf opened the door, waving him into the entrance hall. Flim will be informing Master Marvelo about you being here, healer. Please wait. And before he could react in any way, the elf had popped out of the room, most likely to wherever the Dark Lord currently was. Before Malcolm had managed to banish his speculations from his mind, the Dark Lord walked into the hall, coming from deeper in the building. Without a second's hesitation, Malcolm went to one knee, bowing his head in proper greeting. Malcolm, you have what I asked for. The question was asked in such a normal tone of voice that the younger wizard could forget for a moment what it was he had stashed in his pockets. I have, my lord. I hope what I have found will meet with your approval. But the scandalous nature of those books was not forgotten for long, causing him to blush, to his mortification. The chuckle coming from the Dark Lord at the same moment only served to deepen his embarrassment. Follow me. Without further instruction, the Dark Lord turned to walk down the corridor to the study Malcolm had seen the other times he had been in this house. Aware that the powerful wizard wouldn't wait for him, Malcolm hurriedly got up from his knee and walked quickly so as not to fall behind any farther. Once inside the study, the Dark Lord waved his hand at the table between them as if to demand that Malcolm present his findings. So that was what the healer did, getting out the stacks of parchment, bound books, and framed sensual images, to enlarge them so they were once again easy to see. With reluctant curiosity, Malcolm watched as the Dark Lord started to sort through the items with an expression of almost horrified fascination, almost hidden behind a mask of indifference. Only another little fact sparking Malcolm's imagination. He really would have preferred to be able to pretend that his lord didn't have a sex life and wasn't interested in one at all. But as he was the man's healer, he probably wouldn't be able to do that. It was a little ridiculous that he was so embarrassed by this topic. I assume that there is a way to ascertain if a person has a body capable of all normal reactions pertaining to procreation. The Dark Lord asked delicately, carefully selecting his words to formulate his request. Malcolm now was sure that his lord had no real experience with sex. Hopefully, the man had at least an academic understanding. Having the talk with his lord, as the one explaining, would be mortifying. There are several diagnostic spells to make certain that these bodily functions are healthy. He took a deep breath. He was a healer, the Dark Lord's personal healer. He had tortured in the past. There was no reason he should blush like a young schoolgirl or a prudish old maid over this topic. Have you experienced problems in this area, my lord? With a contemplative look, the Dark Lord made a vague gesture. I'm unsure. When I was a teenager, I noticed certain reactions. They never were connected with circumstances typically associated with them. Since I regained a body, there haven't been any reactions at all. Suddenly, deep red, blazing eyes were focused on him. With a suddenly dry mouth, Malcolm had trouble swallowing. These, the Dark Lord waved his hand once over the materials laid out on the table, will help me in the exploration of this matter. But as this body might still be faulty, I guess it would be wise to ascertain there are no health problems involved. Hiding behind his professional education in everything regarding the body, Malcolm got out his wand and silently asked for permission to cast the diagnostics needed, which was given with a small nod. About 20 minutes later, a relieved Malcolm was on his way home. The diagnostics had proven that the Dark Lord was perfectly healthy in that regard, but he had to ask the man to endeavor to eat a more diverse diet, adding more vegetables and whole grains to make sure it stayed that way. With a lighter heart and a mind full of disturbing ideas, Malcolm headed to the nearest point he could apparate from. Maybe he could search for some company tonight. There still was this order to find a partner. Maybe he should spend more of his time trying to follow it. With his mind made up, the young healer decided he would search in earnest this winter season. Chapter 56, Finding a Way. Chapter text, Sunday, 19th of November. Snow covered the ground around them when Sanya, held securely in Severus' arms, appeared just outside the wards in front of the gates to Hogwarts. She was smiling contentedly, snuggling a little deeper in her husband's embrace before she reluctantly left the warmth behind. They both turned to face the castle, Severus capturing her hand in his squeezing it through the thick layers of knitted mittens. "Welcome home, Mrs. Snape," he murmured, startling a little laugh out of Sanya. "Let's get inside. It is fairly cold this far up north." Sanya stamped her feet in warm boots and not the delicate silk shoes normally going with the robes she was wearing to get them to warm up, spurring Severus into leading her up the gravel road to the castle. Dinner had already been over before they had departed from their hotel, so now as they ambled the halls down to the dungeons, there weren't any students wandering around. As tomorrow was Monday and classes would resume, and considering the chilling temperature in the halls, Sanya wasn't surprised they didn't encounter anyone until they reached a bit of wall that looked remarkably like all the others they had already passed on their way down here. "Are you ready to face the bunch of kids, teenagers, and young adults I'm responsible for most of the year?" Severus asked, a sardonic smirk on his face. Sanya grinned back. "Probably not, but let's do it anyway." Before Severus opened the door, he got his wand out and cast something, probably a charm, at her that made her clothes appear as if she had just dressed. Maybe something that mimicked the effect of a good ironing. Then he turned the wand on himself, making sure they both were presentable. Giving her a reassuring smile, Severus turned to the wall and clearly stated, "Didn't he?" causing a section of the wall to open, revealing a room filled with young witches and wizards who were chattering and causing an amount of noise Sanya hadn't really expected. It sounded more like the crowd on a busy Saturday in Diagon Alley than a group of students about to go to bed. The moment Severus took a step into the room, though, one of the students near to the entrance spotted him, and silence spread out through the room, all faces turning to face them. Taking a deep breath and swallowing, Sanya stepped through the door as well. She looked upon all those young people able to wield magic, and therefore carrying around a deadly weapon everywhere. It wasn't often that Sanya was reminded quite so forcefully of the fact that everyone with magic was able to harm her easily. But exactly that was the reason she needed to be here. She loved Severus. Hiding out in London, or even leaving the magical world, would send the wrong message. It would imply she didn't belong, that it was best to exclude her. Humans were able to harm each other just fine without magic. The only safeguard was educating the youngsters to be good people. If they managed that, it was of no importance if someone had magic or not, because they wouldn't be inclined to do other humans harm. Her back straight, Sanya stepped up to her husband's side, linked her arm with his, and looked smiling over the group of students. Uo Harry had watched the girls play a game of gobstones. He really wanted to learn the rules and tactics before he played with the others who were so much better at the game. When the door to the common room opened and their head of house walked in, he looked as severe as ever, but his robes and cloak were somewhat different. Before Harry could make out what exactly was different about them, as the light wasn't good where the professor stood, and there were several others as well as some pieces of furniture between them, the dark-haired wizard began to speak. Before the rumor mill butchers the story into something barely resembling the truth, and because I feel that you, as my students, should learn of this from me, in a surprisingly gentle gesture, at least to Harry's eyes, the professor guided the woman standing slightly behind him to his side, placing his arm around her middle. "I want to introduce you to my wife, Sanya Snape. She'll be living here at the castle, but will continue to work in London. I expect you all to show her proper respect." The "am I clear" wasn't said out loud, but the look Snape gave them all was doing a fine job of conveying the message anyway. The moment Harry realized that the professor had to have married over the weekend, his mind kicked into high gear. The lessons over the summer had been quite focused on the concept of the need for proper behavior befitting his status, and proper responses in a plethora of social situations. Weddings had been one of the more complex situations, but thankfully meeting a newly wedded couple was the easiest situation amidst of the tangle of when and ifs he was expected to remember and navigate with ease. Seeing as all the others were sitting in their seats almost as if frozen, Harry stood and made his way over to the happy pair, a little dismayed at the look of uncertainty slowly creeping into the woman's eyes. When he stood before his head of house and his wife, Harry bowed, a little nervous he might botch it, and recited the words drilled into him. "I wish you both a happy marriage in magic. May you prosper together." He came back up to see a blinding smile on Mrs. Snape's face and something that might count as approval in Professor Snape's eyes. With the tension now broken, each of the other Slytherins came forward to present their well wishes, giving Harry the opportunity to retreat to a quiet corner from where he watched and got lost in his own thoughts. Of course, Marvellow's attempts to increase the magical population by forcing his followers to marry and procreate had come up more than once in their conversations. With the Knots adopting a boy, Draco's parents expecting a second child, the development of a potion to enable two men to have a biological child together, with the help of a surrogate mother, it was obvious that this was more of the same. But it looked like there was love between the two, obligation not the only reason for the marriage. And looking back, it hadn't come all that unexpectedly. There had been rumors of Professor Snape's having a female guest, meeting up with a woman in the village. A woman who was not a teacher had been sitting with him at the table. Considering there never was any gossip of such things about any of the teachers at the school, Harry mused that their lives had to be quite dull. There was always talk about who was dating whom, at least among the older students, who had been seen going to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, and so on and so on. But never about any of the professors. Maybe they just were too old to have a private life of that kind, or were simply too good in hiding their private life from the students. Harry hoped that he had selected the right words. There were several phrases one could use to congratulate a couple on their marriage. There were several wishing good fortune, with differing emphasis from the financial over simple happiness together to many children, and, to Harry's bafflement, even some that sounded friendly enough but wished ill on the future of the newlyweds. If he had remembered right, the one he had used wished the newly married couple financial stability, children, and happiness together. It would be a safe bet, not putting too much emphasis on one of them over the other. Judging by the fact that both had looked pleased as Professor Snape ever got, he hadn't made a terrible blunder. While he had been pondering the awkward traditions surrounding marriages, all students had finished congratulating their head of house and his wife, slowly sitting back down, while Mrs. Snape took her husband by his hand and left the common room through the door to the professor's quarters. Quickly steering his thoughts away from pondering what they might do the rest of the evening, Harry turned to the other fifth years, who had gathered around him, as they had started to do more often in the last week, giving them a questioning look. Blaise was the first to speak up, just loud enough to be heard over the low murmur in the room. "Well, that's something new. I never would have thought there was a woman who could tame our sour professor." Daphne slapped the dark-skinned boy over the head, getting chuckles out of those sitting around them, and an indignant "hey" from Blaise himself. "Don't be a prick, Zabini. Just because he is a private and reserved wizard, you shouldn't mock him." From there, the conversation quickly moved on to the topic of the upcoming holidays, leaving the boys to make their excuses once the girls started to discuss how they would like their robes to match this year's theme of the Malfoy ball. When they walked down the corridor to the fifth-year dorm where they would split up, Harry continuing to his own room, Draco shook his head, sighing. "Since I started at Hogwarts, I always expect Mother to need to reuse one of the themes from years past, but she always finds a new one, more ridiculous than any before." Theo just shrugged. "I think she tries to come up with something that would stymie the tailors. Or do any of you come up with a design yourself?" That got the others all laughing, and they parted with happy banter, Harry walking on to reach his room. In a way, he missed rooming with others. It had been such an important part of life at Hogwarts, so different from what he had been used to. But he supposed it was easier living in his own room now that he was heir Slytherin as well as the boy who lived, a place to be on his own, to retreat to when the others were getting too intrusive, and a place he could call both Marvolo and Sirius every evening without others listening in on his conversations. After getting out of his robes and shoes, Harry collected both mirrors and settled comfortably on his bed, finding a warming charm had been applied, making the covers a comfortable place to sit. Deciding he would call Marvolo first, as Sirius never made such a fuss over his being up late, Harry took the correct mirror into his hand. Beside the fact that Professor Snape had married, there wasn't much to tell, but he liked the ritual of the daily calls anyway. And maybe Marvolo had something to tell, or Sirius had found an expert to help with the tapestry. So Harry spent a nice hour talking before he went to get ready for bed. Tomorrow, another day of classes waited for him. Monday, 20th of November, Hermione was going over the essays she needed to hand in this week in her head as they made their way into the great hall for breakfast. They were late because Ron had needed to run back 3 times into his dorm to get something he had forgotten. Sometimes she wondered why, or how, he always managed to misplace his things. She was sure if his head wasn't attached to his body, he would forget it somewhere around the castle as well. Like most mornings, the Slytherins, and with them Harry, already were seated at their table, eating with manners she wished more of her own housemates had. Well, with the exception of Crabbe and Goyle, who behaved much the same as Ron. Thankfully the other boys seemed to mature, starting to eat with their mouths closed, and no longer showing each other things that were gross. Quickly Hermione selected a sufficiently big space on the benches near to where Neville was sitting, sat down herself, and set her bag down at her feet. "Good morning, Neville. Please pass the fruit." She selected a pear, and then handed the dish further down the table, where Lavender asked for it. Most of the student body had arrived for breakfast when the headmaster rose from his seat in the middle of the head table and got everyone's attention with a loud sound caused by his wand. "Good morning, everybody," the old man said with a cheerful voice, opening his arms as if he was trying to hug them all. "Please grant me a moment of your attention. This last weekend, our most beloved potions master, Severus Snape, has entered the bond of matrimony with the lovely woman now sitting at his side. Please welcome Sonia Snape, née Jiggers, here at Hogwarts." He brought his hands together for a few oddly spaced claps, managing to pull a few of the students with him. Hermione noticed that all Slytherins were clapping with polite enthusiasm, but most of the others only sat there staring, their breakfast all but forgotten. "I'm sure you all will help her if she needs help getting around our lovely school. Now let me no longer keep you from your meal." While Hermione watched the headmaster sit down and turn to Professor McGonagall to talk, till she wondered why the man seemed to ignore the potions professor and the woman sitting by his side. Shouldn't he have said some words of congratulation? Something more than his wish for the students to welcome her? It was rather odd. "Do you reckon he has her under a potion? Or maybe even the Imperius?" Ron asked before taking a big bite from a sausage, scowling up at the newlyweds speaking animatedly with Professors Vector and Flitwick. Ron. Shocked by that casual accusation of using one of the unforgivable curses, Hermione turned to fully face Ron, feeling her cheeks flush in anger. Would he ever develop a filter between his brain and his mouth? How can you just claim such a thing? That's a serious accusation and a lie. I know Professor Snape isn't your favorite teacher, but that's no reason to claim he's committed crimes worthy of a lifetime sentence in Azkaban. Huffing in frustration over her friend's insistence on disliking their potions professor to the point of open warfare, Hermione snatched a piece of toast from a nearby basket. She would try to ignore her immature classmates in favor of getting a nice and healthy breakfast. But it did prove hard not to constantly refute the rude and unkind speculation the others engaged in. "Maybe she likes being insulted," Dean asked with a snicker, earning himself laughter from quite a few boys and disapproving glares from the more romantically inclined of the girls. So the more outlandish claims following were interrupted by Lavender, who sniffed and somehow managed to look down at the Gryffindor boys. "You simpletons, isn't it obvious that she managed to crack the hard shell Professor Snape had erected around his heart and brought out the sensible soul hiding from the evils of the world?" Rolling her eyes in the privacy of her own mind, Hermione quickly finished her breakfast. When the others insisted on being immature brats, she didn't want to stick around. That was how she ended up walking alongside some Slytherins towards the door out of the great hall. "Good morning, Hermione." Harry's cheerful voice greeted her from the side, and with a smile she turned to look at Harry, her hair swinging behind her. "Good morning, Harry. You all didn't look too surprised by the news." Her statement sounded more like a question, and she was curious if this was merely the result of all that famous training to keep your composure in public, or if they really had already known. "He informed us yesterday evening," Theo answered casually with an easy smile. "See you later in potions?" Harry asked, which she answered with a smile and a nod. "Then try to keep Ron from dozing during history." With a wink Harry turned with the others, Draco Malfoy and Crabbe and Goyle, the two boys who always seemed to be glued to his side, as well as Theodore, towards the stair down into the dungeons. Not one of them had their books with them, probably because they had a free period first. Soon Hermione was immersed in revision of the chapter she had read in preparation for this day's lesson. It was sad that the professor for this undoubtedly fascinating subject was such a terrible teacher. Considering that she had troubles staying awake in the class, it was hardly a wonder that several of her classmates opted to either nap or do self-study during that stretch of time. To avoid the masses of students leaving, Severus and Sanya left the great hall through the teacher's entrance right in the back near the head table. The professors were prone to use this entrance whenever they weren't in the mood to walk by the house tables and risk being accosted by their students with questions. For this reason, the entrance saw the most traffic in the morning and evening. Two of them had almost reached the end of the small corridor and the door there leading into the entrance hall when the headmaster called from the door into the great hall. "Severus, my boy, please, if I could have a moment of your time." Knowing quite well that this wasn't a polite request but a thinly veiled order, Severus helped Sanya put on her cloak, spelling it with a warming charm. She playfully rolled her eyes at him and gave him a short but intensive kiss. "See you tonight, Severus. Have a nice day." Now it was on him to roll his eyes and give a mock scowl. He having a nice day teaching dunderheads the delicate art of brewing, not very likely. "Have a nice day too, my love." He watched her walk out of the corridor, then turned to face the headmaster, glimpsing the shuffling of several small painted figures in a landscape picture hanging on the wall. For long moments the two wizards stood there, Severus in the heavy, dark robes he always selected for days he would be teaching, as they were sturdy enough to withstand the demands placed on everything that came into contact with students, and the headmaster in some truly eye-watering, bright blue robes with delicate embroidery of what looked like constellations. Severus had decided to wait for the old man to make the first move. If he said anything now, he might manage to give something away that the headmaster didn't know just yet. It had always worked rather well in the past on different people who tended to think highly of themselves. "I'm saddened that you didn't confide in me, my boy. Marrying in times like this is quite a risky step to take, don't you think? If you had only trusted me more, I might have been able to give you some invaluable advice. By placing her by your side now, you have brought incredible danger upon her." If there was something that Severus respected the old headmaster for, it was his ability to keep the mask of grandfatherly friend and mentor firmly in place, while threatening quite clearly with unpleasantness if not everything was to go his way. Determined not to let himself be maneuvered into letting his anger get the better of him, Severus took several calm breaths, contemplating his response before he spoke. "We saw no reason to inform anyone of our decision to marry so soon after our engagement. We're both adults and do not have much family. Sonia didn't want any publicity, and I wholeheartedly agreed. If it had been known beforehand that a reformed, former Death Eater was to marry a squib from a well-known family, what do you think would have happened? We both know the situation our world is in, and exactly that state is the reason we didn't want to wait." Just for a fraction of a second, Severus saw clear as day the frustration and confusion on the headmaster's face. It was obvious that the old man hadn't anticipated that Severus would stay this calm, or would be obviously aware of the dangers they both were in. Certainly the dangers the headmaster imagined were more dire than the reality, but nevertheless, both Sonia and Severus had talked about his current predicament as a follower of the Dark Lord, now better known as Lord Slytherin, and a spy for the self-proclaimed leader of the Light, Albus Dumbledore. The twinkle returned to the blue eyes, and a small frown settled onto the face of the headmaster, creating a rather curious contradiction. "Your new wife is a squib, my boy. Won't that provoke problems with your associates, and Tom in particular?" It was startling how quickly the man's proclaiming and demanding equality for all in the wizarding community would so easily point out the stereotypes prevalent in their society. "It will not. I remember quite clearly that I told you the Dark Lord's plans had changed. Due to the distinct possibility that magicals born into non-magical families are caused by old squiblines resurfacing after several generations, he has decided to keep them in our own society. therefore reducing the seeds for new such lines in the Muggle world. Me marrying a squib will keep her and any eventual children firmly away from Muggle society. He made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate any actions liable to harm those goals, and he already knew of our engagement. Marrying now doesn't change that. It seemed the old man was bent on believing the worst of the Dark Lord, regardless of what intelligence Severus brought back. Folding his arms over his chest, Dumbledore shifted his weight to one foot, assuming somewhat of a contemplative pose. Are you sure of that? It is quite a gamble to marry only with the assurances of safety made by Tom, who, as we both know, is prone to sudden mood changes and manic behavior. There was a heavy undertone of "I'm older and no better than you" to the headmaster's words. It was getting harder and harder to keep an incredulous snort to himself. Folding his own hands behind his back, his wand easy to reach from this position, Severus gave the headmaster a skeptical look. Since the Dark Lord has regained a body, his mood has stabilized quite considerably. He does still torture. I fear that Igor is still being held somewhere, but never without due cause or without prior warning. I fear you need to accept that our knowledge of how he is likely to react to any given situation, based on his behavior shortly before his fall, isn't going to be accurate anymore. He has changed. How else is he able to pass as a lord of the Wisengamot without slips? It looked like the headmaster was sucking on a lemon drop and had found it to be made without sugar, but Severus wouldn't let the man speak now. It was time someone tried to make him see sense. If none of them managed, he would be prone to take some desperate and dangerous actions in the near future. So Severus kept talking. I'm dedicated to keeping Lily's son safe, just as I have sworn to you. I'll do what is within my abilities to work on preventing a new war, to help to prevent further loss of life. I'm in the best position to keep gathering information on the Dark Lord's actions and bringing it to you. But at the moment, it looks to me as if you are unable to accept that reality doesn't match your expectations of what would happen once he would be back. Severus made a small pause for effect. If you keep being willfully blind, I fear you might overlook something truly important because you are chasing after shadows, causing us to lose sight of our goals. Without giving the man time to gather his wits and regain his balance, Severus gave him a curt nod. I have to prepare for the fifth-year Slytherin Gryffindor class, if you will excuse me. He turned on his heel, his robes billowing impressively, and left the small corridor towards the entrance hall. He had spent enough time already trying to talk sense into a delusional fool. Maybe he should hint to Madame Pomfrey that the old man needed a checkup. This talk had troubled Albus greatly. It truly seemed as if Severus had moved on from Lily, had found the ability to fall for a different woman, to find love. It had seemed so utterly impossible the night that troubled young man had met with him in the open, in bad weather, sinking to his knees and begging for help. Maybe it would have been better if he had let Severus swear an oath on Albus himself when the young man had sat sobbing in his office. Now, with Harry in Tom's hands, there was the possibility that the boy, and therefore Severus, would be swayed to follow Tom down the dark path. But no, it was impossible that they would be able to forgive the murder of Lily. Albus had stood there, thinking, for a longer time than he had realized when a small voice from one of the few portraits in this corridor caught his attention. I'm sorry, sir, but you probably don't want to be seen just standing here when the others leave after they have finished breakfast. Albus gave the young witch in a portrait of a small Sunday picnic a friendly smile and started to make his way up to his office. He would have to think about what Severus had said. Was it possible that Tom had found his way back to an earlier state of mind, or was Severus no longer reliable? He almost had reached the door when a portly wizard painted in front of a bookcase and another painting of himself spoke up. It is a sad fact of history that many an error could have been prevented if the people in power had only looked at the world and had seen what was there, not what they thought was true, but what was actually there. Without answering this, or acknowledging the man, Albus walked out of the corridor. If there was someone in this world aware of the dangers of power, it would be he. How could a painted likeness of some wizard long forgotten to history think his advice was valuable or even wanted? Saturday, 25th of November, pacing up and down in his reception room, Sirius waited none too patiently for his guest to arrive. It had proven to be rather difficult to find an expert on charms who was willing to come to the old infamous black townhouse and examine an old artifact that showed signs of failing. Many hadn't even deigned to reply to his polite letters of inquiry for help, and that when he had asked Remus to help him write them. Others had sent short, rude notes, and he really had sent a letter to everyone he could find, even going so far as to send letters to Japan and China, as well as both North and South America. But luckily, his old charms professor, a master in the subject, had agreed to come over and take a look. The professor had said more than once that he was unable to make any promises, but Sirius hoped that the small wizard might be able to give him some more information about what was wrong, enabling him to write better letters to those few experts and masters who had sent polite declines because of the vague nature of the inquiry. Finally, the fire flared green, and a short figure emerged from the flue, looking around while smiling in a friendly manner. Professor Flitwick, welcome to Grimmauld Place. Come in. Sirius felt instantly better the moment the kind eyes of the pot goblin professor fell on him. Certainly, Lord Black. Sirius gave him an exasperated sigh and rolled his eyes. He still had trouble accepting that he truly was Lord Black now. I'm happy to help as much as I can, but mostly I'm glad for this opportunity. There aren't many tapestries like the one you described, and most families guard them fiercely. Sirius nodded. That was certainly true. He himself wasn't aware of any other British wizarding families that had something similar, but it was quite possible that they simply held them close, telling no one of them. Then let's not waste any time. Follow me. And so they walked up the stairs to the room the monstrosity hung in. But as he hoped the thing would reveal whether he had any children he should be taking care of, Sirius supposed he had to change his attitude a bit. Opening the door with a flourish and an exaggerated bow, he let the small Hogwarts professor walk in first. He was almost sure that the professor had been chuckling at his antics. Over there, Professor, he said, following the man in. Oh, please. You are no longer a student, and I'm no longer your professor. My name is Phileas. A hand was extended towards him. With a big smile of his own, Sirius bent down a little. Phileas was really a fair amount shorter than him, and shook the other's hand. I'm serious and not joking either. He winked and then sat down to watch the professor work. And it was a good thing he had taken a seat, because it took several hours of intense muttering, casting of spells, and more muttering, before the wizard working on the tapestry turned around to face Sirius. First, I don't think that I personally can help here. Maybe we can sit down somewhere while I explain. It was a sensible request, so Sirius nodded, his dark hair falling forward in the motion, before he led the way over to a small seating area. So what have you found, Phileas? The moment I saw the tapestry, I thought it was possible that all the small burns are the cause of the failing charms. By the way, these are a true work of art. His eyes were shining with awe over the intricate magic he had examined today. The way all those family tracing charms, preservation charms, charms to make small likenesses of people. It is magnificent. Sadly, I have only cursory knowledge about all those charms tracking the progeny of those already recorded in the tapestry. It somehow works on the concept on recording the names and dates belonging to those descending from those already recorded, I think, by somehow utilizing wards keyed to family members. As I said, I'm by no means an expert, but I'm sure that the burned places distort the weaving, stopping the tapestry from working properly. I can give you a detailed write-up of my findings and the name of an expert in those kinds of family-related charms and wards, if you are interested, Sirius. With a small smile, there still was hope. He would not have to search high and low for every woman he had ever had sex with to check if he might have faltered in his contraceptive charm. Sirius accepted. That would be really helpful, Phileas. He offered tea and some pastries as a refreshment before Flitwick made his way back to the castle, but the charms professor declined. I have a study group with some of my ravens this evening. I better make sure to be back in time. I will send the information you need by owl. After the flames in the flue had returned to their natural red, Sirius contemplated what to do with a young Saturday evening. Maybe Remus' suggestion he should go out into the city, visiting the clubs and bars, wasn't so bad after all. Deciding that this was exactly what he would do, Sirius walked up to his room to stand in front of his wardrobe for the next hour, searching for just the right outfit to wear on his first trip through the bars in what felt like much too long. Monday, 27th of November. In between the many missives of his morning mail, Xerxes found one from Hermione, which he placed to the side to read in leisure later. Her letters always were long and full of details he didn't want to miss, and one official-looking envelope that had a seal identifying it as one from Gringotts. Eager to see if it was about the thing he hoped it was about, Xerxes tore it open with his hands, not patient enough to get his wand out to do it the proper way. Quickly, his eyes flew over the stilted, formal writing, skipping the politely worded introductory sentences to get to the heart of the matter. And indeed, it was the confirmation that the vault his once daughter-in-law Bellatrix had owned was now his. After his lord had made clear that he needed to retrieve something of his that he had entrusted into Bellatrix' care, to place into her vault in the depth under the bank, Xerxes had filed a complaint against the ancient and noble House of Black because the marriage contract between his son and Bellatrix had been broken. Back when the two of them had decided they wanted to marry, they had written the requirement of at least 2 children into the contract. Xerxes remembered that Bellatrix had been reluctant and had wished the number to be limited to 1 child. When Rodolphus had explained to her that he could demand at least 1 son, leading potentially to many, many daughters, she quickly changed her tune. 2 children was much better than the potential need to have a dozen daughters and still be trying for a son. He wasn't sure why there never had been a child. If it was because they simply hadn't been able to have them, never tried, or whatever. He wasn't about to ask his son, either, but it had been a reason to demand the agreed-upon compensation from House Black. He and the new Lord Black had exchanged quite a few letters over the matter. At first, Sirius Black had been furious over the demand, but finally he had relented. Xerxes thought it was possible the man had realized that he had no interest in being in the possession of anything that had belonged to his least favorite cousin. He even had disowned her from the family once he had been recognized as the Lord. Probably Xerxes' willingness to return some invaluable black heirlooms to Lord Black, and therefore the family they belonged to, had been the argument that had swayed the man's opinion. And here now, he had the notice that the vault of Bellatrix Lestrain had been seized for the Black family, and was now given to Lord Lestrain as compensation for a broken marriage contract. The key was encased in the envelope, and Xerxes immediately decided to go there after he had finished his breakfast of eggs, sunny side up, lightly toasted bread with orange marmalade, and a nice cup of tea. It didn't take him long before he was dressed in fine but everyday robes and a warm, fur-lined cloak. A short flu trip later, he had reached the bank and then stood waiting in line to get to a teller. In a way, it was funny how, if you didn't have an appointment, which everyone could get, everyone had to wait in line. Every lord was the same as the parents of a muggle-born child in this hall. That was probably the reason his own father had once insisted that Xerxes was always to get an appointment when he had to deal with the bank in person. But this was too important to wait 2 days or more to get a free spot for an appointment. His lord had repeatedly asked after the cup he wanted to get back, had even described it in detail, so Xerxes could get it out without having to contact him first. Sometimes, his lord was more like the friend Xerxes had had back when they had been in school together, and on some days he was more the Dark Lord commanding his troops. But in this, Xerxes was pretty sure that both personas had the same goals and reasons to act. So as a good friend and a devoted follower, Xerxes acted the moment he had the opportunity. Soon, it was his turn to follow one of the goblins to the carts and take the nausea-inducing trip with one of the horrible things down into the bowels beneath London. The door to the vault was opened after the pitiful creature that once had been a magnificent dragon had retreated before the sound it associated with horrible pain. Behind the door were stacks of coins, books, and other artifacts. With searching eyes, he walked through the assorted riches, ignoring most of it in favor of concentrating on a 2-handled golden cup that largely resembled a chalice. It didn't take all that long to find it, and with the goblin's permission, he cast the counter-curse against the Gemino effect that guarded the contents of the vault against being removed by someone uninformed of the spell's presence. The things inside would duplicate on contact with skin until the contact was broken. In addition to burying intruders under gold, the pieces turned hot too, burning the unsuspecting thief. Xerxes felt that it was an excessive security measure, so he didn't put up the charm again after he had taken the cup from its place high up on a shelf. Before he placed the cup into a silken bag he had brought, Xerxes shortly examined the example of fine craftsmanship. There was the image of a badger carved into one side. This was without doubt the cup his lord had ordered Xerxes to retrieve. With the cup inside the silk bag hidden inside his robes, Xerxes left the vault with the intention to come back sometime later this month, or even next year to search for those items Lord Black had named as those he suspected Bellatrix had taken with her or had been gifted later. He didn't feel that it was all that urgent. Moving quickly, Xerxes got back into the cart. He was sure the goblins had designed them to be the worst experience ever on purpose, and from there into the alley. He would buy a book for Hermione, maybe a collection of poetry to broaden her horizons, before he would head home so his unavoidable visit to Marvolo wouldn't be observed or connected to his visit to the bank. Whistling a tune, he walked down the street, forcing everyone to make room for him with his confidence. Uo Marvolo was sitting in his office at headquarters, jotting notes down on a ritual he was developing. As he had had not 1 ounce of success with trying to absorb one of the Horcruxes he had managed to get back into his possession, he had decided to move his efforts to a way to move a Horcrux from one object into another. After all, he had to find a way to get the Horcrux out of Henry without harming his son. Even if he managed to truly regret the murder that had created his latest Horcrux, and he felt his murder of Lily Potter was the one he was most likely to feel true regret for, it was far from certain that the reabsorption wouldn't cause harm to Henry. He tossed the quill away in the direction of the merrily burning fire heating the room, when the wards around the house informed him that one of his Death Eaters had apparated into the building. Quickly notes vanished into a warded drawer, ink droplets were vanished, and boring paperwork replaced his previous work, because it would have been curious to find him here not working on anything. It didn't take long until there was a knock on the door, announcing his visitor. "Come in," he called, placing the quill to balance on top of his inkwell, looking up in time to see the door open to admit Xerxes clothed in his normal attire, holding a silken bag in one hand. In a second Marvolo was out of his chair and stood next to his friend, who looked like he had not expected such a reaction. And quite frankly, Marvolo was rather surprised himself, but didn't want to ponder too long on this. "You have found the cup." His question was urgent, his voice almost inaudible but intense. "After I got the message from Gringotts that the vault had been seized for House Black, and in turn granted as compensation for a broken marriage contract to House Lestrange, I went to the bank immediately. It was easy to find. I guess Bellatrix wanted to be able to see the proof of your trust in her every time she visited the vault." Without further words, Xerxes offered the bag, and Marvolo reverently took it from the man, taking it over to the desk to set it down. After a moment fiddling with the drawstring, Marvolo held the cup in his hands, feeling the vibrations of his magic and soul bound to the relic of the founder of Hufflepuff House. "Thank you for your quick action, Xerxes, and thanks for the invitation to a game of chess." He smirked, feeling much lighter with another piece of his soul back under his direct control. "I'm delighted to accept." Clearly getting the dismissal, Xerxes bowed, turned, and left the office, apparating away only a short time later. Marvolo sat down at his desk, looking at the cup, feeling immense relief. Discounting the diary and the ring still not returned to Marvolo by Dumbledore, which he had been forced to absorb because they both had been destroyed. He now had all his soul pieces back under his control. The locket and diadem were guarded in this house under heavy wards, and the cup would soon join them. But if he kept running into roadblocks and walls in his attempts to find ways to reabsorb them or move them between containers, he had a vague theory that might work to move the pieces back into himself. He might never find a way that would work. The interesting, engaging conversation he had had with the one Weasley boy, the Cursebreaker, came to mind. Maybe Gringotts had a way to achieve what he was working on. The young man certainly had to be a member of Dumbledore's order if the old man had trusted him enough to take him along to the removal of the curse the old headmaster had picked up from the ring. And if that was the case, The red-headed wizard now knew that Marvolo had created Horcruxes. Maybe if he asked in the right way, potentially by asking for help to get them back into himself and melded with the soul residing in his body, the other would be willing to help. And if Marvolo was honest, as long as he only asked for information and didn't bring his Horcruxes and another potentially hostile wizard together, the risk was low. Getting out a fresh sheet of parchment, Marvolo started to compose a letter. He needed to be aware that the letter might be intercepted, and even though William Weasley might be sympathetic to his goal in this, the way the other had shown interest in magic, most British wizards would call evil suggested as much. Were one of his family or associates to see the letter, the consequences might be unpleasant. So he chose his words with care, offering a further discussion of old magics and wards as a reason to meet. Hopefully, the young man would agree. They had decided to have been born in the late 50s. That had been a time before their father had married their mother, when he had traveled the world for several years, searching for interesting magical sights and entertainment. He had known then that once he was back in Britain, he would have to take over the family and all responsibilities associated with it. So he had seized any opportunity for some fun. At the moment, Rudolphus and Rabistan sat over a list of the lands and regions their father had traveled, crossing out all those which made it easy to track someone born there. All others, annotated with notes on pro and contra, were copied onto a separate list. There were a few places on the African continent, mostly in the Sahara and the West African rainforest, where the old practice of masters taking on pupils instead of building centralized schools was the norm. Then there was China. Also a well-organized and ancient, tradition-rich magical community. The devastation of the Mughal-originated so-called Cultural Revolution had forced the witches and wizards to move from traditional places, if only temporarily, erasing and destroying many records during the 60s. Furthermore, the land had many rural areas without much of any formal recording at all. Europe quickly was ruled out completely. The aftershocks from Grindelwald's and the Muggles' wars had already lost their biggest impact by then, making tracking someone all too easy, complicating the needed task to forge their identities. There had been smaller Asian and South American communities their father had visited, but most of them were either so close-knit that it would be hard to pretend to come from there, or they hadn't had enough upheaval to explain away the lack of proper documents. So it looks like we'll need to learn either one of those obscure African languages or Chinese. That will be fun. The sarcasm was thick enough to walk on, and Rabistan gave his brother a rather hard jab with his elbow. No need to be so enthusiastic, brother. Do you want to walk in the open again, or don't you? Rodolphus sighed. Yes, I want to be free again, really free. But this is not an easy task. This plan sounds impossible to manage. How shall we pretend to be anything but British wizards? We don't know any local spells, and either of those places has too unique a magical tradition to get by with what we know already. Then there is the little fact of needing to learn a really complex language. You can't tell me learning a Chinese dialect and the symbols needed to read and write is an easy task, and the African languages aren't any easier. And on top of that, there's much less material available to learn them. Rodolphus had started to get louder at the end there. Rabistan could only nod. Comparing the problems his brother had just named to exchanging their mother's contribution to their genetic material with those of another witch, aging them to be the same age so they could pass as fraternal twins, the latter set of tasks seemed really easy. So we should go with a small South American community then. There was a pretty isolated one that was wiped out by an earthquake a few years back. Portuguese is much easier to learn than any of the Chinese, other Asian, or African languages and cultures. Rodolphus looked rather skeptical, but was listening. The culture is mostly European, with only a few truly local elements still preserved, at least in that community. It was mostly composed of descendants of immigrant European witches and wizards, as are the spells. If we pretend to having traveled a lot after we were old enough, being away when the disaster struck, he trailed off. It was a rather daunting task that lay before them. So we start researching Portuguese, ways to learn a language quickly, and local spells, magical plants and traditions. Rodolphus sighed again, but nodded. and we probably should inform our Lord of our decision on a place of origin. Maybe he has some insight that would prove useful." They once again sank into contemplative silence, walking around the library, now collecting information about South American magical communities, Portuguese and Spanish, as well as any books on how to learn languages quickly. The rest of the month of November moved quickly for Harry. The professors were burying them under homework, and Hermione went right along with it, making schedules for revision for each of their friends. That group now included Theo, Neville, and Luna, who was helping with the schedules by making sure that they included leisure time. As she pointed out, a mind bogged down with facts lost its ability to fly. At first, Hermione hadn't liked that idea much, pointing out she already had kept evenings free for Ron and Harry to use for Quidditch practice, as well as Friday evening for the dueling club, and the weekends for Harry's regular appointments and extra lessons, but it had to fold in the end. Besides the regular meetings to complete their essays, all conducted in the library, because that was the best place for people from different houses to meet, Quidditch practice, daily calls with both Marvolo and Sirius, regular sessions with his mind healer, and extra tutoring with Professor Snape. Harry didn't have much time to paint or draw. Most notable was the one Quidditch training session where Draco managed to catch the snitch before Harry because he had been looking after Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw Seeker, as their team had come to the pitch for practice before the Slytherin team had been finished. Draco and the rest of the team had fun teasing him over this, but luckily they kept the teasing to the common room, making sure the story didn't get out to the whole school. Harry really began to appreciate the secretive nature of most Slytherins. It made sure embarrassing stories didn't make it to the wider student population. But he had to concede that it was a real possibility that the fact he was heir Slytherin had something to do with that as well. When Harry asked after one particularly hard session with Mrs. Goyle if Marvolo was still going to her too, he got to see a really rare sight. Lord Slytherin, self-proclaimed Dark Lord, looking embarrassed. He had reluctantly said that he hadn't been there after the one really short visit that had been the first session. Harry had asked, despite the fact he assumed it wasn't the case, if Marvolo had too much to do and had not managed to find another appointment because of this. Marvolo had snorted, another first, and had denied Harry's assumption. In fact, Marvolo feared that he might kill the woman in his frustration, and so had decided not to tempt the fates. In a bout of reckless cheekiness, Harry had said that one could count that as a kind of progress, startling Marvolo into laughing. Looked at from a certain angle, one could really claim that his avoiding a situation where he might get so frustrated that he would kill was progress. Before he really knew it, November was over, and the time until Christmas break was short. He would have to return to living with Marvolo, being dragged into the society nightmare that were the many events held over the month and into the new year. And he still had to find two presents for Marvolo, one for Christmas, or Yule as Marvolo insisted on calling it, and one for the man's birthday. Remembering how happy he had been the first time he had gotten a real present for his birthday, Harry was determined to get one for Marvolo. Because somehow he was sure that the other had never had a sincere birthday present before. With a new routine established, and many new experiences on the horizon, Harry wondered at how nice it was to know that Voldemort wasn't after his life. The year so far hadn't been peaceful, but with that many adults on his side, the problems had been easier to face than ever before. Chapter 57, Uncertain Future. Chapter text Friday, 1st of December. Daphne sat with her dorm mates in the common room around one of the low study tables with nice cushioned chairs around it. They had placed two candlesticks at strategic points, so they had enough light to write by, and were finishing as much of their homework as they could so they might have a little free time on the weekend. But Daphne wasn't really focused. She had decided to ask Harry today, as she was sure he wouldn't think to ask her himself, and because she didn't want to risk the chance that another girl would think to ask him first. But she was unsure how she should do it. None of her lessons ever covered how to ask a guy to be her casual date to a ball, or rather several balls, so she could attract the attention of possible candidates for marriage. The thought that her mother wouldn't approve of her plan made her smirk. There was no time like the present, so she closed her inkwell, gathered her things into a neat pile, and stood from her chair. "What are you doing, Daff?" Millicent wanted to know, looking up from her herbology essay with a smudge of ink on her nose. "Securing me a date for the winter festivities. You have ink on your nose." Having the others distracted with this little hint about the ink, Daphne quickly walked over to the two wingback chairs by the fire, which were currently occupied by Harry and Theo, while Draco and Blaze sat next to them on the floor bend over a chess game. Draco with the white pieces clearly being an advantage. Both other boys were reading. Theo had a book on the use of runes in warding open to a page in the middle. Harry was reading a book written in a language, or at least script, she never had seen before. Taking a moment to compose herself, Daphne took the last steps and just started talking to get Harry's attention. "Harry, do you have a moment?" He looked up, placing a strip of parchment between the pages of his book to mark his place. "I wanted to ask you something." Only long practice prevented her voice from shaking. "Sure, Daphne. What was it that you wanted to ask?" He sat up a little straighter, sitting more like a proper young man, his attention turned to her as it should be. Here goes nothing. If she wanted him as an escort, she had to ask him, and she would do so now because she had decided that she would. "I know that you aren't interested in me as a girl," she huffed, frustrated. That wasn't the focus she wanted. "Do you want to be my date for the balls? Not as a prospective couple, but as friends. I know you are reasonably good at dancing and not likely to bore me to death. Besides that, I think you aren't really ready to take a girl you might be actually interested in to the ball, but you could help me get the attention I need to find someone for me. So will you go with me?" It was against everything she was used to, asking in such a way. In the middle of the common room, where everyone could see, and with such open words, without a way to back out without losing face. But she was sure this was the best way to get Harry to agree. She had observed his behavior since the lessons over the summer, and she was sure that his placement in Gryffindor had been a good fit. As surely as he was a Slytherin, he still had many Gryffindor tendencies, and with those he wanted to trust as friends, Harry seemed to clearly prefer the Gryffindor way to handle things. Harry blinked a few times, really slowly, before he smiled a little unsurely back at her. "Well, I hadn't thought about it, but you're probably right that I need a date, aren't you?" He sighed, carding his hand through his bird's nest of hair, making it even messier than it already had been. "Going as friends. I think I can do that. I would like that. Yes, Daphne, I would like to be your date to the ball or balls. I guess we need to color coordinate our robes." He rolled his eyes a little at the last question, startling Daphne to laugh. Maybe they had subjected him to too many fashion lessons over the last weeks. Telling him how to combine an outfit and how important the first impression was, and the right statement, not only with how he acted and moved, but with what he was wearing. Obviously, he had listened attentively. "We should try." She tilted her head, trying to make out what the book was about, or at least what script it was in. "What are you reading?" She changed the topic. Now that the daunting task had been accomplished, her curiosity won out. Seemingly glad for the shift and leaving fashion behind, Harry almost closed the book, keeping his finger as a marker between the pages. "It's a book on magic and intent, and how the latter influences the outcome of spells, rituals, and the like. It's written in parcel script. I've had it since the summer, but haven't found the time to read in it much until now. It's the only copy, and I wasn't sure it would be clever to read it up in the tower." He seemed reluctant in his choice of word, but Daphne understood nonetheless. Something so obviously connected to Slytherin, openly displayed among the Gryffindors, could get the object in trouble, and even if they wouldn't object, she always had suspected that the lions were rather wild and less refined, putting everything that found its way into the tower in danger of being damaged. "Do you know how old it is?" She loved old handwritten books. It was a little sad that she couldn't read that one. It sounded like the topic was really interesting. "Not exactly, no." Harry shook his head, stroking the spine of the book carefully with two fingers. "I only know that it's a family heirloom." Daphne smiled and nodded. "I will leave you to your reading. There's still time to make sure our robes don't clash later." She winked at him, giggling a little at his huff and resigned look. There weren't many boys their age she knew who enjoyed the careful selection of colors for clothing. With a bounce in her step, she returned to her friends, to be interrogated on how her endeavor had gone. Theo let his book sink into his lap. "You really hadn't thought about your need for a date?" Harry shook his head, looking up to meet Theo's eyes. And it didn't even occur to you to ask Hermione. She certainly would be happy to go with you, don't you think? It was a pretty obvious solution to Theo. In years past, he had always asked one of the girls he knew well, but knew he wouldn't be able to marry, to go to the balls with him. This year, his father had told him that he would have to go without a date and dance with all the girls who might be a possible match for him. Theo felt a little apprehensive about being considered old and mature enough to start looking for a bride. It was a big step, and he wasn't quite sure yet what he wanted in a partner for life. He wasn't even entirely sure he was into girls. He'd had dreams about Blaze for a while after the one time he had walked in on him last spring in their dorm. On the other hand, some traditions weren't that easily broken. Harry's answer tore Theo from his musings. No, I really didn't think about asking her. She's more of a sister to me. I can't see her just as a girl. You know. And after the fiasco of last year's Yule Ball, I'm not so sure she would have answered favorably anyway. A blush crept up his face, and Theo instantly was intrigued. What did you do? He bent forward, his eyes glued to the bright red face in front of him, aware that Draco and Blaze were listening too. We might have asked her as a last resort, after agonizing far too long over who to ask. She was offended we thought no one would ask her, and that we hadn't thought to ask her earlier. By that time, Victor Crumb had already asked her. It was all rather horrible, and I would prefer to leave it in the past. Seeing that Harry really was uncomfortable with the situation and aware that the other might fear the potential blackmail material. Even so, it was rather weak material. Theo decided it was time to defuse the situation. So he started to tell a story of his earlier troubles with girls, because who didn't have some embarrassing situation with a girl in their past? Catching on quickly, Blaze and Draco joined in the fun, and soon the chess game and their books were forgotten, all four boys laughing and giggling over silly stories of interactions with girls. Harry had decided that it was time for him to go to bed. It was still slightly surprising how much easier it was to be by himself in the Slytherin dorms. Back in Gryffindor, Ron or one of the others would have complained that he wanted to go to bed so early, or even have mocked him for going to bed at a time only little kids got to sleep. The Slytherins either hadn't the need to establish a reputation built on childish acts of defiance of common sense, or respected his decisions because he was the adopted son of the Dark Lord. Because that certainly was at least part of the reason he was left alone so much, and got to sit in the spot reserved for the most influential student of their house. On the way to the hall leading to the actual dorm rooms, Harry walked by an alcove where two seventh-year boys were sitting, books, scrolls, and other materials on the table between them. As he passed them, he couldn't prevent hearing what the two were speaking about. He really will make you marry a witch. The incredulity was clear to hear even while Warrington whispered, clearly unhappy about something. The other boy nodded glumly. Since the decree went out to increase the number of children, my uncle is adamant that everyone of the family procreates. He snorted, letting his head fall back against the wall and the tapestry hanging there. Harry's mind was working quickly. If he was right, the boy talking to Warrington was named something Yaxley, and a Yaxley had been there that night in the graveyard. So it wasn't really hard to work out what the two were talking about. But why would Marvellow's order to his followers to find a partner and have bigger families make the boy sitting here unhappy? Before Harry could gather his thoughts and walk on, he was spotted. Yaxley went pale, and Warrington's face became carefully blank. It was evident that they both thought it rather unfortunate that Harry was standing there. Because he was sure they would wonder what he had heard, and if he would tattle to his guardian, Harry took a few steps and slipped into the alcove with them. They didn't object, watching the younger teenager warily. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help overhear part of your conversation, Harry started in a careful tone, working on keeping a non-threatening, friendly mask in place. You did sound unhappy over the prospect of getting married. Harry made his statement sound like a question, not adding any of his suspicions to the implicit question, wondering where all those fancy words were coming from suddenly. It seemed talks with adults about politics had colored his vocabulary quite extensively. It's no secret that I'm gay. There was bitterness in the boy's voice, and Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. The Dursleys might have made comments implying that being gay was something bad, But all that serious, and Marvolo had told him about the wizarding world's view on this topic, was the opposite of the Dursleys. Being gay was something that was as normal as not being gay. So why was Yaxley so bitter about it? Only asking questions would help him understand. So that was what he did. Why would your uncle force you to marry a witch when he knows that? And how is your uncle even able to do that? The looks briefly flickering over the older, bigger boys' faces made Harry think he was missing something rather obvious to all who had grown up in wizarding Britain. For all that he had caught up on many things over the summer, there was still rather a lot he didn't know. But it seemed that his status as the Slytherin heir afforded him some leniency about those chasms still left in his knowledge, as Warrington started to explain, the other boy too unhappy to have the energy for it at the moment. His uncle, Corbin Yaxley, is the head of the family. Septimus, father, is the younger brother. And as the head of the family decides all the big things, he can force marriages to happen, can reject spouses he doesn't approve of, and so on. The look Septimus Yaxley had on his face was one of resignation and defeat. Harry thought that he would have looked murderous if someone had been trying to marry him off to someone he didn't like. At least he wanted to think that he wouldn't just go along with it. Marrying for life was something different than being under the guardianship of someone whom you didn't like, or thought you shouldn't like, maybe even should hate. Either way, a guardian wasn't important any longer when you became an adult. A wife wouldn't just vanish. Harry frowned. How does that even work? The part with procreation. How does it even work if you like boys, men, whatever? Would Marvolo want this to happen? If the answer to this was yes, why did Marvolo have Professor Snape working on that potion, making it possible for two men to have a biological child? Well, there are potions to make it work, like normal. I'm hardly the first forced to marry a woman to make sure a child is born. Wizards and witches have been forced to marry people they aren't attracted to practically since the beginning of time. The continuation of the family line always was more important than something as trivial as happiness. Yaxley snorted, rubbing his hand over his face and hair. He looked truly defeated. Harry sat there, perplexed by the oddness of the wizarding world. Maybe not only the wizarding world. Fragments of half-remembered lessons about history from his Muggle school floated through his mind. Arranged marriages had been the norm in certain circles not so long ago. Marriages to gain more land, secure peace between nations, confirm alliances. The possibilities were endless. Taking into account that wizarding Britain still had many other outdated practices, it didn't feel too far-fetched that this might truly still be happening. I just hope the witch father picks out for me will be content to let me have an affair once the child is on its way. I don't think I can live in celibacy just because a witch I hardly know doesn't want me to stray. There was bitterness in Yaxley's voice, convincing Harry that this certainly couldn't be right, and regardless of what Marvolo had planned, this couldn't happen. There was a potion in development that would make children possible, and wasn't it plausible to assume that there would be more than one child from Septimus Yaxley if he could marry someone he actually was attracted to, someone he really loved? I'm not sure your uncle has it right, Harry stated in a quiet voice, drawing the attention of the older teenagers to him. Green eyes fixed on the glimmer of hope, barely visible in the depth of Septimus' eyes. Father has a potions master working on an old, unfinished potion he found in Slytherin's journals. Its goal is to give two men a child with the help of a surrogate mother. Why create such a potion if it isn't to be used? A little late, Harry realized that to make this better, he had to talk with Marvolo about his plans and ask him to put pressure on Corbin Yaxley. But now that he had already stirred up the hope, he remembered only too well how bad it was when hope was smashed. When Sirius had to flee after third year and Harry didn't go to live with him, it had hurt. He couldn't allow that to happen when all he had to do to help was speak with Marvolo the way he always did. I will speak with Father. I know he doesn't want to be misunderstood. Have a nice evening, you two. With that last sentence, Harry cut off any further conversation, standing to walk to his room. He had a call to make. Because of his quick departure, Harry didn't see the calculating looks exchanged between Warrington and Yaxley. Was this the loyalty to those of his house that Professor Snape had alluded to the evening Slytherin had been resorted? If so, there might just be hope for Septimus. Ooh, Saturday, 2nd of December. I know you want to come, Sonia, and I would love to have you at my side, but it simply isn't safe. Severus tried to stay patient while he dressed in clothes cut to give him maximum freedom of movement. His trousers and boots were sturdy and warm, as were the robes he had selected. Sanya was looking on, cloak in hand, not really happy with him at the moment. I never have been there, so I don't know how the wards will react, or if there are any curses around that might act up. I have seen protections at the old family homes of other families that are set up to be a challenge, to make sure a new heir claiming the title after the last lord has died without passing it on directly is worthy. I don't know enough to be sure the prince family hasn't done something like that. If you are by my side, I would have to divide my attention. Such a distraction can be fatal. I would love to take you with me. Believe me, I truly would, but not on this first visit. It didn't feel right to be stern. In a way, it was like talking to one of his advanced potion students, talking them out of making an interesting experiment he just knew would end in a disaster. A frustrated huff from Sanya made him turn and look as she sank onto their bed. On a normal day, I can live happily without magic. I have adapted to being surrounded by it while I can't use it. But this is bloody frustrating. Knowing it might be dangerous, wanting to be there, cover your back, and knowing at the same time that it would be more dangerous if I was there. She let herself fall backwards, staring at the canopy above their bed. I want you to ask one of your colleagues to cast a monitoring charm on you so they can go help you if there is a problem. Severus rolled his eyes. Even if he did that, if he managed to get himself into a situation where he would need help, it was highly unlikely for anyone to be quick enough to be able to help. What if I take a portkey with me, spelled to activate if I lose consciousness, taking me straight to St. Mungo's? This way no one beside me would get into danger. Negotiating was something familiar. Most of the time he had been forced to negotiate from a position of weakness. This might be actually the first time he negotiated with someone he considered an equal. His wife, and wasn't that a truly surprising development, sat back up, clutching her cloak and eyeing him speculatively. Additionally, you will tell one other adult able to wield magic, and you will send a patronus message every 30 minutes. There was a tremor hidden beneath the steel in her voice. She jumped as a loud crack sent sparks up into the chimney. She was nervous. Closing the last silk button on his robes, Severus took the few steps to stand between Sanya's legs. He bent down to give her a lingering kiss. I will be careful, my love, and I will send a message to you as soon as I'm sure that the place is safe, and I'm Lord Prince. Maybe Minerva would like you to visit. If he had to tell someone where he was going, his most staunch ally at the school was probably a good choice. He had told the Dark Lord, of course, but that wouldn't really help Sanya cope with this. Sanya nodded, and the two of them started their trek up to Minerva's living quarters. Saturday afternoons frequently were devoted to the marking of homework for all of them. Especially, the owl and newt students needed more elaborate remarks than just slashes, and crossed out and underlined parts of their work so they could improve. They didn't meet many students in the corridors. Lunch was long over, and it was still many hours until dinner would be served. Now that the cold was almost omnipresent in the halls, any sensible person stayed in a heated room. So that meant either the library or one of the common rooms for the students, their quarters or offices for the teaching staff. After Sanya had knocked, it didn't take long for Minerva to open her door. Severus, Sanya, what an unexpected visit. Come in, come in. It's warmer in here. The older professor took a step to the side, making the way free for them to step in. I have other things to do this afternoon, Severus declined, guiding Sanya in direction of the door with a hand on the small of her back. I intend to take a look at the old prince home and take over the lordship, as I'm the last of that line. Sanya can't come with me on this first visit, and she demanded I inform another of where I go. I hope you will have a pleasant afternoon while you wait. A quick glance assured Severus that Minerva had understood what he was asking of her. She would keep Sanya calm and distracted while Severus was away. Giving his wife a quick kiss goodbye, Severus nodded to his colleague before he walked down the corridor with billowing robes. He shouldn't wait any longer than he already had. If he wanted to officially claim his seat in the Wisengamot in the next regular meeting, he would need to claim the title soon. If there was a problem delaying him, there wasn't much time to spare to get this all to work. Between the things of his mother, in the last letter ever sent by her parents, There had been a portkey labeled with the simple word manor. Severus assumed that it was exactly what his grandmother had written in the letter wrapped around the small brass key, a portkey to the gates in the fence around the main property. It had been a revelation, reading all the letters his mother had never even opened. His grandparents had taken more interest in his academic achievements and his day-to-day life than he ever had expected. He asked himself what his life would have been like if his mother hadn't been so stubborn and proud. But in the end, such questions were a waste of time. He would never learn what might have been different. It was a real possibility that he never would have been born. Severus stepped through the gates to Hogwarts grounds and at the same time outside the wards. His gloved hand retrieved the portkey from his cloak pocket, and he turned the small key over in his hand a few times. He was prepared. An emergency portkey to St. Mungo's. The Dark Lord had given it to him, claiming that he didn't wish to lose his potions master to something as silly as lacking preparation, hung around his neck. The small emergency potions kit was packed and stored securely in his pocket. There was a kind of alarm system established. Everything he could do was done. Taking a deep breath, Severus tightened his grip on the portkey and spoke the activation phrase, Per aspera di astra. 1. After the colorful swirls and disorienting spinning of portkey travel had stopped, Severus effortlessly regained his footing. This Latin phrase had sparked his worry that there might be some kind of trial for him to face once he came here. It often was interpreted along the lines of the idea that there had to be dangers and obstacles to be overcome to reach a big goal. In light of his suspicions, Severus cast several detection charms before he took a step closer to the wrought iron gate in front of him, right over the cobblestone path he stood on. There didn't seem to be any curses or even alarm spells on the path, the gate, or the two fieldstone pillars holding the gate. The walls were covered in common English ivy, blocking the view of the grounds behind them. Only a few bare treetops could be seen from where he stood. The gate looked well cared for. No grass or other plants had made their way onto the path, as they tend to do when a street isn't traveled regularly. Maybe some kind of plant repellent charm, or a spell on the road to keep it clear. Cautiously, Severus took 2 steps forward, getting near the gate and the wards around the property that seemed to be bound to the property boundary. They felt non-threatening, friendly almost, for lack of a better term. So they probably recognized him as part of the Prince family. When Severus placed a hand on the gate, it swung inwards on well-oiled hinges, soundless. Either there were really good charms on all he had seen so far, or there was someone still looking after this place. Maybe his grandparents had hired someone to look after the house and the grounds. Someone like Filch, maybe. With cautious steps, wand ready in his hand, Severus passed the boundary and closed the gate effortlessly behind him. The grass was covered with tiny ice crystals, the weak winter sun not strong enough to melt it. Beds were covered for winter, roses wrapped in rough cloth to protect them from the cold, all the leaves from the trees. Oaks, 1 or 2 elm trees, maple trees, ash, all of them old, had been moved into piles, clearly indicating that someone was taking care of the place. When the house came into view, Severus had seen a fair bit of representative garden. But judging by the size of the grounds, it looked like there might be a garden for vegetables and potions ingredients in the back, or somewhere out of the way. The building itself was something to see. It was built in the style of the Tudor period. Small arches, tiny towers, more decorative in nature, intricate carvings, oriels, too, at several parts of the facade, dormers in the story just under the roof. Probably so the servants' quarters had a little more room. Parts of the house were covered with ivy, and it looked as well cared for as the rest of the grounds did. Following the directions of that last letter, Severus walked up the stairs to the carved wooden door serving as the main entry point into the manor, placing his hand in the middle of the door near the knocker in the form of a dragon head. Wards flashed, but before Severus could yank his hand back or cast a shield charm with the wand held in his right hand, the door opened with the click of a lock. Casting his usual array of detection spells in quick succession, Severus watched with a funny feeling in his gut as candles all around the entrance hall flashed to life, casting their warm, unsteady glow over a tiled floor and priceless, hand-woven carpets, onto several oil paintings that turned their judging eyes onto the lone wizard cautiously taking the last steps into the house, and several doors leading into different parts of the manor. His grandparents had written down that the heir needed to go to the patriarch's study on the ground floor of the manor to claim the title of Lord Prince by placing the tip of his wand onto the family crest to be found there and speaking the words of an oath. The letter had given directions to the study, and casting detection charms the whole time, Severus made his slow way through the halls and rooms, coming across a library and a music room with an old harpsichord covered by a linen cloth. Most of the furniture was covered with cloths, giving the house an abandoned atmosphere. It wasn't hard to find the study, and therefore the golden crest, mounted on a carved piece of wood hanging over the fireplace, situated next to the door through which Severus had entered the room. Another series of spells was cast. Severus was suspicious. It was too easy. There hadn't been a single spell that was dangerous, only one showcase with objects of a dark nature, but warded so unprepared hands wouldn't be able to get to them and come to harm. Nothing that would prove a challenge. Had he been wrong to assume the activation phrase hinted at a test of some kind? He hesitated a moment in front of the crest before he touched it with the tip of his wand. He had memorized the words of the oath and now spoke them, carefully enunciating each word. I, Severus Tobias Snape, son of Eileen Prince, son of the Prince family, do hereby claim the title of Lord Prince, to fill the responsibilities of a lord to his people, to further the welfare of the wizarding community, to serve magic. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Coming from the place where his wand touched the crest, magic swirled through the room. Testing Severus and his intentions, his plans and his determination, the magic wasn't gentle to him as it wrapped around him, bringing a sense of obligation, duty, and responsibility with it. A moment later, Severus found himself sitting on the floor, panting, feeling a little light-headed. That hadn't been what he had anticipated or expected to happen. Master needs something to drink. Tea, wine. Cherry so happy to have Master back. Startled by the happy, high-pitched voice, Severus turned to his right and came face to face with a happily bouncing elf with huge lavender eyes, wearing a toga crafted from 2 tea towels. It looked like his assumption someone had been taking care of the manor, and the grounds had been right. Only his guess that a squib was the one had been wrong. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Severus took a deep breath. On top of everything else, he now had his own personal elf to care for. Sending it to get himself something to drink might afford him some calm to think and send a message to Sanya. If he was to wait any longer, she would worry needlessly. Bring me some cold water, Cherry, then come back and wait. I have some questions for you. With a happy almost shout of Cherry will do that. The elf was gone just long enough for Severus to cast his patronus and send a short message of all went well. We'll look around, to Sanya. When he next looked around, 3 elves were standing near the desk, bouncing on their toes, clapping their long, spindly hands, ears flipping back and forth. In short, they were the image of eager anticipation and excitement. A crystal glass and pitcher were standing on a silver tray on the desk, waiting for him to take a drink. For the moment, ignoring the 3 elves, Severus poured himself a glass of water and got out his potions kit. A sip from a headache potion would do him some good at the moment. He removed the stopper from the vial and added a healthy dose of the potion to the water before storing the potion back in its slot in the kit. Then he swirled the glass, mixing the potion and water before emptying the entire glass without pause. Then he turned to the elves, who immediately started to babble when his attention was obviously on them. Basil will clean Master's bedroom today. Has Master a little master or mistress for Honey to care for? The house can be ready for Master this evening. Cherry will make sure of that. Silence! What had he done to be saddled with 3 house elves? All families he knew had one, maybe 2. Sometimes a few older, but not as wealthy families shared in a family of elves. But an empty manor with 3 elves. He never had heard of anything like this. I'm head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts, and therefore live there most of the year. So it's not important to make this manor ready to be lived in on the spot. I need a list of repairs needed on the grounds, as well as all keys to vaults you may have. Then one of you will give me a tour around the grounds, showing me everything of importance. Cherry will do so, the little elf said decisively. It looked as if she was the senior elf, or head elf, or whatever the title might be. All 3 were still beaming at him as if he were bringing sweets, and they were children. It wasn't a look he was accustomed to seeing aimed at himself. Sanya smiled at him, but this unadulterated joy wasn't something he would associate with any sane adult. Sighing, Severus sent Basil and Honey. Whoever had named those elves seemed to have had a fixation on food, to gather a list of needed decisions, and then ordered Cherry to show him around. Somehow this had been too easy. Maybe the true obstacles would show themselves later when he went to claim his seat on the Wisengamot. In a way, he would have felt better if there had been some nasty curses in the manor or the study, something to test him, something to overcome. Now he felt as if Mad Eye Moody's motto of constant vigilance would get to be his own for a long time to follow. Paranoia had been his friend and companion for years now. It had been silly to hope that his need for it would diminish in the future. The rest of this Saturday, Severus spent touring an extensive garden, or rather park, and the much too big manor. He would have to go through the ledgers in the study to see what else there was, and how much everything had descended into chaos, while there had been no one around to take care of the estate. That was probably something that Sanya would be able to help him with. Only one thing was sure. The future held many unknowns for Severus, many challenges and opportunities, as well as dangers. Wrapping a big scarf around his neck, Arthur walked out of the back door and into the garden. The frozen grass made crunching sounds under his heavy boots. Winter was making its first tentative moves into their region. Under the light of the almost full moon, he found his way through the unkempt garden down to the orchard. If he couldn't find his eldest there, he would have to search the rest of the grounds, but he was pretty sure that Bill had gone there, probably to think. Most of the family went down there to think. It always had been the place that held the least chaos at any given time. Marley had been down here often since Albus had called the order back together. Each thing happening had made her stays down there more often and longer. Harry's being adopted, Albus, telling them that you-know-who had split his soul, the orders breaking apart. It hadn't been easy ever since the end of the Triwizard tournament. Shaking his head to clear his mind, so he would be able to concentrate on the here and now, Arthur cast a lumos so that he would be able to see under the trees. The branches were bare, letting light fall through, but the ground was treacherous, with fallen branches, long grass, and rotting leaves covering it all. An electric torch, or something similar to that, like the Muggles used to carry a small light around, would be nice. He would have his wand free to cast other spells and still be able to see. Maybe he should get himself one for Christmas. He found Bill at the other end of the orchard, looking out over the field on the other side of the simple fence, something clutched in one of his hands. With a few more steps, Arthur was at his son's side, leaning against the fence, looking onto the frost-covered meadow on the other side. "What's the matter, Bill? You've been quiet the whole time through tea, and now you've been out here for a quarter of an hour already. Talk with me, Bill. Maybe I can't help, but I'll try, and you know that talking can clear up things. Do you have trouble at work, or with Mr. Lacker?" The last was Marley's suspicion. Bill had spoken about the girl he was dating rather often, and his mother was convinced that the French girl wasn't good enough for her son. Arthur wasn't so sure she was right, but he didn't know what was really the reason for Bill's moodiness, so he hadn't said anything. Bill sighed. "Everything's fine at work and with Fleur. No, I'm thinking about a letter I got a while back. An acquaintance asking for help, you could say, but I'm unsure if I should help." Arthur was taken aback. He had thought he had brought up his children better than that. Why would you even hesitate? If you can help someone asking for help, you should help to the best of your ability. There wasn't a question about that in Arthur's mind. If one was able to help a friend, that was what one should do. Bill snorted. "You don't even know who asked, or for what. But I will explain the circumstances of what he's asking for. We'll see how you feel about this then." That reaction made Arthur's stomach drop. Bill hadn't said that a friend had asked for help, and he wasn't a boy any longer. It was a possibility that someone had asked for help gaining access to Gringotts past its security measures. But that surely wasn't the case, because then Bill wouldn't have to brood about it. Declining such a request for help should be easy. "Okay, Dad, listen. This acquaintance has made many mistakes in the past. At least now he calls them mistakes. He knows that I'm well versed in dismantling dark curses, wards, and so on. At the moment he claims that he's working on undoing curses he placed on some objects he doesn't want to destroy. It looks like he's run into a block and needs another perspective on the matter, and asked me if I would be willing to get him information from the goblins, or point him in the right direction for his research. Sticking his hands into his robe pockets, Bill stopped talking, clearly waiting for his father to say something. Well, Arthur was unsure. That did sound a little ominous. Maybe he didn't have enough information to base his advice on. Why doesn't he turn the objects in to the ministry? There are few auras who are willing to take such things off the hands of someone wanting to get rid of them, without filing a report and all that. Anonymous, you could say. But Bill was already shaking his head. If he would do that, it would get out to the public. It certainly would, and I understand why he can't risk that. I was even surprised that he dared to write me at all. You see, with our family's reputation, our association with Dumbledore, I would have never thought. Another sigh producing a small cloud of mist in front of Bill's face could be heard. It was getting rather cold out here. Arthur stuck his hands beneath his arms in a bit to keep them warm. If your acquaintance really wants to leave his mistakes and a bad past behind him, I think you should help him. If there is no way out of such a pit, no one will ever attempt to leave a dangerous path. So yes, if you don't get into conflict with the law or risk your life, I would say you should help him. Arthur was a little proud of himself for adding those last two qualifications. He had to remember that his children were getting older, and their problems became increasingly complicated accordingly. And would you still say the same when I tell you Lord Slytherin wrote me to ask for help, and that the dark objects we are speaking about are Horcruxes? What then? The sarcasm in Bill's voice was a surprise, but considering the additional information his oldest son had just dumped on him, it seemed to be logical. Add to the problem that the former Dark Lord, Arthur wasn't so sure about that claim, had rescued Bill, and one could claim there might be somewhat of a life debt involved. It got only more complicated. Taking the prolonged silence as a confirmation for his suspicion, Bill snorted again. See, and the moment you hear that name, you disregard everything you just said. Mum doesn't believe he has changed, I'm not sure. And you, I don't know what you think about all this. You're unusually silent on this topic. Bill turned to look at Arthur, who turned so he could rest his right arm on the fence. Furrowing his brow in thought, Arthur tried to formulate a response to that. He had been unusually silent, but he truly didn't know what to think, so he shrugged. You know that it's complicated, with your uncles killed in the last war, all the others that we knew and who were killed, and now here he is, starting fresh where no one else could. Again, he hadn't taken a firm stance on either side of the matter, but he hoped that Bill would be able to understand him anyway. So you still think everyone deserves a second chance, as long as they truly wish to change their ways, but you have trouble with granting it to someone who has done so much evil and wrong in the past. Arthur shrugged again. He was proud that his son had managed to piece it together that well, but he still couldn't bring himself to actually voice the idea that he, who must not be named, should get another chance. It somehow felt wrong, despite his conviction that everyone should get a chance to change their ways. It was all a really tangled mess. Are you able to help? And do you think his request is genuine? Arthur cast warming charms on both of them. Under the clear night sky, it was getting really cold. Bill nodded. He asks about a way to move soul pieces from object to object without destroying either. The goblins have something like that, but they don't teach it to non-goblins. Normally, we just destroy whatever object contains a soul piece. It's easier, and I guess it's not worth the hassle. I have picked up bits and pieces, but giving information like that to an outsider, I never would do something like that. Looking contemplative again, Bill turned further so that his back was to the fence. Let's get inside. Mum is probably frantic by now, and I'm starting to freeze. The rest of the evening passed with talks about Marley's disapproval of foreign girls, her happiness over Bill's decision to come back to England, leaving the dangers of tombs behind, and her wish that he would spend some time with Miss Tonks. When Bill said he wanted to head back home to his flat, Arthur walked him to the edge of the wards, while Marley started to clean up the kitchen, soap bubbles flying everywhere, the dishes washing themselves. Don't let her get to you about that girl of yours. They both rolled their eyes. Marley loved to matchmake, and neither of them agreed with her meddling. And if you need to talk again about anything, I'm always willing to listen. Arthur grabbed his son's shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I know, Dad, and I think I've decided what I'll do. If he's willing to send me his notes, I'll take a look and point out any obvious errors. That should help, but shouldn't anger the goblins. I better get home and write a letter. See you, Dad. Once Bill was outside the wards, he spun on his heel and vanished. After a moment staring at the almost full moon half vanishing behind trees in the house, Arthur took a deep breath and sighed. Why had who decided to take up the title of Lord Slytherin and make his return into society so blatantly obvious? Why hadn't he decided to start over as someone else? It would have been so much easier for them all to leave the past behind had the man just done that instead. Looking forward to his warm and cozy bed, Arthur walked back to the house, determined to help Marley with the few things that she still had to do before they would go to bed, maybe read for a while, and then hopefully sleep peacefully. Ooh, Tuesday, 5th of December, with a glass of red wine in one hand and an artificial, but genuine-looking, smile on his face. Marvolo stood in the magically heated garden behind the Bones residence, watching as the other guests slowly arrived. The full moon and a few strategically placed torches and fairy lights made the area just light enough that everyone could see comfortably. Off to one side, in a small gazebo, some instruments were set to play soothing music that blended into the background but provided a nice distraction. Lucius walked over to him, smiling the politically polite smile he always wore around people he had to work with. "Marvolo, how are you on this fine evening? Madame Bones has outdone herself this year, don't you think?" the blonde asked, indicating a few non-melting ice sculptures standing about as decoration. One faun near them was holding a cornucopia from which real fruit was offered to the guests. "As this is my first visit to one of her winter parties, I wouldn't know, would I?" Marvolo smiled a more genuine smile. Interacting with his own followers was preferable to standing alone, the possible target of matchmaking mothers. Then he chuckled. "Tell me, is Draco having a hard time with his schoolwork, or is my son the only one?" Henry asked me if it was possible to attend some of the functions and parties with me, so he would get a break from writing essays and taking notes during the professor's lectures. He complained about the massive amount of work they have to do for their owls. I feel by the end of the month, I probably will be willing to switch places with him. A boring lecture from bins to sleep through might be exactly what I need then. Or, as an alternative, not quite killing Igor with curses. Socializing with those he could barely stand on such a regular basis, as he would have to do in the next few weeks, could easily try his patience beyond its limits. Lucius chuckled as well, his strain carefully hidden behind his polite mask. "My son has voiced similar complaints in his last letter. I remember quite vividly how strenuous Owl Year was on me, but I'm sure they will pull through. The young heiress Lestrade seems to be intent on making them all comprehensive study plans." They descended into polite but insignificant small talk, while Marvolo remembered what else Henry had told him last night. On Friday, his son had informed him about Yaxley's interpretation of his order to have more children and bigger families. As his son had assumed, he was not happy that the man had been about to force his gay nephew to marry a witch. Such unions traditionally only ever produced one child. So Marvolo had summoned the man through the mock and had corrected that misunderstanding. Yesterday, Henry had informed him how grateful Septimus Yaxley was about this intervention. Judging by the way Corbin Yaxley, the boy's uncle, was avoiding him tonight, the man wasn't over the humiliation of the correction Marvolo had had to administer. Marvolo's musings were interrupted when Madame Bones herself came to speak with him and Lucius. With a small bow of his head, Marvolo, as the one higher in rank, greeted their host. "Madame Bones, let me congratulate you on this lovely evening. The food and drinks are wonderful, and I see that you are taking the security of the ministry's personnel quite seriously." With a lazy wave of his hand, Marvolo indicated the auras in full uniform scattered around the crowd of witches and wizards working in the ministry in one capacity or another. It was the least prestigious of all the winter functions, but also the one that no one could just miss. There were even auras patrolling the property's border. Considering that it was the night of the full moon and what had happened on the last full moon, it wasn't an unreasonable precaution. "Thank you, Lord Slytherin. I will relay your compliments to my elf." She looked around the crowd in their finest robes, her eyes brushing over the well-built forms of the two wizards standing in front of her, taking in their expensive robes, so clearly outclassing those of the majority of those attending. It was obvious that they had done this deliberately, following an unspoken custom among the lords and ladies of the Wisengamot. Attending this party hosted by a ministry department head, only the big and important departments were ever eligible to host it, but making sure everyone knew they felt it beneath them. Some, like Dowager Longbottom, would not flaunt it as obviously, but they all did it. Why don't you mingle a little, Lord Slytherin? It is a good opportunity to get to know a few more people than those you are already acquainted with. There was a dangerous twinkle in her eyes, and Marvolo was sure it was a challenge. She wanted to force him to interact with more people than his political allies. Not that she knew they were still truly his followers or his political adversaries, but with the normal wizard from next door. Maybe he should really do so. It could be a way to find a few new people who might fit in with his Death Eaters. Because of his need to be extremely careful, he couldn't risk being discovered. He hadn't added to his numbers anyone truly new since his return. Before he could form a reasonable response, the howl of a wolf sounded. All around him the people fell quiet, the background music suddenly the loudest sound. The howl rose again, just to be joined by another a few seconds later. Then a third voice joined into the chorus, and panic broke loose. Witches screamed and ran. Wizards were losing their nerve, milling about aimlessly, unsure what to do or where to go. Auras tried to get a somewhat organized retreat going. Small tables were overturned, and glass shattered on the ground. With his pale wand in hand, Marvolo was scanning the hedges and trees at the edge of the garden, looking for the movement of a charging werewolf. Maybe he should have done something about Greyback before now. But there always was so much to do. Banishing all errant thoughts from his mind, Marvolo noticed several Death Eaters looking in his direction. With a few hand signs, he quickly had them ordered into positions somewhat resembling an ordered assault team. Hopefully, no one would pick up on the fact that some of those looking for his direction during a situation likely to escalate into a fight were auras. That could spell trouble in the future. Suddenly, he found himself beside Madame Bones in a position to guard her back and depend on her to do the same for him when the first of several werewolves broke through the hedges. The fight was on.